love smell. I love stinkiness. Oh, I want to get a good sniff.
Oh my god, I'm so tipsy right now. Oh my god, I could just pass out. Do you want to buy me another drink? Wow, thank you.
Do shit like that. Do cool shit like that. Fucking... That was... I should... Come on, man. That looked good. Didn't that look good?
He likes them hard. Nim likes it hard. Yeah, I like it hard.
Oh! God damn it, didn't work the way I thought it would work.
And stimulus checks.
These have to be the stupidest fucking hens in fucking existence. Fuck these hens. They deserve to be cooked. Cook these fucking hens. Cook them.
Yeah, you got pants on.
Gas them all. Straight to the fucking oven.
Yeah, Carl, I normally would play Modern Warfare 2, but like I'm so burned out on it, man. Like it's the same shit over and over and over again.
Get cooked,
I'm just
idiot.
tired of getting sniped to the point like...
Oh man, so glad that sniper was bad. Got him! Oh my god. Look at that! Look at that perfect execution.
Zelda, and it had a tiny little, like, grayish screen with like little LCD LED, and all it was like Link.
The sunken the treasure ship, a victim of the...
It would just be like Link top down standing there, and when you press the button, a
God, I just can't keep... I just keep staring at Rao.
Down Link. You press the button,
Just swaying
just like that
in the breeze, as it were.
Every time you see an enemy coming up, go blip, blip,
It's amazing.
and, like, that was it.
It's amazing they just do this.
There's... Now this is ultimate. I broke something. Is it because of our disc? Is it because it's on PS2? No! I will win with this strategy. I don't give a shit anymore. This boss fight sucks. Yeah! Oh crap, what if I'm stuck up there?
Quality content.
You know what? I hope I can access this. Oh god, I'm still stuck. Oh no. Oh no.
What's he doing? He looks like something's wrong with him. I don't like modern Disney. I like classic Disney. What's
hey,
it?
I love you too.
Yeah, let's keep the vibration on. Center the screen? I don't need to center the screen. Center it as fucking... I need to research and focus. I can't even talk right now. I need to focus. Wait, did I bug invincibility? Bro, it's a glitch! Bugged invincibility! No way! Stinky cheese! Stinky cheese! I bugged it! Bros! Bug! Glitch! Stinky cheese! Can we clip that? How did that? Something there. Someone clip that. How did that happen? How did this happen? Don't tell the developers. This bitch is 16.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends. We're ready to party. Ready to some spaghetti? I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
All right, the stream is not running 6 hours. This is not a 6 to 7 hour stream. By God, if I can help it, this stream will not last that long. But hello everyone. Hello and welcome. Good evening to all as we continue Dingerween. Ooh, it's so spooky. A very rousing big ups to the swollen __ ones who are here in the now, as well as the ones who are here in the immediate, as well as far-flung future, like Snake's Revenge, WWE Carl, hey Carl, and D-Scythe, as well as, well, I already said it, immediate and far-flung future, the thing I always say. I hope everyone's doing well. You had a good Dark Side Dave's detox and day off away from the guy. It wasn't a technical detox. I am aware he released a 15-minute nothing burger video, which I didn't watch, out of protest and boycott of the nonsense that is the current internet arc. However, I did receive from Ann Lee a general summary of the video as he released it to the public. And yes, it is in fact a nothing burger video in which he gets on his hands and knees and prays, by God, prays the stars above, that by the time he wakes up tomorrow, the stream is fixed and Alan Wake 2 is good to go. However, it is looking like he has to call Comcast and get them to come over tomorrow, specifically because they cannot come today for whatever reason. He's got things to do. He's a very important businessman with a fucking life, noob. Also, they just can't come today. No one's gonna be home. Even though Ket doesn't really do anything and doesn't necessarily need to be out with them when he's out shopping. It just means that he doesn't trust Ket to mess around with this fucking tech. And also means on the other side of the coin there that he doesn't trust her to do any shopping. DSP is like the manager of his own life. It's like his life is his business in which he is the manager and he has to oversee everything. He has to be like the helicopter parent over your shoulder there, looking at everything, making sure you're doing it right. As a former manager of a retail situation type deal, I can certainly relate. However, this is your reality day. This is your personal life. This is not your business life. This is your fucking, this is your internet. Now, I know you can say, oh, but it's messing with his business. But his business wired line is fine. It's his private wireless connection that's messing up, from what I am to understand. So in actuality, this doesn't really mess with its business objectively. He's just subjectively allowing it to hurt him and his business. There was nothing preventing him. There was nothing preventing him, really, objectively, from playing games yesterday evening. It was his own autism that he doesn't like change. We hate change in the Bernelio household. Therefore, all change must be banned and sent to ban world. But unlike that, I do like change, such as the change that is Wiggle Bottom entering my stream chat. Hello, sir. And Altronaut. He basically cat when the car broke. He's basically cat when the car broke. He doesn't have to work until the internet gets fixed. Yep. Yeah, big ups Wiggle Bottom. Thank you for the random DSP greeting. But phone screen too small to see chat, Goob. Yeah, it's too tiny. We can't see anything, man. But yeah, that was the gist of the video from what I saw. Yeah, it's a phone screen too small to see the chat, even though it's right fucking there. And well, you know what it is too. He wants it to have wants it to be like multiple tabs. He can see the he can see his email and see the chat at the same time on his laptop. Whereas if it was on his phone, he'd have to have the email window up and then have to, you know, go back and forth between the email and the chat. You know, you can't have multiple windows open on your phone, only one app at a time. That's probably what he's talking about. He tried to be weird and justify it as, oh, well, the chat is moving so fast and the chat is so small, you know, I just can't read it. It's ineffective, he said. Even though I have no problem lurking in other people's chats while on my phone, while I'm streaming. But speaking of which, matter of fact, I'm going to prove DSP wrong when he says you cannot integrate your mobile phone into your business, your streaming situation. I'm gonna prove him wrong because I'm actually doing a little bit of an experiment myself. You guys know the story about the MSI, how the MSI is always suffering. The MSI only has so much muscle. You know, it is a gaming laptop. It is strong, however, it is still a gaming laptop. I have nothing to supplement my setup here. It is just one laptop does everything. It's like if you told DSP's laptop to run the whole stream. But my flex is I am still able to run the stream, and allegedly people like it, so I must be doing something right. But in my vain efforts to lighten the load on the MSI, I'm gonna try something a little bit different, pimps. Today we will be playing backup music playlist, backup music from the phone instead of the laptop. Therefore, Carl, I will no longer have to have Chrome open. And so far, it's working pretty cool. So, I actually have Stream Elements open via Chrome on the phone, and it's actually playing the music through OBS. Yes! Therefore, Chrome can be closed on the laptop, meaning more resources are conserved for everything else that is absolutely mandatory to run the stream there. I had some other suggestions too, because people were saying, Dingus, maybe try a 2D model, maybe a PNG tuber. Now, if it gets to that, we're really struggle sessioning. But I figured we'd try this little experiment today. It's not like my model's that detailed anyway. It can't be the model. It's more like, well, I guess the model does take up a lot of resources. Whatever. We'll see how this works out. It literally, you won't even notice it. So far, it's working. Big ups John Fraga. Partnered streamer John Fraga he's enjoying his day off today. You clocked out yesterday before the internet stuff happened, if I recall correctly. And you didn't cover the night stream. And he's had a day off today. We have not really had a chance to entertain Fraga's in-reality thoughts on the internet situation. Fraga, how are you feeling right now about the internet issue? You know, some people are saying it was a scam the whole time. They're saying he was faking it for tips. People are saying it was real, but he was weaponizing it for more tips, which is my theory. People are saying he's a fucking maroon, which is true no matter which way you slice it. Yesterday was his day off, and that laptop shit was the night stream. Yeah. Well, I mean, but the stuff started happening during the day stream, which you were covering, I think. I think you were live, but you hit the clock out on the Spider-Man gameplay before the internet stuff started going down. Though, I do forget, you're in a different time zone, so it probably is already the 27th for you. It's still the 26th for me. But you know what I'm talking about. Like, what were you feeling that day? I still stand by the theory that it was legit internet issue. It wasn't faked, it was real. He's too much of a fucking goober to fake something like this. You can tell when he's in distress. If it was a ruse, he wouldn't have put up the fucking beg crybaby video that he put out today. But I do think a little bit of it was weaponized to try to milk the genuine situation, like a little bit of serendipity. It didn't work out because we ended with 40 bucks on that night stream. Probably would have gotten 40 bucks just playing Mario anyway, and only got 2 more bucks when it started happening during the day stream earlier that day. So it didn't really pay off in the end. But sometimes the emergency streams rake in money. I feel like they did used to rake in money once upon a time. Classic DSP. Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling too. it is just astounding. I said it yesterday, it was astounding. It continues to astound, befuddle, and bemuse and confuse me how you can actually say that DSP is connected to a man is connected to the internet while complaining that he is not connected to the internet. He is live streaming and complaining to you, the viewer. He is actually genuinely making a real effort trying to convince you with his weasel words, snake oil salesman lingo, trying to insist and compel you to believe in the nonsense theory that he's not connected to the internet while live streaming. You can't make this up. And yet, it's like Vince couldn't have written a better script. And yet here we are. So, it's from what I have to understand, the day stream tomorrow will not be Alan Wake, unless, by God, he wakes up and the internet is magically back. So we're gonna have another tech support stream come Friday day stream. And I'm guessing Alan Wake is just pushed back. Not that it matters, it's not the first time DSP has not played a day one game on day one. He's even said it himself, Metroid Dread, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, there was something else from this year. Oh, Metroid Prime Remastered. Why does Metroid always get this cuck treatment? Like, what the fuck? And now, Alan Wake 2. Liza P was also felted, I believe. We didn't play that. Wait, no. No, never mind. It wasn't Liza P. Lords of the Fallen is what I'm thinking of. Lords of the Fallen. That one's getting cucked. So many day one games are getting pushed back and cucked, and you hate to see it. But my takes have not changed. We'll see. I guess we'll see what happens. As for Dingerween, I'm gonna try not to go too long tonight. I got distracted, guys. Now believe me, Carl, I wanted to start the stream, Carl, but Guy with Two Names was playing the new season of Hell's Kitchen, and he specifically added me, and dude, I would feel like a big douche if I didn't hop on the VC, and guess what? I ended up falling in love with all the characters this season. I'm calling them characters. There was one motherfucker who was talking about Quidditch and shit and Harry Potter. And the first episode, I didn't like him. He was a complete clown. He was basically Dave with his greasy hair, oily skin, pizza face, walking around with his broomstick, yellow clown cactus shirt. It was basically Dave on a pre-stream nowadays. He survived the first episode, but then they cut him the second episode. It was kind of funny because he was actually he was annoying at first, and then he endeared himself to his other teammates, but then he got cut anyway. That was kind of bullshit too, because in the second episode, it didn't seem like he was fucking up dinner service too bad. And then this egghead guy who looks like he just looks like a fat egghead. He was fucking up, and everyone was getting on his case about it. Like, he was annoying everyone. He was making he had to be called out. Like, he had to be told he was taking things too seriously. Which, I mean, it's a reality show. There is an expectation of seriousness, but he was kind of going so far that it just wasn't enjoyable to be around him. So he was called out and had a stern talking to from one of the lady contestants. Next episode, he goes full douchebag mode and just starts cracking cringe jokes. And I was like a dingus stream, but nobody was laughing. Actually, that is a dingus stream. And I thought he was gonna get bottom too, because he was actually getting called out a lot during dinner service. No, he survived. But it seems like the preview for this next episode seems to imply that he's gonna be in the bottom 2 again. No. MK1 got the big buy and he still streamed it late. That's what I'm thinking about, Wigglebottom. I knew there was one more that was hyped up as big bad day one and didn't end up happening on day one because his fucking day off got in the way. Ah! Yeah, he's just making a big cry about how he's not gonna be able to play it day one. I mean, day one can still happen if we can fix it in time for the night stream tomorrow. But yeah, hell. Hell's Kitchen got in the way, and I was catching it with other stuff like Kino Casino, Mad at the Internet, in reality stuff as well. But we're here now. But after the last couple of days, we're not gonna go too far. You're gonna go too far in the stream there, you guys. I feel like I was supposed to mention something else. What else happened today? Oh. I was watching Ludwig play this weird-ass game about these weird, well, I want to say teenagers, but they're like in their 20s, but they kill people and they like sacrifice people to demons. It was really fucked up. It was like the Coffin of Andy and Lily, I think it was called, and everyone's been talking about it. I've seen screenshots, and it was like a RPG Maker game, and I couldn't look away. My eyes were glued to the screen there. A really fucked up horror game. I was like, dude, I'm totally invested in the storyline here. Sadly, it's episodic. I think episode 3 isn't out yet. Oh, the incest game? Yeah. I didn't want to really bring it up, Wigglebottom, but since you did, yeah, there are implications, it seems, of incest in this game. It's kind of like the sister's kind of fucked up. I say kinda, she is fucked up. And the brother's a doormat, and they have a really toxic, dysfunctional relationship. It was certainly a game. Well, I don't know if I want to spoil it, because the second part did just release, and I want to talk about stuff that happened in that second part, but I think that would be rude of me. The game is in early access if you want to play it, Goob. Dingus, there are no implications? Well, you say that, Nurgle, and hello, Nurgle and Perez, but I was looking up discussion of the game after Ludwig's stream, and apparently people were saying that the dev was planning. He's like, the dev says that incest isn't gonna win in the end or something. Maybe that means it's like a bad ending, like a Bonnie and Clyde situation, or Romeo and Juliet, or who are those toxic guys, that toxic couple in England back in the day? Nancy and Sid? Those two. Hello, Sarah. Alright, that's it. I paid a little bit too much attention to that Ludwig playthrough. But no, that was a very good game. Meghan and Harry? I don't think that's the couple. Alright, we're gonna do like smaller games today. Maybe some MediEvil, I don't know. But we're gonna start with a GBA classic. It's not what you expect, guys. It's actually, yeah, we'll do like 2 GBA games, and then maybe a throwback. Hello, Moitus. But let's get right on in this. You're not gonna believe what the first game is gonna be. Okay, hopefully this shows up. Okay, so we're playing Spyro 2 Season of Flame. You may be asking yourself, Dingus, how is this a Halloween game? Now, it seems like all you wanted to do was play a Spyro Game Boy Advance game. I don't believe that that this is genuinely, there's no way this is a scary game. How could this possibly be scary? You're just looking for an excuse to play whatever you want on Halloween style streams. Maybe this is some sort of scary mod. It's a personalized copy. Zombies are gonna come out of the game and kill Dingus, and it's gonna be great because we always hated that guy. Thank you for the cryptid coach love, Saru.
Fucking strategy.
This guy actually has clips. I mean, not to dab on him, but most of the time the people we give love to on the stream don't have clips, so it's kind of cool to get someone that does.
Okay.
But dude, you should actually consider following them literally.
Is Watson?
Clip that, clip that, clip that.
Devil's breath.
I agree, clip that.
Something, but there's no way they can keep it safe from Octavius and Lee.
Yeah, it's a Jesse 51 game.
Need to find the game.
Gonna be formally requesting a We Love GBA redeem. We don't have room. You know we don't have redeem room. I gotta beat the current playthroughs. What do you mean you're out? All right, look. Let me stake my case. I'm gonna stake my case right now. GBA Crash is pretty good too. I grew up with both. All right. So we have Spyro 2 Season of Flame. I should have updated the category. Hopefully it got updated. Alright, can you believe I had to play an hour of this game to get to the point that I wanted to get to? 16%, I had to speedrun and skip content just to get to the area I wanted to show off. So here we are, we're in, I can't even keep a straight face. We're in Haunted Hills. It's the scary level. Woo! But I did like what? I had to do like 4 levels just to get here. Oh, here's the St. Patrick's Day level. I took footage of this for the background when we drank the Shamrock Shake. So That's like a... Dude, that was like 6 months ago or something. Oh, and I had to beat one boss. Hello, Eddie B. Yeah, but here we are. This is Game Boy Advance Spyro. This is the poverty Spyro if you didn't have a PlayStation. It's the Chatter the Ghost. Alas, poor Yorick. Hey, Spyro, can you help me find my buddy Yorick? He's kind of short, kind of chatty, and, well, I'm sure you'll know him if you see him. With all these Rhinox around, I'm getting really worried about him. But yeah, I grew up on this shit. As a GBA connoisseur, you know, you grow up with the PS1, you play Spyro, you get the GBA later, so you're only Nintendo anything. Then you find out, whoa, dude, they got Spyro on the GBA, and it plays like PS1 Spyro, but from an isometric viewpoint? Holy shit, sign me up. I beat these two a little while back. 3 Attack the Rhinox got longer with interconnected level. Yeah, Spyro Attack of the Rhinox is called Spyro Adventure in Europe. It had some RPG mechanics. We're getting kind of a bit too lost in the sauce with that one, but I do enjoy that one the most out of all the GBA ones. Pick up Straggers. We have a Juzzy segment right now, and he's not even here to enjoy it. Alright, so B is Flame. You can jump. You got the gliding. It really is just PS1 Spyro with never before seen levels and level themes. You got the Charge, which I have mapped to R1, but it's R. You can even check the whole map. Well, it uncovers as you explore. So don't take this the wrong way. It is not hard to get lost. I mean, it is difficult to get lost because it's so easy to find your way around. You know what I mean. Yeah, but this one, new levels, new themes, and all that. The plot of this one is Ripto from Spyro 2 is back, and he stole all the fireflies. The fireflies allowed the dragons to use their fire breath. You know, dragons don't innately have the ability to breathe fire. They have to rely on fireflies, so that's the MacGuffin of the game. Spyro does not just have fire breath. If you hit select, you can switch to the new Ice Breath. I mean, it was a power-up in Spyro 2, but now it's like just a breath you can switch to. Now, this is a genuinely good game. All the GBA Spyros are, and like Perez said too, GBA Crash was the same way. GBA Crash is good. Basically the PS1 Crashes, but as a 2.5D 2D platformer, 2D side scroller. The second Crash GBA game got wild. You could play as Crunch. There were Coco levels. You were in fucking space escaping the sun. Entropy was the main villain. They were on one. Sort of seems like a flimsy excuse to play GBA Spyro Dingus. Now, you can't say that, Carl, because I lampshaded that right as the segment started. To capture the fireflies, you need to use your ice breath to freeze them, and then you can walk into them. I think what's interesting about the game is that you don't even start with the fire breath, it's a later collectible. Well, I mean, you just have to beat the first level to get it, but you don't start off with the fire breath. You think it will be the other way around, like you have to get the ice breath later and you start with the fire breath. Actually, not the case. Crunch was hyped as the next big thing, but then barely did anything. That is more an issue of the publisher. The publishers for Crash were always changing. We can call this a pilot episode. This is a pilot episode for a potential Spyro GBA full playthrough. Because it's not a long game. I don't know, I just got nostalgic for it. I was thinking of what are Dingus style Halloween things on the level of Scary Muppet game from last year. And I was like, wait a minute. Fucking Spyro has a Halloween level. Reboot Spyro Trilogy, we played for the 24-hour stream earlier this year. I did Spyro 1 from the reboot. And I have actually, that's the only stream segment I did of it, but I have beaten the Reboot Trilogy twice. Once on Xbox and once on Switch. All 3 games 100% dominated. Well, yes. Spyro 3 was like 117%. You know what I mean. But now I own it on PS5, so eventually I'll do it all over again.
Hey, a purple dragon. Now I've seen everything. Not that a talking skull is anything to sneeze at, mind you.
Oh, the new... Oh, okay. That one, I only played Spyro A New Beginning, the first one for PS2. I wanted to play Eternal Night when it was coming out, but I could never find a copy. And then by the time the Dawn of the Dragon came out, I had already heard that the Reboot Trilogy kind of floundered. Apparently it wasn't very good. I also heard they kept recasting Sparks, and as a fan of consistency, that obviously pisses me off.
I sure miss my buddy Chatter. Hard to get around much when you're just a skull, don't you know?
Trying to gaslight me into going back to the beginning. Enter the Dragonfly, how many times did I beat it? Once? I actually don't think I 100%ed Enter the Dragonfly. I got too pissed off with its flaws. We did watch a documentary on Enter the Dragonfly on stream before. Man, the dev time for that game was toxic. Oh wait,
yes, open up the chest. Hey, you found him. Thanks a lot, Spyro. Here's a glowing bug I found under a headstone. I hope you like it. Oops, it slipped away. Come on, Yurik. I'll give you a piggyback ride. Yay, piggyback ride.
he looks kind of like Sir Dan. Alright, you gotta watch out. You captured Cauldron! Ack. Oh, yeah, even when I played it for the first time, I noticed Moneybags only appeared once. And he takes your money, and I don't think you get the money back. You know, like, usually in a Spyro game, Moneybags gives back the money you give him. I think you just pay him, and then he doesn't give the money back in that one. I wonder how that works. Does the game just secretly give the money back when you beat the game? Is it just gone for good? Is the total amount of gems in that game an uneven amount? Alright, how we doing? Oh, I almost hit the whole level. I'm pretty sure this area has sub-challenges. Yeah, they had like 2 teams on it. The team doing all the animations, they were Asian, and there was allegedly xenophobia going on. Not from the Westerners, mind you, but from the Asians. They didn't want to... They didn't want to... Like, when they got criticism from the Western side to maybe make the animations more palatable for the PS2 to not make it burn up like the MSI, they took that as a... They took offense to that. There was like a extreme lack of communication. I really liked Hero's Tale. I liked that one. I always hear a lot of shit about it. I was like, actually, no, that one was pretty good. What are you talking about? Crispy. He's got that peanut butter complexion. Eddie B, I'm sure you saw the amazing video DSP put out today about how 15 minutes of him complaining that I guess we'll wait and see if the internet is oh, I died. If the internet is magically fixed in the morning in time for Alan Wake. Yeah, if only we could be so lucky. guns. I mean, isn't it an outage on Comcast's part? It could be randomly, magically fixed in the morning. But he's promising another tech support stream and no Alan Wake. No! Anne's gonna have to do yet another boot up. Alright, yeah, this is the challenge area. It's like Spyro 3, how there were sub-areas for additional challenges. Hey, Spyro, I heard you were looking for fireflies. I'll give you one if you can run my obstacle course. You have to make it to the end in under 1 minute. Ooh, ooh. Give it a try. Oh, you didn't watch it? I could put it on if you didn't watch it. I didn't even watch it. I kind of had it on secretly. I can't even lie. I just didn't have it on. Oh no, was that a game over? A game over in this baby game? Big ups Vikes for the 50 bits. Happy Dingerween by Uthad. Get fucked. Thank you, Vikes. I just got a game over in this actual baby game. We're playing a Dingerween classic, but I just took an L. This is the hub world. Thankfully, Haunted Hills is open by default, and you don't need to grind MacGuffins to open it. Thank you for the 50 bits, Vikes. I don't want to go too long tonight, so which basically means not a 6 to 7 hour stream. Alright, how are you doing? Did everything save? Original PS1 Spyro was my jam. Was for me too. Well, PS1 was my bread and butter, goob. It was my wheelhouse. So when I got the GBA and heard they did fucking PS1 Spyro, but on the GBA, and it wasn't a port, it was like its own thing, I was like, holy shit. It's just more of game I already like, so give me some of that. But if you always played those classic PS1 Spyros and you're like, wow, I sure wish Insomniac would make more games like that. But they probably can't because they're too busy doing Marvel cape shit. Then emulate the GBA Spyros. Same thing for Crash. If you're like, wow, I wish Naughty Dog would make a new one because the Crash 4 fucking sucked. And just play GBA Crash because there's a good chance half you motherfuckers didn't. Yeah, Dave put it out pretty early in the day. And you were probably asleep, now that I think about it. Yeah, but this obviously is not an excuse for me to revisit a childhood Dinger classic. It's in the spirit of the holiday. Should also emulate it because GBA screens suck ball sacks. Well, I did have a GBA OG. So did my nephew back when he was around. But I ended up getting a GBA SP with the backlight. I still got the cartridges for all GBA Spyros and all GBA Crashes, because of course I do. Have a current poll: should Dingus make us suffer with Phil's video? We love 15 minutes of crying, or no, Eddie, no, Spyro good. Go ahead and vote in the poll. Should we play Phil's lame video? I will abide by what the chat says, obviously. And I didn't let you pay with Dingcoin. Yeah, we don't want people scamming this poll. If we watch Dave, it has to be an authentic vote as a result of democracy. How do I get up here with the extra lives? Alright, let me do everything besides the obstacle course first. All right, there's all the lanterns. Whoa, you captured Ember. That's the last of the gems on this level, Spyro. Way to go. Thank you. Okay, well that's how you get there. Can we do that again? Can we run that back? If you love Yurikama Hero's Tale so much, where's Sphinx? Egypt is Halloweeny, right? Sphinx? Didn't they remaster that? I might be thinking of a different game. Big Ups Jobla. Wish they'd remake Sly Cooper like they did with the Reunited trilogy. That would be good, wouldn't it? They should just let you download the remaster trilogy of the originals. Because they're right now they're only available for streaming, I believe. Kinda sucks. There we go. Try the obstacle course. They did on everything but Xbox, since Xbox already had the OG version via backwards compatibility. But it's still a remaster. What the fuck? 3D Zelda clone? One of the few I've beaten. Alright, we got the votes in. Sadly, ladies and gentlemen, we have to watch the begging video. This can't be happening. Trolls won. I disavow, but I must abide by the chat there. Alright, let's see if we can go to Dave's channel. Now this does mean I have to pull up Crawl. Alright, important internet issues update. October 26, 2023. Go ahead and use this as an excuse to chill.
Hey everyone, what's up? Phil here with an update, an unexpected update. As you can see, I'm about to head out the door and have a day out.
Yeah, he's
here
ready to
on
go.
my day off from streaming and content. But
Expertly timed, so it had to be like right before he heads out, so you know he has an important life.
And how this is going to
he has so many things to do.
I have many updates, none of which are great, but at least I have updates to keep you guys in the know. I would ask if you're a fan or a hater and you just want to know what the hell's going on,
or a
spread the word
hater
about this video so people know what's happening. So in a nutshell, yesterday during my live stream, both modems in my home, because I own 2 internet lines, disconnected from the internet, or at least lost internet connectivity for about a minute.
Noted.
When they came back, I've had nothing but problems. Now, the weirdest part about it is that my desktop computer remains connected to the internet and still is able to stream and upload. However, there's been some updates with that, and I'll tell you about those in a second. But it still seems like that.
No, this was from earlier in the day, Joe Blah.
Able to do functionality stuff.
He uploaded it pretty early, so if it kind of slipped your eye, then that would be the reason.
That modem or the one downstairs. All my game consoles are not able to connect to either modem. My phone, which I don't even have, I don't even know where it is. Oh, there it is. Also, won't connect. It basically what happens is all my devices connect to these modems. And then it should go on the internet.
How forgetful are you? That's like something your mom or dad will do once they start getting into their golden years. Where's my phone at, huh?
Cannot connect to server, contact your ISP. So after this, ruined my stream yesterday. I was doing the Spider-Man stream. We couldn't finish it.
The trick worked. It's Ann1337 in my chat. This was just a pre-beg disguised as a 7-minute recap plus 8-minute update of how he isn't going to have them come over today to fix the problem because he's a busy business-style guy with in-reality stuff to do. Very important. No way he can have them show up on the day where he isn't doing anything regarding his business. He has to make them come tomorrow when he does have to do things with his business. Today is like it's a me day. Yeah. Big up J-Bum. Yes, he did make a video today. We're playing it right now. Important issues, internet issues update, October 26, 2023. But instead on a Friday during the pre-stream. Yeah, You know, if you didn't know about this video's existence, basically the summation is Alan Wake is not happening tomorrow for the day stream unless magically his internet fixes itself. Now, since this is a Comcast issue, this is possible. It's possible this could happen, but don't count on it. Hello, Coggers.
Last night we did a 2.5-hour troubleshooting stream. where,
Absolutely
thankfully,
worthless from what I hear,
my
that
viewers and
2-hour
fans tried
night
to help
stream.
me, and I really appreciate that you guys came out and hung out with
Literally
me for
woke up a
2.5
bit ago
hours
and grabbed
we
some
tried to figure
cereal.
this out.
I crashed really hard after work, didn't
Basically,
even
what we
bother to eat
discovered is
today.
It's got to be something on the server side from my ISP.
Right.
My ISP is Comcast.
I got some enchiladas here.
Because
They're
here's
struggle
why.
enchiladas,
If
sure,
I
but they're
change
enchiladas.
My DNS server.
Hello, Rivy.
From the Comcast default auto-detected server to, say, Google server, which I believe is like 8.8.8.8 or something like that, I can get online, but it's incredibly slow. It doesn't
Massively
really fully load
slow.
anything. Like I can get to Google search, I can half load a YouTube page, but it won't load fully. It's a mess, but I can still load it, which means obviously this has something to do with their servers.
The new Christian
and something
arc.
happened
I gotta
whenever these
catch up on
modems
the
went
documentary
off
first of
internet
all.
for a minute or whatever yesterday and came back.
Carl
something
has
changed
neglected
in
to
them
remind me of
to
its
screw all this
existence.
up. I don't know what. Okay, so we
I don't know
tried for
what.
2.5 hours last night. We couldn't figure out what to do, so we left it at number one.
Kansas, someone is
today,
just DDoSing him
Thursday,
relentlessly.
the
I don't believe that.
26th of October.
People
I
looked
have to
into
call
it, and apparently
and
Comcast
work
is
with them to
having
figure out what's
outages in his
going on.
area.
And I got to figure out a way to get all my stuff ready for Friday. Because if you don't know, on Friday it's a big day for me.
They
I'm
told him
supposed to
that
be playing
yesterday, and he
Alan
called
Wake
them
2,
idiots.
the
Like,
hot
how
new
would it be
release.
Comcast's fault?
13 years we've been
Turns
waiting
out
for
it
this
is
game.
Comcast's fault.
How am I going to play it if I have no internet? Right?
Right.
So,
I thought you were
a few things
downloading
have
it with the
happened.
hotspot.
First of all, last night,
A clowny
something
idea,
clicked in
but
my head, and I remembered something.
you can at
Like,
least
you
do
know,
it.
I upgraded my internet package earlier this year.
Lot of
and when
help
I
that did.
They gave me a device that I never thought I would have any use for. All right, they actually gave me
Ow.
a backup
Hello, JC.
cellular mobile data internet device for a business.
Remember when we were
Because,
mocking
you know,
that?
I'm on Comcast business
Making
account.
fun of that?
They assume I'm
Now
running
it's
a
coming
store.
in clutch.
They seriously assumed I'm running like a retail store with point of sale stuff.
Ah,
And so my
yes,
internet
the
would go down.
4G hotspot.
This is a device that's a redundant backup, so you at least
A
have
redundant
basic internet
backup.
in the case that your whole,
As
cable modem
opposed
internet
to
lines go down.
amazing internet.
So this device is like a 4G wireless device, and it is insanely slow. It is slower than my cell phone. It's slower than anything I've used in the last decade. It's that slow, but it works. It connects to the internet. So
sadly, we exist in a reality
last night,
where
I just hooked this
4G
thing
is
up
now
on a whim.
considered
I'm like,
slow and bad.
I wonder, could I get this thing working with my Xbox and buy and download Alan Wake 2? Yes, I can, and I did. I have Alan Wake 2 on my Xbox Series X right now, ready to go.
Thumbs up.
But it took over 12 hours to download it. It was like a snail's pace.
I was given an estimate of 7 hours by him, I believe, yesterday during the wrap, and I was told this was normal for the connection that he was using. Look, I don't play these modern consoles like that. It took me an hour to download Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, just the multiplayer portion, just to play one evening of games with Tevin and Nurgle. And dude, an hour to download a game is just redunculous. But apparently it's the norm. I'm not the person to be critiquing download time and length and all that. You know, as a fiscal individual who is getting a re-up at Tier 1 from Mr. Punt for 17 months.
And this internet connection is wild. It'll be like 20 megabytes per second, less than a megabyte per second.
Like he is
30 megabytes
justifying
per
how he
second,
pays for 2 business lines, even though this just proves he's getting ripped
reconnected.
off every
It's
single
a
day.
Nightmare. It's not. You could never use this for anything consistent. You
Yeah.
would never be able to stream on this thing. It's wild.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay?
Punt.
So it's essentially just a backup for very basic use. I left this on.
What would it be a
overnight.
backup
And
for?
overnight, it just.
Like-
I'm not even kidding you. It just finished downloading about 30 minutes ago, and right now it's.
I'm baffled as to why he was given this. It's not like he knew about it or asked about it. Like, how is this a backup for him? Okay, for a I would get it if we're doing sales and he's like selling stuff physically, and his sales, his POS is done over Wi-Fi. Okay, in that case, your little backup mobile thing is of some use. You know, if all you need is the internet connection to get to the POS and do your sales, that makes sense. Sounds like that's what this device is for. Why was he given this when all he does is he streams, downloads, and uploads, none of which are things that this device can allegedly do competently? It kind of boggles the mind.
11:54 a.m. for me, so it just finished. So it
It's
took over 12
interesting,
hours to
DLC.
download the game. So that's good to go. I have Alan Wake 2 for tomorrow. All right. Now, this morning, I got up and I called Comcast.
That's what the backup
Here's
is
the
for,
results of
so
this
stores can pull
conversation,
people's credit.
okay?
They lose their main line. Yeah,
Test
why
everything,
was he
nothing
given it?
works. No kidding. Knew that was going to happen.
That's
I tried
fine.
explaining to the person
That's
on
why
the
Queen
line the
doesn't do
technical
that.
aspects of what was going on. You can tell when someone has absolutely no recognition of what you're saying. This person is not a technical person. They're just a line-level customer service support. Why they have no technical knowledge on people doing line-level customer service support for a business, I have no idea.
I don't know.
But that's what Comcast chooses to do. So after over about half an hour on the phone...
Talk about how they didn't have an
wasted time,
American
essentially,
accent.
the person said they're going to have a tech come out tomorrow. At
Or-
first, they said they wanted a tech come out today. I said, I can't. Today's my day off. I'm literally within
What?
20
What are you
minutes of me
talking
making
about?
this video. I'm out. I'm out the door. I have appointments and all kinds of stuff already
No,
set up
I
that
gotta-
have
I-
to do.
no,
It's my one day
no,
off a
I'm
week.
fucking
I schedule
busy.
everything for my one day off. So I literally can't be here
I
today. And
cannot
if I
be
want to,
here.
I can't.
My
I
cat
have to go.
cannot answer
So
the door.
They're going to come tomorrow, supposedly tomorrow afternoon. All right?
So, like, can Ket not just be like, this exposes in reality just how little trust we put in the horse. Like, the horse can't stay home. Like, the horse doesn't have to go with him doing these fucking errands. The horse cannot stay home and look after the technician and maybe get piped by him because the pipe is still open or something. No, we don't trust the horse. You cannot be alone with a man who is not named Philip Paul Burnell. We cannot allow this to happen, especially if that technician happens to be black. We cannot allow this chicanery. But it really just goes back to how he kind of sneak disses Ket without even realizing it. It's like, and at the same time, okay, what if Phil stays home with a technician and Ket goes and does groceries? Can we not do that? No, we can't even trust her to get groceries. It's fucking reality we live in, man. Yeah, no, we can't tell Ket, Carl. Ket cannot be trusted to be alone with this gentleman. And if it's a female technician, maybe he fears they'll open up to each other and like maybe she'll shit talk Phil behind his back or something. When you think about it, he's denying the knowledge of both the person. Oh, it scrolled up. It's really funny when you think about it. He's denying the knowledge of both the person on the phone and possibly the person who's gonna come over and fix his shit. Yes, that's right. Groceries would not make it home in her possession. Yeah, she'd fucking drop them or lose them. They would get stolen in the parking lot. Ack, 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 ack.
So here's the deal.
What are we gonna do without internet?
All right. Tomorrow, I'm going to turn on my stream at the normal time to do the podcast. We're gonna chat. We're gonna talk. I'm sure there'll be game news and things to talk about and hang out. There's literally no reason for me to start the game because we're gonna be interrupted at some point by a tech showing up to try to figure out what's going on.
Ah,
with this
yes, it's
internet,
a good old
If I start the
midday
game, what's the point?
interruption.
You're gonna get blue balls. I just start and then I'll have to turn it off again, right?
Right.
So it's going to be start up, talk, hang out, with podcast, have a good time, and then whenever
Have
the
a
tech
good
shows
time.
up, go offline.
While shit talking
See if the tech
Comcast.
who's here can figure out what the heck is going on. I'm
And
sure
the
we're gonna be doing
non-American
crazy
tech
amounts of
support
troubleshooting and
agents.
everything on both modems to figure this out, and go from there. Then hopefully the tech will resolve it, and we'll be back to normal. All right, now I am going to see if I plug this laptop into that 4G backup wireless device, if I can get basic internet on it. And if I can, that means I should be able to stream the game and have the laptop with the chat and all your
Well,
contributions
obviously it
working.
worked if we could
Should be
upload
a
this
normal
video.
stream. All right? It's bootleg as heck, but it should be a normal stream. Now, this doesn't solve the problem. You might say, oh, if that works, then just leave it like that. What are you, crazy? I have a whole internet modem downstairs that doesn't work. I can't have any, I have no internet on my phone. I'm using the cellular data on my phone to get it to work. You know, like,
That's okay. I get it. It's the autism again. I get it. I get it. It's the autism. It's the autism getting to, and it's the autism. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if this is a short-term solution. We don't want the short-term solution. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. No, we want the long-term solution, the long BBC pipe term solution. He's not going to be able to sleep at night. That's just it. He won't be able to sleep at night until the solution is completely resolved and we're over the hill, past the bridge, and we don't ever have to think about it again. Short-term solution just to do one stream of gameplay when the problem will still persist is not enough. You can't just connect it to the 4G device, do one, maybe a day stream and a night stream, and then see if you can get it fixed between that night stream and the next day stream. It's not how it works. No, we need to waste literally everybody's time, waste a pre-stream, waste a chunk of a day stream. Well, wasting a pre-stream, who the fuck cares? Waste a chunk of the day stream to waste your time as he waits on a technician to come in and fix the thing so he doesn't have to worry about it again. When in, like, reality, you would maybe take a day off or just get it done between streams. Maybe for one stream, you'd have the short-term solution just to have something, you know, just so you wouldn't have to take the day off or skip the stream. But no, short-term solutions do not exist in Philip's world. But the moment it was about Xbox and downloading game, all of a sudden he knew what he was talking about. Ridiculous. We doing all this just so we can stare at an email. We can stare at a Hotmail that auto refreshes on its own. He doesn't have to do anything to make it auto refresh on its own. We're making it about YouTube chat, but in reality, it's about looking at the email. We have to pretend like we can't see YouTube chat on a phone because it's in effect. Oh, it's too small. I can't read it. The chat is going so fast, guys. On a YouTube chat, it's so small window compared to the desktop version. I can't see all the people talking. There was allegedly nobody talking in that chat. I was told. I was informed of this. That chat was slow as molasses. He was LARPing like it was going way too fast for him. Just pathetic. Pathetic. The reality is the laptop has multiple tabs. One tab can be a YouTube chat. The other tab can be the email that auto refreshes. And the phone cannot do that. It needs to have YouTube app open and then the email is open as a separate tab. And it's annoying. It's like one extra step. We've got to switch from app to app, checking the email, and then reloading the YouTube chat and video live stream every time we come back to the YouTube app. No, he can't do that. That's too much. So we got to LARP like the text is too small, when in reality, it's about the email. When in reality, it's about the money. The money! We need to be able to read the money! DSP has to roleplay as a YouTube legend. That's true. Wait, no, he is a YouTube legend. He tells us every day, Fraga.
Paying for internet that's not working right now. So
one day he's an underdog, a little guy. The next day he was the big guy, the top guy, the legend, the guy.
I told you, my desktop computer is still working on this, but not the laptop, not the phones, not the consoles. Just the desktop is working, but not fully. This is so weird. Listen to this.
Oh God.
Anything I do in my Chrome browser works, including loading my YouTube pages and all of that, it works. Okay? Anywhere else I go to, you know, X, CNN.com, any random website, all works through the Chrome browser. All right?
For our base no spin stories.
Firefox partially works. And what I mean by that is it'll
Why do we have Firefox
certain
and Chrome?
sites, but not others. I can't actually get Chrome.
I know why you guys might have both browsers. I want to know why he has both Chrome and Firefox. Because it won't be the same reasons as you guys have in both browsers.
The other one I'll have open logged into my other channel, DSP React.
That's why I said that, JC.
DSP React thing to load.
I know why some of you might have Firefox and Chrome. Maybe some browsers are better at things than the other browser in certain contexts. But I want to know why he has Chrome and Firefox with how little he uses that desktop. Like, what is that? What are you using both browsers for?
No matter what I try,
it's a waste of your fucking hard drive space.
No internet connection. How is that possible that I'm on the same browser, right? I can go to one site, but then when I try to go to YouTube, it says no internet connection.
Hello, Red Animator.
That makes no sense whatsoever, does it?
You're not a technician. You don't know what makes sense and what doesn't.
It seems like there's a really messed up thing going on. I feel like what happened is they pushed some kind of an update to both modems yesterday.
Schizo theory.
It doesn't affect them, but for me, for my use, it does.
For your legacy. Maybe it's because of all your legacy media you use for your dumbass business.
But it's not anything.
No wonder it bricked everything for just you.
You know, it's on their end. They screwed this up. And now me and a tech tomorrow are going to have to sit here and put our heads together.
You have to put your heads together with the tech. He's gonna posit theories to the technician. Let him do his thing. Leave him alone.
You know, pay for 2 high-end business lines of internet, and this just happens out of nowhere. And you might say, well, can't you get any more help? No, this is the help I'm getting from Comcast. Is all they can do is have a tech come out. That's it. They don't have anyone else who apparently, you know, can help with this kind of high-level stuff.
what would we want? Like, what is the second tier of assistance after calling someone and having someone just go over to your house? Like, what is beyond that? You want them to sleep with your wife too? What? Put our heads together? Like, you're not involved in this process, man. It's like, again, it's like the helicopter parent, the supervisor. He's got to be there hovering over your shoulder. He has to be involved in the process actively, or he does not feel comfortable. It's another symptom of autism, I think. An update for his decade-old cable modem. Okay. The update is rescinding support for Windows 8 and the elusive Windows 9.
They said the best thing to do is have a tech come out and hope for the best. So,
you know, last time they came,
and tomorrow,
he
like I said,
boasted that they didn't have to upgrade his modem, which was a bad thing, if you ask me. So he's still rocking that 2014 modem. That was probably outdated when he fucking moved over there to begin with.
And we'll be back to normal after that. And of course, whenever it gets solved, I would love to get back up and running and play Alan Wake with you guys.
Could have gone to a pawn shop and bought a junk laptop for 50 bucks for the Wi-Fi and chat. PayPal, that's all I need. No, that's a short-term solution.
Show up as like noon.
We need a long-term solution.
I've seen the tech show up the earliest. You know what I mean? It's probably going to be like sometime in the later afternoon. I would almost guarantee it. So I guess we'll see what happens, right? That's all we can do is wait and see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully,
and upgrading internet is just one guy hitting a button.
Get the basic stream going.
From what I've seen,
I can start the podcast. We can hang out together for a while.
I guarantee you, it's the laptop. He claims his consoles can't connect.
My entire business into disarray. I lost out on over an hour of Spider-Man gameplay. I didn't get to play Mario last.
Okay, let's hear about. Okay, so this is a 15-minute video, 10 minutes of whining, and now we get the Giga whine. 5 minutes of the money. Now, we're gonna hear him talk about how this is robbing him of money. He couldn't play games. He could not play Mario. He could not. No, Anne, it's not about choice. It's an illusion of choice. He literally could not play Mario. He wouldn't lie to us. He's telling us here in this video he could not play Mario. There's nothing. You know, Nintendo loves their online-only experiences. You know, DSP loves, he's like a, he loves his fans. He loves Jade and Derek and Willow. That's why he banned that person. He loves them. He wanted to play Mario online with them. He wanted to create the DSP Gaming community room in Mario Wonder. And Nintendo came down from the clouds, tossed the lightning bolt, and told him, no, you cannot play Mario last night. So we could not boot up Mario. We could not do it. People literally gave him money. Please play Mario. And he ignored them. The schedule is very strict, J-Bomb, except when literally technical issues, divine intervention, prevent him from carrying out the schedule. And also in other cases like Liza P, where we switched the schedule up out of nowhere just to play it early because we could. What he really doesn't understand is that it's okay to not understand complicated topics, but he does everything correct, so what would I know? Exactly. He needs to be online and play offline in Filbert's Cloud World. Where I did not hear all the night stream, so I'm gonna love to hear him summarize what his reasoning. Like, I want to hear him summarize why not being able to read the email on the laptop prevented him from playing Mario last night. What else was I was gonna say one more thing. Damn, I had something good. Oh yeah, he's gonna act like this filler arc has prevented us from making loads of money. When going into this arc, the issue was the gameplay wasn't making us money. So an argument, I believe, is about to be made that he would have made a lot of money on the Mario and the remaining hour of the Spider-Man stream if only the Comcast stuff did not happen. Even though going into the ordeal on the Spider-Man stream, we had 25 bucks, made an extra $2 during the emergency wine, which is pretty abnormal for an emergency situation. Then on the night stream, that would have been Mario, made about 40 bucks, which honestly, him making 40 on a Mario stream, if you told me that, I'd believe it. I don't think he would have made more if he actually did play Mario last night. In fact, he probably would have made less. But we're about to hear how he got gypped on money on potential tips that would have appeared had he only played Mario last night. Even though in all likelihood, it could have just as easily been a single-digit dollar stream.
out on over an hour of Spider-Man gameplay. I didn't get to play Mario last night. I don't even know what's going to happen on Friday when I come back and I boot this
I didn't
thing
hear
up.
that,
I don't know
Vikes.
if I'm going to be able to fix it. I have no idea. All right. So what can you do to help? Well, obviously there's a ton of content already you can watch, right? Like, watch the stuff I've already uploaded. That's number one.
This is weird.
Number two,
I
if you
checked
would
the
like
backlog.
to support in some way, please, by all means, do.
Super thanks.
I would really
I
hate
wanna
for
hear
this
it.
to, in the midst of the busiest gaming time of the year, to this to now
I agree, Joe
massively
Block.
negatively affect me. You know, which is going to be like, let me put it this way, all right?
Dinger debunks mode
I'm
on the
very happy
Switch. I
that I'm
would,
not
but
in a
it doxes
position
my IP.
anymore that I'm living day to day, because I was very much.
I'm gonna
so
have a
few
Dale
years
moment
ago.
with the IP
I was
there.
in positions where like every day I was like, man, I gotta raise this much today, or I can't pay my bills, or I can't do this. Luckily, I'm not necessarily in that situation. It's not that bad. The problem is, I don't want to go back to where I was. Do you understand what I mean?
You have to
I've been
enable
doing
online.
good. I've been trying to pull myself out of.
Even when you are online and connected in Mario Wonder, you still have to talk to a guy in the game to activate the online functionality. So it's like you got to do extra steps to play online in that game. Even when you are online, you still have to turn on the online. Like, online is not necessary. Hello, Easy Jones.
A kind of a situation where that's the case. And if
I'm
now
not
I'm going
unplugging
to
the
have
Ethernet
extended
cable,
periods of
come on.
time where I can't regularly stream, I can't do my regular work, I can't make the money I usually make, it will put me into a bad position again. And
This is incorrect. This is the hypothesis being posited here. The doom saying, the doom mongering scenario being put forth is that because of this situation, there will be days in which DSP is not able to do gameplay. He's not able to play a game and stream a game, and the money is going to be taken away. We're not going to be able to make the money. But this is not true. There's not going to be. He's fear-mongering like there's gonna be days in which he can't play the game, so we're just not gonna do anything, so there won't be streams. That's the doom scenario being put forth, being posited here. This is not the case. You're not gonna get extra DSP days off if we get like multiple days where this situation is not resolved. DSP is not just, he's not gonna not stream, you know what I mean? Like, he's gonna boot up anyway. The schedule autism compels him to. It's just gonna be multiple full screen talkie streams until the situation is resolved. He's not gonna take more days off because of this, but he's gonna act like it in a second.
I'm deathly afraid that this thing, the way it's going and how weird it is, that it's going to be something that Comcast has never faced before. They don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh
and it's
yeah,
gonna be
they've
some
never had
oddball
outages
thing, and
before,
it's gonna
man.
be a nightmare, you know? As is, I'm paying for the internet and I don't have it, you know? I have a modem downstairs, doesn't work at all. I can't get anything
get
out of it.
compensated or something,
It's
cry
worthless
about
that
it.
I'm paying for it. I'm really hoping that they're going to be able
It's
to
like a
figure this
day
out
or two
tomorrow,
of not
you
having
know, but
access. Like,
I
what
don't
the
know.
hell?
I'm skeptical.
Was he like this
we sat
when
here
that
for
hurricane
2.5
hit for a full
hours
week?
last night, and we tried everything, and the best we could do is connect via a different DNS server, like the Google server, and we could get Google to load and YouTube to half load, but it was slow and it wasn't really working.
Also, stuff
What
is
makes you
loading, so
think
the
that
internet you're paying
Comcast
for is
tech
working. Huh? Interesting.
who probably never faces this
So you
kind of
aren't
an
really
issue,
getting
is just
gypped.
gonna
Like, you're getting
know
gypped,
how to
but you're not
fix
getting
this, right?
gypped
Like,
shit.
I don't have faith in it. I don't. I get the feeling
You can access the internet.
We're gonna be here for 2 hours. Nothing's gonna get resolved. They're gonna have to escalate.
You're able to upload this video. You are jacked
and it's
in.
gonna
You are
be,
wired
I hope
in.
it's not weeks, because number one, I'm on my live. If this PC restarts or turns off, or if this internet resets, I might just lose connection and that's it. Now I can't stream at all. Right?
How do you
I'm
know
lucky
that?
I still
What is
have that
schizo
connection
theory?
working
Shut the
for some
fuck up.
odd reason. I don't even know how, but it is still working. But like I said, it's weird because it's like half
Maybe the PC
capacity.
is on
It
its
won't
last
load
legs
certain
because you
sites like
refuse to
YouTube.
turn
It
it
won't load
off.
YouTube in my Firefox.
What would he
browser.
do
Why?
if there's an
Obviously
outage, like an
something is up,
actual
something's going
full-blown
on.
power outage?
You know, we're in a situation where at a moment's notice things could fall apart, and this is my business.
Funniest
It's not
part
right.
is him having to
It's not
refuse
right
to
to be in
tech
this
come
position.
home today.
Who knows what's going on? No one seems to know. That's the
It's kind of haughty and kind of pretentious because, no, you can't fucking come today. It's like the one day out of the week where I don't want to deal with this shit. I have to call you today because I'm literally forced to, but I don't want you to come here today because I am a human-style creature and I have stuff to do. I have a life, and this is the one day out of the week where I don't want my business life to interfere with my private life. You understand? Right?
It's my one day off, and you need to come tomorrow. And no, I can't have my stupid fucking wife here alone with a black technician, who may or may not be black. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And no, I can't have her going out and do errands. I don't trust that bitch. She's gonna lose all her groceries in the parking lot.
Thing, you know, like we tried to figure it out. Did Comcast screw this up? I don't know. So
I don't know.
It's uncertain. Please, if
We gotta
you
put
can
our heads
support
together and
content right
figure
now
this
that I'm
out.
doing, there's
He
so
boots
many
up
ways
the
you can
figuring
support
it
my
out
content,
situation
watching it,
last night,
engaging with
and it's
it,
just them
doing a super
positing
thanks on an
nonsense
on-demand
schizo
video.
theories.
If you look at the
Hello,
description
Jesse.
of any of my videos
I'm
in the
playing
last several
spooky
months, there's
GBA
always a link for
Spyro,
a tip.
so
You
you're
can
here at the
send me a
perfect
tip
time.
if you want to help that way. Attend tomorrow, and let's hope for the best and see what happens on the live stream.
Please-
You know, and we'll go
Please
from
be
there.
sure to attend.
But, yeah,
No
I'm
guns.
already set back, and now there's potential that this week, this is a big release week with Alan Wake 2, and continuing with Spider-Man, and continuing with Mario, then now I'm not going to be able to do what I need to do, you know? What I'm going to do, like I said,
Oh
right
no,
now,
anything
I'm
but
gonna
Alan
plug
Wake
in
2.
this laptop over here to this 4G wireless device.
Why
and
Spyro
see if I
spooky?
can
You're
get
about
it
to find
kinda
out.
Working, so at least I can have like a normal stream tomorrow, but that's not a solution. It's we figure out what is the root cause of the problem, because it could.
See? I was right. I swear to God, I haven't seen this video in advance. I just read the Ann Leeds summary that he gave out. I was right. He cannot stand people were giving him short-term solutions last night, and they were begging him to play Mario. He's not that stupid. I know we want to say he's stupid because he is stupid, but he's not that stupid. Remember the Discord leaks? He's not an idiot. He sees this shit, and he mocks those dents behind the scenes. He saw all that shit. He was pretending like he couldn't do these short-term solutions. The problem with him is his autism he doesn't like to bend the knee to the short-term solutions. We need the long-term solution to fix the root cause of the problem, as he is about to say. He wants these issues felted to the point that it's just a distant memory. Like, he doesn't have to think about it again, because that's how this guy operates. Everything has to work all the time, and nothing can ever be broken. And if something is broken, the entire machine, like if one cog is fucked up, the whole machine has to stop. The whole assembly line comes to a stop. We must swap out this one cog. We can't just overlook it. It's like the caterpillar breaks one leg. All right, well, we gotta tear all the legs off the caterpillar and just fucking kill him. We can't just continue. We can't keep going. It's another symptom.
The whole thing could come down, right? All right, guys. So before I
Yeah, I
ramble
saw
on
that.
too
I'll drop.
long, thank you for watching. I'm out of here now. Like I said, I'm gonna upload this and I'm out the door.
Yeah, fuck it out.
spend
I have
the
a
day with
life,
my wife
idiot.
And do a
I'ma
bunch of
spend the day
appointments
with my
and other
wife.
things. And let's hope for the best. Fingers crossed. And let's see if tomorrow we can get this resolved. But hopefully, I'll still be able to get Alan Wake tomorrow. You know, we'll see. I have it installed. I'm ready to play. But we gotta see if we can get it working. All right. So thank you all. I appreciate everything. Have a good day, rest of today, and I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Peace out.
Hopefully. Like, this dude is not gonna boot up. Big ups hate__ army. By the way, it's 11:30 his time, and he hadn't left the house yet. Very busy guy, by the way. Probably woke up at what? 10, maybe? Doesn't he say he wakes up at 10 his time? Or 10 or 9? Maybe Jasper gets him up at 9. Ah, yes, Steve, 10 a.m. Wake up and a speedy breakfast and angry, belligerent 15-minute video. Then I'm rushing out the door, man. Maybe spend, what, 4 or 5 hours out and about. Come home at like 5 p.m. And it's like, okay, that's my day. I literally can't do anything else because it is now 5 p.m. It's too late to do anything because I'm 41 years old and 5 p.m. is just way too late to do anything else in a day. We now have to lounge around for the next 6 hours and then I can go to bed. Fucking ridiculous video. All right, that was that was my take on the internet video. Maybe we can clip that out and make that an expanded segment there. Hey, where did Spyro go? Oh, it's because I paused it. Ah, yes, back to Spyro chill. Maybe we'll watch other stuff. Come on, have another goal. Just reach the end in under 1 minute. You won't make it, but sure is fun watching. Woo! Boo! Alright, let's give it another try. Yeah, you know what? He is called Chill, isn't he? Chills. Oh no! Okay, we're good. No! I didn't know where the platform was. You made it! You weren't supposed to make it! Oh, my precious obstacle course is felted! I guess I'm not quite as brilliant as I thought. Well, a deal's a deal. Here's your Firefly, Spyro.
It's back to the drawing board for me.
Oh yeah, you can do that, can't you? I knew I was forgetting something that you could do in the game. Shit, I gotta backtrack. Backtracking... I remember charging all the time in this game when I first played it. Way back in the day as Billy Ding, because I would just charge everywhere. We can't just walk around, we just gotta charge all over the place. Now that I'm older, I recognize how dangerous the playstyle that is.
You captured Candle.
You caught the last Firefly on this level, Spyro. Ah yes, good work.
Hope you're enjoying that Firefly, Spyro.
Ooh, forget it. Thank you, Chills. But yes, Jezzy, I don't know if you played this one. I don't think you said you didn't have a GBA. This is basically PS1 Spyro in GBA form. If you want more Insomniac tier PS1 Spyro goodness, just get the GBA Spyro games. It's just more of that. It's the same thing for the GBA Crash games. They're pretty good. And like, look, you've never seen this level theme on PS1 Spyro.
It's completely new, never before seen.
Damn it. No, but this was the perfect pipeline for me. PS1 to GBA, and it plays like the PS1 games. Give me like 10 copies, man. But, Juzzy, this one gives out special lore. Ripto is back. The return of Ripto. He has stolen the dragon's fireflies, which gives them their flame breath ability. They can't just breathe fire just like that. That's too much. They need fucking fireflies. So they're the MacGuffin of the game. More GBA streams? Eventually. Like I said, this is a pilot episode. I may do a full playthrough of this game. It's not that long. Is Ripto the main baddie of the series? The most iconic and therefore the one that shows up a lot, yeah. No, Ripto stole dragonflies in the PS2 one. This one is fireflies, like actual bugs. The bugs give them their fire breath. In the first GBA game, you were rescuing the fairies. Because the fairies get magic or whatever. Without the magic, it's like, oh no, the lands have no magic. I forget what the third game was about. Like, Ripto came back again, and we had to, like, go on a quest for some reason. Yeah, no, not dragonflies, fireflies. We have new abilities, like a stronger charge move to destroy boulders. Whoa. We got the vases. We have, where is he? Where is he? Dude, where is he? I know he's here. We have Agent 9?
Spyro, I need to get this gate open so I can give those Rhinox a taste of some space monkey vengeance. Got any ideas?
Fucking, how much was it? 40 fireflies is ridiculous. Ah yes, you can reach things with the super flame breath that you can't reach with your normal breath. Wait, that was a typo. I think Agent 9 was always supposed to look like this, but they couldn't. His color was just off on the PS1 one. We got Candy Lane. And Sheila's also in this game. Let me look for her. Sheila's gameplay is suspicious. Believe it or not, this garbage gut is asking for more loot. You two wouldn't want to leave me with nothing, would you? Ah yes, Samir, 1,000 gems. We'll see you through this fine portal here. Now that's the spirit. There's nothing like a few gems to brighten up a day, is there? We'll show off the Sheila and Agent 9 levels. Big ups Riku Zephyr. We were playing the spooky level in this Spyro game as an obvious excuse to come back to this game. Blimey, those stirrers have covered the landing pads with rocks. If we don't clear them off soon, any landing rockets could meet with disaster. I jump at the chance to teach those Rhydocs a lesson. Alright, so this is Sheila's gameplay. Oh, it's just Sheila and Agent 9. Bentley and Sergeant Bird aren't in this one. In the next game, it's Spyro Attack of the Rhynocs. It's Agent 9 and Sergeant Bird. And then Sheila doesn't appear. Oh no, she does, but she's not playable. Look at this shit. It's Q-Bird. Yeah, it's Q-Bird. She's got the ground pound, she's got the high jump. Bentley was never playable in these GBA ones. He never got his turn in the sun. I thought these levels were pretty chill. A bit slower paced, but it's supposed to break up the action, come on. Bentley was the Yeti. The Yeti with the club. He did kind of have the most mid gameplay of the four helper characters. Alright, let's show off Agent 9's gameplay. There's also speedways as well. Speedways do exist, and Sparks levels exist too, and they're just like the ones in Spyro 3. I didn't have much trouble with the boxing matches in Spyro. You know what? If you were here last night, I did the boxing match in MediEvil II, and Carl was here. I spent maybe 7 or 8 tries on it. You get a maximum of 6 rounds, and I either got felted or got to 6 rounds and lost. But we eventually beat it. Sheila's got another level here. I think I need to do the Agent 9 level in the last world, so let me backtrack. You got 3 homeworlds, and they're all based off times of day. The time of day. Kind of like the inspiration that Spyro 2 and 3 had for their hub worlds. Spyro 2 had the seasons. Spyro 3 had the time of day. Where the fuck is the portal at? I guess I never thought about, hey, what if I need to go back to the other levels? Yeah, the strategy guide doesn't explain. It doesn't explain what to do. I mean, God, the strategy guide doesn't explain what to do. The game doesn't explain what to do. 50, by the way, 50 fireflies to go to the next world. What the hell? How's a kid gonna get 50 fireflies? It just tosses you in the boxing ring and you're just expected to know what to do. Like, it's redunculous. I even paused the game. I paused the game to look for the controls, and it was just the regular Dan controls. Nothing for the boxing segment. Be swift, Spyro. The dragon realms are fading. Yeah, they look really in peril here. All right, where's Agent 9 at? Oh, hey, here it is. Minty Minds. I like Agent 9's gameplay. The 100% requires at least 2 matches? Really? Look at this shit. We have the double jump. We got the weapon with limited ammo, so why the fuck did I just do that? We have the crouch. Look at this monkey. Yeah, this kind of remind me of Commander Keen, now that you mention it. It gets way harder the second match, too. He was already hard for me on the first match. Motherfuckers look like the dudes from Monsters, Inc. You don't have Spark Switch it here, you just have the shield on the bottom. You got like the Holy Cross shield. Good music for this level too, like I'm fucking jamming, what the hell? Big ups, Frank 3 Castle. Welcome to, I was playing a spooky haunted level in GBA Spyro, but then I got kind of carried away. Don't worry, we're gonna play an actual spooky game in a second. Yeah, they got it's the real sounds. They got everything correct, Jesse. Like I'm telling you, Jesse, it's more of the PS1 goodness, just on a Nintendo handheld. A completely unique plot, unique levels, unique different character systems with Agent 9 and Sheila here. Speedways, bosses. Oh, I hit the checkpoint. I want to look for the upgrade. I want to show off the... You can upgrade your weapon. Pretty sure there's one for this level. Can I not go in? Okay. Here it is. Now we're talking, man. I love the sprite work too. Like, look at the background. The background is like it could be more of the level. Look at this shit. You don't have it for too long though. We're going fucking bananas tonight, man. Does he never shoot when he's ducking? Hey, this was back when Digital Eclipse was making good games. Unlike smelly Street Fighter Anniversary collections and Disney Anniversary collections, and that's basically all they do now, huh? They need to remaster these and charge $40 for them. Oh, that guy's got grenades. All right, we got it. Oh shit! Okay, I got the Firefly. Let me go. Oh, that's one gem there. Can I get it? And then you get a shot of Agent 9 flying in the air. How is he flying? Big ups, Arcadius. I'm doing great. Hello, sir. What does he say?
Whoa, that's a tough fight in there, but I'm more than ready for some more action. Say the word, and I'll head back in there.
9 sections inspired by Of course I know that. I love fucking Spyro. How would I not know that? Do you know who you're speaking to, sir? Look at these fireflies. 37, 36, 27? Dude, this game goes on forever. They got it Spyro 3 style. In this level, they steal sound effects from Crash Bandicoot. The boogabada. Alright, but I just wanted to show this off because I know people in this chat love Spyro like Juzzy, and yet they have never seen the GBA Spyro games. And now they have, and we are obviously gonna get the Juzzy 51 Spyro GBA playthroughs sometime this century. Okay, we're gonna switch to the next game. Actually, the next game is also a Digital Eclipse classic. However, I've never played it, so this will be a learning experience for not only you, but also me. It was actually advertised in the inserts for this game, I believe. Let's go ahead and see if I can't set this up. Okay, the next game for Dingerween is none other than a little known game, also by Digital Eclipse. They spammed the hell out of this game when it was coming out. I saw AdWords for this in at least 3 GBA games I own. It was like the back of the manual. Oh my god, you gotta play this. I never got it. This is new, but it is an actual spooky game. But it is still a dingus game. Let's see. We're gonna play... We're gonna play Monster Force. No, it's too late, Shroom. You missed that segment. Rewind the stream. But hello, Shroom. No, we're not playing Disney's Kim Possible. Welcome in, Shroom. I was playing a scary, spooky, scary skeletons level in Spyro GBA. But it's Spyro GBA, so it didn't last long. And then I watched the DSP video, because I hadn't watched it yet. Alright, but this is by Digital Eclipse. They made it while they were making the Spyro GBA games. So this is where all that Spyro money was going. Let's see how it is. Welcome, I'm Igor, a robotic guide and shopkeeper. I have quite a story to tell you. Then, I'll be here to help you on your journey. One dark and stormy night in Monsterland, 3 young monsters set out for an evening of fun. Their beloved creator and boss, Dr. Victor Frankenstein, stayed in the lab to put the finishing touches on his latest experiment. Dr. Victor couldn't wait to complete his project, as he had high hopes it would help the world outside of Monsterland understand his special creatures. Now, I know Digital Eclipse didn't make the Crash GBA games. Those were by Vicarious Visions. And then they ended up making the remakes, which was pretty cool. Dr. Victor thought that once the world saw how kind the monsters were, he and his brother Dr. Percy could return from Monsterland without having to fear the ignorance and hatred of the mobs that drove them to seclusion. But that night in the lab, there was a shadow and a crash, and the young monsters returned to find the laboratory destroyed and Dr. Victor missing. Frank, Drac, and Wolfie set off to seek the help of Dr. Percy and to find Dr. Victor. Oh shit, I got a character select? Who do I play as? Okay, we got Wolfie, we have Drac, and we have... we have Frank. Who are we playing as? We're playing as Frank? Okay, we're playing as Frank. I don't know what the bars at the bottom are. Heart, electricity, and speed? I think that's supposed to be a guy running. Oh, you want me to play as the slowest character? You want me to say I'm gonna play as Frank, and Frank is pretty slow? Like, that's an objective statement, me saying Frank is a slow person, thanks to this game. But it seems like Frank is quite the tank. He has a lot of power, too. Yeah, he's just pretty slow. Why wouldn't I play as Frank?
We can go outside, baby boy.
Thank you for the GPM shuffle. Welcome to Spooky Cemetery. Atom quota. Collect 4,000 atoms. Time bonus finish under 3 minutes. Oh god, what am I doing? Okay, press the B button to shoot. Pumpkins can be destroyed by shooting them. Give it a try. Why is Igor a robot? I really feel like I'm some sort of... Is this like the Halloween Sentai? You know, it's Monster Force. What do I do with this pumpkin? I'm already lost. What? I just did something. Okay, you run with A. The A button. E for the bats. Or, I thought they were bats. They're projectiles. Bolts of lightning. You can charge it up. Wow. Oh, come on. Yeah, I saw so many adverts for this game on the back of a lot of GBA games I own. And I just never picked it. It didn't look too interesting. It was too scary for me. No, I actually didn't play this one, Coggers. Some pumpkins and enemies require a stronger shot. Destroy these by holding down the B button to fire a force combo. What do I do with the ones that have one on them? I destroyed one earlier. Oh, is that for the... Okay, the stronger ones require the charge. Yeah. If they reviewed it 3 months before it came out, were they holding it back for Halloween? Enemies destroyed with the force combo will drop valuable atoms. Atoms can be used to purchase tools and relics. This reminds me of a Cartoon Network game I played on browser back in the day. Like trick-or-treating and stuff. It had the same kind of isometric perspective. Or over the top, you know what I mean. The force combo can damage multiple enemies or pumpkins. Line up your attack to increase the number of atoms you can earn. Maybe they wanted to get ahead of the Halloween season, because, I mean, Halloween is only one... It's not like Christmas season. Halloween is just one day. I mean, Christmas, you got, like, 2 days and all the hype and build-up, and 100 bits from Shroom Dukem. Big up Shroom Dukem, the 100 bits. Do you also trick-or-treat until you were 21? No. No, I can safely and confidently say I have not. I think the last couple of times I went trick-or-treating was with my nieces when they were younger. I'm like, young? They don't even do it now. Fucking suck. But I wasn't dressed up. I was kind of just, you know, we're taking them around to the white people neighborhood. The rich white people neighborhood. When I was still at the old store, I would put out a bowl of candy for customers coming in. I would kind of decorate it and put up like a little display. That's like me giving out candy. That's not me trick-or-treating. Thank you, Shroom Dukem, the 100 bits. Pumpkins can contain tools like health and bombs. When you find a new tool, press start to look at it in the pause menu. Derek's still out there dugging it and loving it, trick-or-treating with his friends. If you live in Derek's area, just keep an eye out. You know what? If this had a few more enemies, and maybe not the big level layout setup, it's kind of like Smash TV. Big ups Phoenix Tigerzard. Press the L button to cycle through your inventory. Press the R button to activate the tool selected. We're just playing random spooky games. Dingus style spooky games, Phoenix Tiger. Finally get to see what this game's like after years of seeing advertisements for it. But they were really pushing for it. Like they thought this would be the next big thing. Feeling the Halloween vibes.
You fucking know it, man.
Wanted me to get 4,000 atoms? I only got 1,400. I think I've been in the level for a minute. Monster House on a DS? I didn't even know that had a game release. To get a console version, is that like a survival horror? Oh man, watch out for the Monster House. Can I push that?
You guys are loving the content, right?
You've reached the level exit. Get to the exit quickly to receive the time bonus. I don't think I got the time bonus. Oh, big ups, Frank. No time bonus. A bronze record. We're too dented. We're not fast enough.
Ah yes, welcome to my store.
To drop unwanted items from your inventory, press select. Press the B button to exit. Got a level 1 health. Got the bomb. Small amount of health. Oh, 2 health pickups. 2 bombs and 2 health. Well, oh shit. I like we get the bomb. I like the necessary items to buy the. Oh, it's 2,000. God damn it. Is this what? He's supposed to help me. Why is he charging me for the cool stuff? I know what Monster House the movie is. I just said what genre is the game. Let's make you more powerful while you hold them in your inventory. They can raise your shot powers and health points. Alright, continue through the spooky cemetery. 4,000 atoms and finish under 4 minutes. Mr. Dukeem stream. I'm gonna have to take it to court for that, Jesse. Kangaroo court, specifically. Turn on the switch to open the gate. Some switches are on timers. Oh man, I should have been paying attention to him. What did he say? What did he say about the magic switch? I actually was not paying attention. Did I activate it? Or did I act like I did? The B button 3 times to fire a triple shot. This shot is great for destroying enemies like metal pumpkins. I mean, it's not anything special, it's just me firing the normal shot 3 times, but they gave it a cool name. Now, to be fair, Eddie B, I did pick the slowest character. Maybe you pick Wolfie, you just run around and hack and slash stuff. I could run, I just choose not to. Like, here, I'm running. You just run into walls more often. You have too many inventory items and want to get rid of some, press select to drop the displayed item. What if you had pressed select before he told you what select did? Would have been getting rid of items without even knowing about it. But a Zelda Monster House game. I guess I could see it working. If you're walking around the house and like the house is ginormous and it's alive, you can twist up all the rooms and change the layout because it's alive, a living house. SNES style gameplay is fun and all, but on a system that has already a dozen or so SNES ports, Monster Force is likely to get lost in the crowd. I think that did end up being the case. By combining shot power-ups to destroy enemies from a safe distance. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything special that I haven't seen before. I could see, like, what's that game? Zombies Ate My Neighbors? I'm kind of reminded of that. I think this was 2002? Yeah, you said 2002, didn't you? The GBA was on top back then, around that time. It's still fresh. Oh, I don't want to lose the items. Oh, I lost that one. You thought this was Zombies Ate My Neighbors? I saw Gondola playing that the other day. Big ups Egg 1738. Dingerween continues. I took a look at the guy's video earlier, so don't worry. I don't have to subject you to it. You're here after that segment. My thoughts have not changed since then. Why is the green guy shooting blue sperm at pumpkins? His name is Frank, sir. Frank is shooting his sperm out at all the pumpkins. Oh, no time bonus? 11 seconds over? I should have been running faster. Big ups, Billy. The day the Earth blew up. A Looney Tunes movie. It will be the first ever fully animated Looney Tunes feature-length movie created for a movie theater-style audience. Wow, and it's 2D. Hopefully they don't fuck with us and make it CGI at the last second. Why is Frank jizzing on the pumpkins again? Because this is Monster Force. They're like a Sentai group of Halloween characters. And they gotta pay for their gadgets. Magnet shot. I can't afford it. God damn it. Why does everything cost so much in this game? Your skills are being tested. You have 65 seconds to reach the exit. The Atom quota, 50. Time bonus, under 1 minute. Oh shit. Hold the A button until you, while you're moving and dash. I already knew that. Wait, you already knew that? I did already know that. Oh no, I'm already under time. What's going on? Where am I? I hit the switch. Where do I go? What? Oh. God, I'm dented. Why did I pick the slowest character for this? Oh yeah, because he's named literally Frank Castle. I got 8 seconds. We're done. We're felted. We can't beat this. What? trial loss. No. Destroy the shadow creature. Time bonus under 1 minute and 30 seconds. The hell is that? Oh, I can hear the Spyro influence. Like the same composer for the Spyro GBA games during the music for this one. Alright, so we got the giant Sentai fight, but why don't we have a giant robot? Yeah, this shit wasn't competing with Metroid. It was not even in competition, if that's the case. Yeah, I can't wait for IGN to say, oh, we have too many SNES ports when it comes to Link to the fucking Past.
Good evening, Expand Dong.
Oh, hello, Hate Army. Search the abandoned village. The Atom quota 4,000. Time bonus under 5 minutes. All right, we'll do this one and then we'll switch. It's kind of it's all right, but it ain't the best thing since sliced bread, you know. I'm like the guy over here. Okay, we know what the game is about. I think we've seen enough. I'm sure I probably would have liked this as a little Billy Dingus. This was their passion project. This is what they actually wanted to make. They didn't want to make Spyro GBA games. They wanted to make Monster Force. Monster Force was supposed to be the next big thing. They were gonna have they were gonna make TV shows, cereal deals, baseball cards, promotions at McDonald's, surely. Sadly, no one wanted to play as a slow guy named Frank. The game is pain. Ew. Yeah, plushies. We're gonna have Frank Castle plushies, Wolfie plushies. Furries would have been all over the Wolfie merchandise. It wasn't meant to be, Goob. If this is your original IP, you deserve to go back to Kim Possible Minds. You deserve to do nothing but make fucking anniversary ROM collections for the rest of your worthless, miserable existence. If this was their original IP, they should have made it a little bit more unique. It is kind of just universal monsters, but they're like kids, stylized kids, and they're fighting crime. And they're just fighting. It's like the AVGN joke, Boo Haunted House. You're like universal monsters, but you're kids, your kid versions. Fucking Werewolf Jr., Frankenstein Jr., the Werewolf Jr., and you're just fighting Halloween pumpkin things. Boo Haunted House. Oh, it's a Halloween game. Let's have you open up pumpkins. The first boss is a black guy. Well, I mean, a black monster. Oh, technically, literally a black colored monster. No. I'll shut up. Dude, look, I can't get the thing. I'm humping the wall. I'm humping the wall and nothing is occurring. You know, he kind of humps to shoot his projectile too. Look, he has to air. You know, Ann was right. You air hump and shoot out sperm. I'm drinking Hulk Hogan sperm. And it's not like I glitched that either. I just opened the chest and the power-up phased into the wall. Oh, God. Oh, I used up my magnet shot earlier. The charge ruins the flow of the game. Yeah, I'm relying on the charge. It feels like I have to use the charge already. I think the game assumes I should have upgraded the normal shot by now, but I'm not getting the time bonuses, and that enemy was stuck in the wall. GTA Advance? I always wanted to play that one, but I never did. That was the you'd think that would be the deepest GTA game versus GTA 2, but no. It wasn't meant to be. I didn't play that one. GTA Chinatown was lit. That's what I ended up hearing. Oh shit, I can't touch the water. Why? When Chinatown was coming out, they were like, oh my god, GTA on a Nintendo console, that's never been done before. Except GTA Advance and GTA 2 on Game Boy Color. Look, IGN just needed their easy headline. And they kind of did it again with the definitive edition on Switch. They were like, oh my god, GTA on Switch. They never fucking did that before. Ever. Literally in the history of ever, and I died. I have the health power up too. Oh, don't shoot when it's got the X out? Interesting mechanic. We're switching it up. Def Jr. Dude, I forgot all about that game. They were trying to make a franchise out of that. I think they got like 3 games out of it. I would get Def Jr. mixed up with MediEvil. Yeah, wasn't I playing Def Jr. back then? No, it was actually a MediEvil game. That was a series where I think the first game did kind of well for, you know, what they were going for. And then the sequels kind of tried to recapture the same magic, and they didn't really capture that magic. Like, the sequels progressively did worse. But that's just from what that's what I took away from it. I didn't actually play the games. The science fair of doom. They were trying to capture the Invader Zim audience. Even the water sprites. Look, it's happening again. I'm humping the wall. But even the water sprites feel like they were taken from Spyro on GBA and just recolored. Shy Guy pumpkin art? I've always had it. I think I saved it years ago. I couldn't tell you where I got it from. It's always been in the Mario art folder. Hello, Pim Pam. You're here at the perfect time. We're playing Monster Force. It's a game about kids that they're universal monsters, but they're kids and they fight crime. It's average at best for a GBA game. It's by the Spyro GBA developers, which I was just playing earlier before this. I gotta say, I think their Spyro games are a little bit better. It's not bad, but it's one of those games that's just kind of average. But, like, aggressively average. Hey, P5 It's a good-looking GBA game, though. Yeah, it looks alright. You know, it looks like they got... like they put 3D model in the game. Well, what's the process when you get a 3D model in a game and then you have it looking like a spray? Well, it is a spray, but you know what I mean. They did that. Like what Donkey Kong did. I could probably do DS and PSP games without trouble. Did Def Jr. never get ported? We never saw like Def Jr. remastered. That seems like an easy middleware sell. Come on, that doesn't exist yet. Yeah, DS emulation, I'd probably have to make a whole new overlay for. Like, I know Tevin's got a 3DS overlay. I'd probably have to make something. DS, I'm kind of like schizo about, because it's like I could just pay $400 to put a capture card on the 3DS. Why pirate, doob? No, sadly, I don't got my PSP no more. Y'all know the story. The janitor. We're not gonna talk about the Janny. PSP being easier than DS kind of rocks my world. You think it would be the other way around. Wait, where's the exit? I just went back in a circle. Now wait a minute. Man, no! Oh shit, okay. I just have to backtrack. Thing is, what the fuck would I play on the PSP? Well, I mean, JC is about to yell a book report at me. The PSP has a lot of JC style games, but I can't imagine like Dingus style games on the PSP that are worth going back to. Ah, yes, we're gonna boot up the Mod Nation Racers stream. Oh, Daxter? Oh, you know what? They were porting so many PSP games to PS2, and Daxter never got ported. Thing is, I own Daxter too. Is that Ratchet and Clank PSP game? That Clank PSP game without Ratchet? What else do I have? I got the Parappa PSP game. Oh, Ape Escape remake on the PSP. Goon's favorite game, Birth by Sleep. Little Big Planet. I have Disney Pixar's Up for some reason. Don't ask. There's obviously a niece Dingus game. Oh, yeah, my PSP collection sucks. Holy shit. Ape Escape PSP, you fucking dare? Didn't that version's on PS5 now too? Think of Strength 3 Castle redeem, Relove Dingus redeem for 550 points. Wouldn't that be kind of narcissistic? You know, now that I don't have Chrome running and I'm running the playlist off the phone, do you notice how I have not gotten a single MSI encoding overloaded error, and all the mix it up stuff is running slowdown free? Huh, interesting. Is Chrome's fault? Don't remember the PPSP being heavy on power, then again I use it on smartphone. Fucking everything works on a phone, man. What qualifies as a Dingus style game? It's kind of a mystery. But I think it's easy to say cartoony, quirky, weird. I think those would be the descriptors, the terms you would use. Platformer, RPG, tactical situation. Just, you would look at that and say, hey, that's probably a game Dingus would like. GTA Vice City Stories is weird, has extra content on PS2. They would sometimes do that with the PSPs getting ported to PS2. The PS2 version would have more content. Twisted Metal on PSP, when it got ported to PS2, had that, or the PS2 version had more content. Sometimes it would be the opposite, like when the Ratchet games got ported, they would be uglier on PS2 and have less content, and like they took away the multiplayer modes. And there's that Jack and Daxter PSP game that wasn't Daxter. We don't talk about that one. Thank you, Frank. I saw JC was playing through Liberty City Stories, but he did the PS2 version, and you could kind of see the issues with the PS2 version compared to PSP. And like how do you port a PSP game to PS2 and it looks worse? Final Fantasy Tactics games on PSP, that can be a dingus game. I haven't played any of the Final Fantasy Tactics games. UNFW has told me to play them, but I think he told me to do the GBA one, because it's not all, they're not all the same. That's not a port of the GBA one, is it? It's a completely different one. That's why Dinger won't marathon the series. I finished Jak 3 on stream. It wasn't a full playthrough, but I did it. And eventually we'll get back to Jak X. The port of the PS1 game? I thought there were multiple tactics games, so it's all just ports of the same PS1 game? Me, I'm mixing it up with a different series. Alright, I did say we would just do small games for today, so we're gonna set up the next one. Maybe we'll do like a level or two in MediEvil II. In the meantime, I need to get the next emulator started. Oh, okay, this is in the quote-unquote news. Nintendo clearly hates tournaments and wants them dead. You may have seen this controversy. DSP may talk about this tomorrow, when he's not crying about his internet. Hopefully the internet makes him forget about this. But there was an announcement. Nintendo has new guidelines. If you want to run a Super Smash Bros. Tournament at your local high school, and even if it's all money to be raised for charity, you need to get a Kinda Sav re-up for Tier 1 for 15 months. And she says, hello, Swollen Dingus. Hope you're having a great night. Thank you, Sab. We're playing spooky, weird Dingus-style games. I watched DSP's annoying video he put out. We played Spyro GBA, a spooky level in that game. And I was trying out Monster Force for the first time. Bunch of stupid-ass Halloween monster, universal monster, but they're kids and they fight crime. It's aggressively mid. Now I'm gonna switch to one more game. We'll do a little bit of MediEvil II. But we're gonna put on this video. That's not true! Shroom Dukem! Big up Shroom Dukem. Maybe it's you! Re-up in 13 months at Tier 1, motherfucker. And they say, Little B review, Little B fam. What? Mr. Pun! The hype train! Big ups Mr. Pun, the gifted Tier 1 to Parker Saint. Oh, wow, a hype train, guys? And a video redeemed from D Juzzy51. Garfield Game Boy? Wait, there was a Game Boy Garfield game, wasn't there? There's another one I wanted to do. Big up Soccer Saber for the bananas. There was a Garfield game I wanted to do. It's actually in line with the demon for this week. Well, two, technically. I don't want to spoil it. I've said too much already. Alternate reality Garfield game. Oh, it's not real? Oh, my bad. Alright, well, we gotta watch the Muppet video first. And, we'll fire that up next. What? Big up Shroom Dukeem with the 100 bits. I was gonna rate Digger tonight, but Little B was live, so I tried to Grinch a follow from him, but he was in gamer mode? Ain't that the second time you got felted by Little B? Hey, I got the Little B follow. And I didn't even raid him. I think I was a part of your raid. Or was it someone else? He followed Boxtion. Yeah, big ups Boxtion. Big ups Swole. I gave you the follow, Swole. Want to get followed by Little B? Usually, Sav, all you have to do is raid Little B and he'll click your name and follow. But sometimes the RNG doesn't work out, like in Shroom's case. Shroom raided him twice and still doesn't have to follow. No, it's literally a free follow. You know how valuable those are? They make me smile when I look at my stats.
This video was brought to you by Magic Spoon.
Oh,
As though I
great.
didn't have enough reason to love Magic Spoon and their delicious cereal, now they've got a brand new
Alright, we're gonna
product,
hear about
Magic
what's
Spoon
the deal with
Treats. This is the
Nintendo
tastiness
tournaments.
of their other products in a convenient bar form. Of course, that makes these treats perfect. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! Nintendo did a bad. Oh, yep. It's one of those.
Okay, he's gonna cap for Nintendo 100%. Oh, it's not that bad, you guys. Basically, you gotta go through like a bunch of contracts if you want to hold an official tournament now, or you're gonna be in big trouble. And people are saying, oh, this is bad for Smash. Smash is over. Smash is dead. Fuck Nintendo. We hate Nintendo now. But the Muppet is gonna cope, I think.
Videos. One of those days. Everybody
Oh, I
talking
remember
about
when
all the
Switch had a
amazing
friends
games
list.
coming out this year.
And Jesse was
Mario
on my
Wonder,
friends
it's the best
list.
thing ever. You know, nope. Back to business. Gotta get back to it today. Nintendo done it bad. Now, it is no secret that Nintendo does not have the best relationship with its fans when it comes to certain topics.
They don't need to. They're
And
just gonna
one of
buy the
those
next
topics
Mario
is
anyway, and they're
tournaments.
gonna
That
like it.
relationship has been a bit rocky, let's just say that. This is because a tournament is something that fans can do on their own. This is something that pertains to Nintendo games often, but they are taking
Oh yeah, we're not
that
allowed to do that.
entertainment and making their
We gotta
own
pay Nintendo
entertainment
for
out of it,
everything.
and that is what Nintendo does not like. Nintendo wants to have absolute control over how we enjoy their stuff. They don't
mean,
like
it's
the
their
idea
fucking
of us
IP, man.
taking
Come
it
on.
into our own hands. This is unfortunately one of those old-fashioned attitude things. You know, Nintendo has made great strides in better understanding the fans and all that stuff, letting the younger
I hate this
people at
map
the
in
company
Splatoon
make
3.
decisions and
By the
make
way,
games and all
Splatoon
that,
3
but
Halloween
you still-
situation tomorrow
you
with
still get
Ann
stuff like
and
this.
the
There are
boys
still
and Revy,
certain
I
areas
think,
where they are just
and other
so
people.
so frustrating.
It's been forever since the last
so
Splatoon
long story
stream.
short, Nintendo updated their guidelines for
Alright, check
running
this out.
tournaments.
Look at
They
this.
laid out a
Look
big
at this,
old
the
list
book
of
report.
rules that you got to follow if you want to run a tournament where people
I
are
don't think
playing
so, man.
Nintendo games. I'm not going to
Look
go
at
into
it,
all
keeps
the little
going.
details. There's
It's
a
like
really
a
great
Fire
video
Emblem
over at
Heroes
Good Vibes
trailer.
Gaming where Steve runs down the entire list of all the rules and talks
Nintendo
about
is
them. Go watch that if
killing
you want a pretty
tournaments.
detailed look. The gist of it, though, if you want it all kind of summed up into one neat little package, it's no.
Hey, the guys here, Good Vibes, they're the former co-hosts of Game Explain. They left Game Explain because Andre the Cuck over there refused to pay him a living fucking wage. It's pretty funny. Now Andre has like 10 other co-hosts that nobody
gist
likes
of
or
it,
cares
though,
about.
If you want it all kind of summed up into one neat little package, it's no fun allowed. It's stop having
I'm gonna be on
fun,
Team Zombie.
please.
I think that's
It's
the Team
don't
Shiver's
do
on. We
tournaments
usually do Team Shiver all the
anymore.
time,
That
and
feels
we
to me what
help her
Nintendo
win.
is trying to communicate.
Sometimes
It
Raven
feels
is with
like they
us, and
are
sometimes he's
essentially
not.
trying to kill tournaments.
When Raven's
trying
on
to
our
kill
team, he acts
anything
like we're gonna
but
lose.
the
And when he's not on our
biggest,
team, he
most
acts like he's gonna
perfectly
win.
licensed
And then we
sanctioned
always end
events
up
that
beating
they have a
Raven when he's
hand
not on
in,
our team.
Or the smallest, most casual events where it's really just a bunch of friends getting together. Anything in between those two,
Some
they
good Donkey
do not
Kong
like.
music.
There are so many restrictions, so many hard caps on everything. And like really the biggest thing here is that they don't want anyone making money at all in any way.
You're
They
not
don't want anyone
allowed.
to have even 1 cent of profit from a tournament.
I
And here's the
blame
thing, you know,
Evo.
I think there may be
Remember,
some
Sony
people
bought
listening to this right
Evo.
now who are thinking,
Smash
oh,
was
I mean, that
doing
makes
fine
sense.
at Evo.
Nintendo made these games. That no one should be profiting from them, but that is an overly simplistic way of looking at this. This is the thing about tournaments. Here's the thing about tournaments.
Thank you for the
as
hype
with
train,
many
guys.
things,
Level 2.
As with like, you know,
3
like YouTube and streaming and all that
subs,
stuff.
100 bits.
This is something that Nintendo
$0
doesn't
of the
like,
hype chats that I'm
but
not allowed to get.
helps them tremendously. Literally only benefits
Smash
them.
was
And
the
they
number
came
1
around
game at
when
Evo.
it came to the YouTube. They eventually realized that was only helping them, and they were only
Obviously, it
hurting
wouldn't be
themselves
number 1 these
by
days with
trying
fucking Street
to
Fighter
stop
6,
us
but It
They still feel
was
this
when
way
it
about
existed at
tournaments.
Evo.
Tournaments, they just spread the word of Nintendo. They just get people playing Nintendo, and all these people, they already own these games. They're already Nintendo fans. They're already spending money. There's really no need to stop them. And a lot of tournaments only exist because people can make money from them.
All they want is
literally
fucking money.
enables them to run the tournament. Here's the thing about making money. Making money is not just profit. If you say, oh, I did a tournament and I made money, you could have
can't
just
help
made
it, I
enough
need
money to
money.
pay yourself for the time to do the tournament, to run it in the first place. You know what I mean? This is not like people like money grubbing, like,
Oh, remember
how much can I
ARMS?
make from
Holy
this? This
shit.
is like,
Where's the
I
sequel to this
can't
shit?
do this unless I can get
I would
something
climb to
from it,
Diamond in
unless
this
I can
game.
be paid somewhat for my time. And that's the problem with insisting that no one can make any money. People making money on tournaments is one of the reasons
Help me out with my
that
exercise
tournaments
art.
exist at all, that we have tournaments. And it's funny because these guidelines, they covered all their bases. I don't think there are any loopholes here that I can see. It's like, hey, you don't make money on a tournament. You can't charge spectators. You can't charge people just to watch the tournament. Okay, well then we'll just I don't know, we can still charge an entry fee. There's a hard cap on entry fees. It's up to $20 per person, period. Done. You can't go any higher than that. Future Arlo inserting a quick note here. You can charge spectators, but there's also a hard cap on that amount, and the money can only go toward event costs and not prizes, meaning that prizes have to come out of pocket, meaning it's even harder to pay for the prize pool. Oh, that's okay. Well, there's always sponsors, right? We can always just get the event sponsored. No
sponsors are allowed,
You're
not allowed.
What do you mean I'm not allowed?
Wait a minute, that's base.
How can you stop me from just somebody saying, "Hey, you're doing an event"?
Yeah, I got
Put
some
this
RC
sign
too,
on the wall,
but,
and I'll give you $10.
We're not drinking
allowed.
RC on stream just yet.
Not allowed. Okay, well, if we can't be
And some
sponsored,
Dollar
and we
General
can only charge
citrus
$20,
spritz, which you don't even.
entry,
I don't even know if they
then
have
we'll
that in
just make sure to
Canada.
have a lot of entries, a lot of people entering. No hard cap. 200 people in person, 300 people online.
Now what's wrong with this? Is the DSP method. We're not we're crowd funded. We got no sponsors. We don't rely on shilling. We're just being real. You know, we got a hard cap on everything. We only rely on the participants for the support. This is great. I thought Nintendo fans would be all over this.
That's it. That's how big your tournament
Now
is.
Dave's gonna cry
allowed
about
to
this
be.
tomorrow.
Oh,
Nintendo,
okay,
Nintendo,
okay,
Nintendo,
so, okay.
blah blah
We
blah.
only have 200 people at
Amiibos.
this.
You
We
bought
can't-
it.
Can't be sponsored. Hard at $20. You know what? That's fine. We'll just sell drinks. We'll sell drinks and snacks. Nope.
I actually didn't watch this.
Big up Shroom Dude team on the lurk.
You cannot sell merchandise.
Can't even sell
at
food.
the event. You see,
You can't even
the
sell
problem
Genshin
here.
Impact
They
trinkets
don't want
at
these
the
events
artist alley.
to happen at all. They want to
Thank you, I feel
kill
Uzi.
tournaments, and this will kill a lot of tournaments. Just kill them dead. There's other stuff too. Like I said, there's loads of articles and videos about all this. I'm not going into all of it, but there's like one thing about how nobody can use third-party stuff. And as people have pointed out,
Let me guess,
sometimes
cool third-party
stuff
stuff
is an
like
accessibility thing that allows people to do
third-party
the
stuff
tournament
would
and to
improve
play
the
games at
game
all.
and
Nope,
I
not
don't know,
allowed.
just
Yes,
they don't
can't
want you
included.
mixing up
And it just-
third-party
it goes
stuff
on
with
and on like this.
Nintendo stuff.
All these little limitations, all of this. This is baloney. It's just a lot of baloney. They just don't want tournaments to happen anymore. And there are ways you can get around some of these guidelines. I think you can do officially sanctioned tournaments, but then you have to have a license. And
The Game Explained stuff was unrelated. I just brought it up as a tangent because he brought him up. He has collabed with the Game Explained people, but they're not. He was never part of that officially.
Nintendo makes it extremely difficult to actually run a licensed event. You know why? Because they don't want you to. They do not want you to do it. They don't like people playing their games in the way that they don't like and that they can't control. Now here's the thing. We're going to give Nintendo at least the smallest, tiniest.
All right, let me
little
wait for a second. I gotta get the game ready and also possibly do other stuff.
Will create guidelines for
gonna listen to the stream on my phone.
really unnecessarily strict, even though they don't necessarily plan on enforcing all of these guidelines. Sometimes they will say that there are very strict rules just so they have the key to shut down any event that they don't like. Maybe they don't actually plan on enforcing all of this. They don't have like this special task force that goes out, this strike team, like finds tournaments. It's like, hey, how much are you charging? Oh, you're selling chips over there. Like, that's probably not gonna happen. But as long as they have all of these guidelines in place, it means that like if something comes up that does seem problematic, then they have a lot of reasons to pull the plug. They can basically shut down anybody and just say, oops, sorry, you broke the guidelines. Whoops. And that makes this like a granule, a speck of sand amount easier to swallow, because it could mean that they're not necessarily doing this in a very, very out of touch, hateful kind of way. You know, maybe they don't hate tournament people that much. They're doing this just to cover themselves legally. But that doesn't help that much because, like, one, they're still giving us these guidelines and it's still making them look like huge jerks. You know, it's still really further harming their relationship with a lot of their fans. And it is going to prevent a lot of tournaments. There are a lot of people out there who are like, I'm not gonna mess with this. I'm not gonna mess with Nintendo. I'm not gonna try to do an underground tournament. I'm not gonna just try to do it and hope that they don't intervene. I am sure that this will successfully shut down the vast majority of tournaments where people play Nintendo games. And that's so sad. That's so incredibly sad. And we could go on and on all day about how ridiculous this is and how out of touch Nintendo is, but whatever. I'm done. I said my bit. It's just absurd. It's really, really absurd. Tournaments only help Nintendo. Tournaments are such an incredibly important thing in the community. Another thing that some people have pointed out is that, like, oh, well, there's other big companies who have restrictive guidelines.
Ah, yes,
like
I
this.
am existing
I don't know
once
enough
again.
about the guidelines of
Oh,
all the
hello,
other
I'm still here.
companies to know that.
I'm back.
If that is true, then
I
it
got
does
some tasty
lend
water.
some weight to the idea that this is all just kind of like a legal safety net for them, I guess. But I don't know enough about other companies and their policies to really get into that because this is not a comprehensive video. I will leave you with one more thing, though. One more thing. This is something that Steve pointed out in the video I was talking about. All of these guidelines, all of these super hard restrictions. There's one other little thing that they threw in there. They basically also threw in one little clause that says, you gotta follow all these rules or we will pull the plug, or we could pull the plug on any event that we think is inappropriate. They just say that.
Whoa, that's toxic.
Even if you are following the rules, if we just think this is bad, we just think this is inappropriate, we'll pull the plug on that too. So they're giving themselves the ability to pull the plug on anything. Even if you do follow every single ridiculous rule, they can still, if they want to, just be like,
Testing the game
sorry,
behind the scenes. I gotta make sure it
we're
works.
not gonna give you a reason. We're just gonna shut you down. We just don't like you. And that is gross. And stupid. I'm just gonna come out and say it.
Gross and
I think this is
stupid. Are you
stupid.
five,
What do
Mr.
you
Muppet
think
Man?
about this? You let us know down in the comments. Come on, Nintendo. Come on, Nintendo.
Oh, come
Get it together.
on.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go back to playing Mario Wonder and paying for a Nintendo Switch Online membership.
Get it? Get it? Cause he's a shill? He doesn't say it like DSP does he? Alright, Jesse video while I attempt to get the emulator working. Garfield Game Boy Complete by Lumpy Touch, whoever that is. Music Institute for the Mentally Unwell. It's supposed to be a Garfield game. 2 weeks before the incident. Hey! Is anybody there? Something bad is going to happen. That Lyman? Guy from Scary Scavenger Hunt game? Oh god. I've seen it. Bullets won't work.
I require lasagna. Mushroom cloud. This is too scary, you guys. Clock tower. What? Hello, John. I cannot allow you to leave.
Now we're Super Mario 64 now? Hello, Odie. Look at him go. Oh, God. Odie, no! Odie? Smoking his pipe allows John to save the game. Smoke as often as possible. John, I can smell you. Oh man, the emulator's completely messed up. I gotta fix this. Oh, the controller setup, anyway. It's not that bad. What is happening?
Guys, I have no idea what's going on. I'm gonna be honest.
John, I require lasagna. Find the hidden bones so that Liz can make them into a vaccine for Odie. It's not too late to save him. John, where is my lasagna? Nermal is working for the government and needs John to get a blood sample from Garfield. If he fails, there will be consequences. Hey, it's Liz. You gonna die next?
John was supposed to be here.
John can use Pookie to distract Garfield without increasing his scent meter. However, there is only one Pookie. Something is coming. What the hell? Jesse, I don't know what's happening. I'm scared. Hey, Manny. Bullets don't work, John. I think John is losing it, guys.
The deal has changed, John. We need Arlene.
She's special. Arlene is being held captive in the basement. Rescuing her is incredibly dangerous. Who's Arlene? Garfield's on and off girlfriend who never appears in anything. You can do it, John. But you already knew that. It's just Garfield and drag? Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Ain't it? Having dug up his dad's shotgun, John now has a way to defend himself and make every shot count. You have limited ammo. Why doesn't Garfield just kill him now? I never liked you. Did anybody? Keep moving. Garfield is always hunting you. Is this Silent Hill fucking ambience? Oh, hello, Nurgle. What are you doing, John? Yeah, just throw the gas at him. Light him ablaze! Uh-oh. You can still do it, John! We believe in you! Is he dead? Oh god, he's not dead. Help! Guys, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. This is the end, John. Hey, see, I was right. I predicted what he was gonna say. Oh, there you go, Garfield Game Boy'd. Inspired by the artwork of William Burke, whoever that is. Oh, how is... See, as soon as I open up the game, it decides it doesn't want to work. That's ridiculous. Okay, let's do this. My options? This is crazy. My options are... I have a font for options. I'll press this font button to do options. How does that make sense? Now, wait a minute. Everything is over now, John. This is really well done. I'll keep you safe, John. No one will ever come between us, John. You complete me, Jan. It's kind of like DSP's talking. You complete me, John. It was you, John. It was you the whole time. Yeah, I beat that Garfield game that totally exists pretty soundly, didn't I? Ack. We even get a results screen. Unit W1, the unfun one. Big ups on the raid with a party of 3, and hello, Spanky Joe. I'm trying to get this emulator working in the background while we're listening to this scary Garfield thing. Sorry, we were playing Resident Evil 4. Was playing a spooky Spyro level in Spyro GBA. A little game called Monster Force. And we're derailing with videos as I hurriedly prepare the next game, which is a little bit of a throwback. Easy content, as they say. For some reason, the controller doesn't want to... Controller just says, fuck you, I guess. RE4 Dominate gonna do DLC ASAP. That sounds good. Congratulations, Goob. I'll make them pay, John. I'll make them all pay, John.
Hey, it's me, Lumpy. I animated this. I hope you enjoyed.
Congratulations, it was pretty good.
There are more tasty animations coming out soon, so stick around.
Well, big ups on the video redeem, Jesse51. I would love to segue that into the next game, but my emulator is being really weird with binding with the DualSense. I don't understand what's going on. So in lieu of that, we're just going to move on to the next thing. The next video, rather. But thank you for the redeem, Juzzy51. I'll have this video on, and then eventually at a certain point in time, I'll get the emulator working.
Confidence can get you anywhere. The idiom is simple enough.
It's dreading! Richard believes he is going to get away with murder? My name's not Richard, man.
Simply means that those who project themselves as
This
being
is still in
confident
line with
are
the
able to do
theming.
so more than those who don't appear so. Let's say you were trying to sneak into a
Hour and
festival.
50
All of your
minutes.
friends are
Don't
going.
worry,
You
that's
weren't
like,
able
we're
to
only
get
2 hours
tickets.
in.
So you and
As
your
long as we
friends
don't hit
devise
6
a
hours,
plan.
we're fine.
They will all go inside first and get the wristbands
let's see
for the
what is
event.
up with this
Once
emulator.
there, one of your friends will
Big
take
ups
out
to you, Jesse
the
King.
wristband, and another friend, still wearing theirs, will walk out and give you the spare one. The plan should work. Should you both appear
This one was pretty
confident and
good.
not draw
I
attention
got a
to
little bit
yourself.
into it,
The
but I was like, you know what, let me
beginning
just watch
stages
on
of the
stream.
plan Go perfectly. They walk in.
But
no
what I
issue,
saw up to
but
the
you,
point where I
sitting
stopped,
outside of the gates,
pretty
begin to
good.
get nervous. You have the feeling that people are staring at you, like they know what you're about to do, and out of fear, you begin to stare at security. You anxiously keep looking
start
at them,
wobbling, you
trying
start
to see if
hobbling.
they've noticed you, and because of your suspicious
You give them that
gaze,
DSP
they have.
run.
This makes you even more frazzled. You begin to wring your hands and try to look comfortable, but you can't help yourself. You feel like now everyone around you knows what you're up to, and everything you do is making you look worse. Finally, your friend comes out of the venue with
Big ups
the
Eddie
spare
B43
wristband
on
in
the
their pocket.
peach.
They greet you with a smile and seem calm and collected, but immediately They sense that something is off about you. They notice the security already looking at you, and they see how pale you've gotten. There's no way for you to put the wristband on here, so they try to get you to calm down, to go on a short walk with them, so you can relax and go through the gate with no issue. But it's already too late. You've attracted the security's attention, and now they know what you two are up to.
You're
But
trying to
had
sneak
you
into the
appeared
concert.
self-assured and confident, chances are you wouldn't have attracted all of that negative attention. You could have just walked into the event with the wristband and your friends with no issue. There are countless ways that this kind of unseen confidence can help people in their daily lives. But in today's case, we will watch as a person lets their confidence destroy them and their life. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be covering the case of Richard Merritt and how this disgraced lawyer
I told you,
thought
my
he would
name's
get
not
away with his
Richard, man.
crimes by taking the stand. This case was recommended to us by someone who purported to be close to Richard in his youth, and after my brother and I researched this case, it's easy to see why they thought this would make for an interesting video. As always, if there is a case you're interested in us covering, feel free to let us know in the comments down below, or email us at dreading.official@gmail.com. We're constantly adding new cases to our backlog, responding to emails, and corresponding with those involved. So if there's a case you feel that we need to pay more attention to, let us know. If you're interested in seeing these videos as soon as they're finished, our Patreon is linked down below. We're constantly adding new videos over there, and currently, the next month's worth of videos are available to be watched at your leisure. Our Patreon is how we're able to make this content consistently, as YouTube regularly demonetizes our channel. But to be clear,
Yeah, they
even
hate
if our
this
channel
dude on
was fully
YouTube.
demonetized, we would still post the majority of our videos here for public consumption. But with all of that said, let us begin. According to those who knew him, Richard Merritt was an egotistical man. Upon first introduction, most people would state he was charming. He can make you feel like the most important person in the room, simply because he, a self-identified, incredibly successful lawyer, was paying attention to you. But that charm quickly wore off. He seemed to be in a constant competition with himself and others, always looking to one-up anyone he believed was doing better than him. On multiple occasions, when someone he knew was talking about a promotion they received or some accolade that they had just gotten, Richard would get noticeably frustrated, seething at the idea that someone was doing better than he
And
was.
coping?
Usually, this would result in him lying to the other person, claiming that he too got a huge salary bump, one that was always slightly larger than the other person's. But his ego also led him to getting violent. His ex-wife would describe how Richard, upon not getting his way, would fly off the handle. His behavior was akin to a 3-year-old throwing a tantrum in a supermarket after being told they couldn't get what they wanted. The hysterics, the aggression, and the willingness to cause damage to those around him all matched a child's bad behavior, but they were amplified by the fact that he was an adult man. Richard boasted about his career as a lawyer, and how he was
For the
said
last
to be
time,
one of the
man, my
most
name's not
successful
Richard,
in
like,
his area.
seriously,
And from public
man.
appearances, he
Honestly.
wasn't lying. He
Real
took on
talk.
multiple civil lawsuits, usually around elder abuse and medical malpractice, which made him incredibly wealthy. With the money his work brought in, he was able
Alright,
to
I might
buy
have to
himself
switch
a
controllers.
Porsche
What's going
and go
on?
on multiple lavish vacations with his family, usually purchased to try and make up for a violent outburst he had around them. But public appearances weren't everything. Richard's success came at a great cost to his clients, as he would often settle their cases without informing them and take the money from the settlement for himself. He would then pretend that he was still working on their cases, claiming that civil lawsuits take a long time, and hoping that his elderly clients would perish before getting suspicious. In
Yeah, I just
multiple
thought they would
instances,
die
he
before they
continued to charge
started
a
asking
client
questions.
well after their case
What
had
a
been
dick.
settled, which cost the client thousands of dollars that
I
they
didn't
have.
think they'd still
Richard
be alive. I'm
kept
just gonna
his theft
collect the
a
money. Who
secret
cares?
From everyone in his life, choosing to state he was just that good at being a lawyer. Eventually,
It
two
was
of his
just that
clients
based.
caught on to his fraud, and they contacted the authorities, providing concrete evidence that he had stolen their money. At first, Richard told his wife that this had all
lied.
been a giant misunderstanding, and that he had done nothing wrong. He informed her that these clients were unsatisfied with his work.
Take it easy,
and that
Frank.
Instead of moving
Thank you
on with
for
their lives
stopping
after
by.
losing the case, they made it their mission to destroy him. A warrant was issued for his arrest, and he reported to the county jail, where he was immediately bailed out by his wife, believing that within a few weeks everything would be cleared up. However, when word got out that Merritt had defrauded at least one of his clients, his other clients began to look at their records more closely and found that they too had been victims of his scheme. Within a few months, more than 17 different people
Wow, we were
had been
gypped too?
identified
Dude,
as
I
having
had
been
no idea.
victimized by his fraud, and he was once again arrested. After Richard informed his wife of the truth, she immediately divorced him and took full custody of their 2 children. She moved them out of their family home, fearing that Richard would try to lord it over their heads and force his way back into their lives, and she made a direct apology to all the victims, stating she was unaware of where the money was coming from. Without his wife's paycheck or the ability to find work for himself, Merritt was forced to move back in with his mom, Shirley. Shirley Merritt was known for being an extremely kind and generous woman, taking special care to put others before herself. She worked in patient and family services at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, and former patients would remember her for always making them smile, whether that be with her humor or with her baked goods. On a number of occasions, Shirley would bring whole cakes to work, handing out slices to her patients and colleagues, knowing that the current patients weren't exactly there voluntarily. By February 2017, Marin would admit to knowingly stealing $75,000 from his clients and voluntarily surrendered his license after being disbarred. As he awaited trial, the courts ordered that he wear an ankle monitor at all times, which he happily accepted. He hoped his compliance would lead to him being offered a deal, but the investigation into his fraud continued, and eventually it was found he stole nearly $500,000 from 17 different clients. Merritt would also forge the signatures of many of his clients on checks, and then cash them for himself. Merritt's guilty plea would result in him being sentenced to serve 15 years in prison, followed by 15 more on probation, which Merritt himself seemed to take on his chin. He told his lawyer as well as the judge that he accepted his sentence as he had made a grave error in conduct and planned on being a model prisoner. He was told to report to prison on February 1st, 2019, and in the days leading up to it, he was allegedly in good spirits. His lawyer would state that, quote, days before he was to turn himself in and begin serving his sentence, Mr. Merritt sounded upbeat and optimistic about his chances of parole after serving just 5 years, unquote. However, he would never report to prison. Instead, on January 31st, Richard would violently attack his mother in their shared home after she made food for him. What prompted this attack is unknown, but according to the autopsy, Shirley was stabbed repeatedly with a kitchen knife in her face, neck, and torso. The frenzied stabbing
why would you attack
also
your
ended after
mama?
the knife blade
She's the
was
one that's
lodged
looking
into
out
her
for you.
head, and the handle was discarded on the kitchen floor. Following the stabbing, her head was beaten further with a 35-pound dumbbell, and her body was thrown down the stairs of the home into the basement. Following the attack, Richard stole his mother's car before cutting off his ankle monitor. He then proceeded to go on the run for the next 8 months, hoping to avoid jail time altogether. When Shirley
Maybe he
Merritt's
was more
body
of a
was found,
father's son.
the police were
I
able
think
to
he
quickly
addresses
surmise
that.
what had happened. Stressed about his impending
I
prison
stopped
sentence
I stopped the video at a
Richard
certain
made
point
choice
to watch
go
it on
the
stream,
run
but
instead of
don't worry,
facing
I
the
think we
consequences
get
for
to
his
that.
actions. He killed his mother savagely, stole her car and some of her possessions, then left to start a new life for himself. A manhunt quickly began. The crime scene investigators were able to find evidence of his involvement in the murder. His DNA was present on the dumbbell that had been used to bash in his mother's head, and his DNA had been present at the scene, but notably, no fingerprints were able to be matched on the knife that had been used, as the frenzied attack only left partial prints. Merritt would eventually be caught 8 months later, living in Tennessee, where he went by the alias Mick Malveaux. He immediately joined multiple dating sites and came up with different backstories for himself, including stating that his mother had recently passed away from leukemia. He had begun a semi-serious relationship with a woman when he would be arrested and brought in, this time for the murder of his mother. In court, Richard refused to back down, stating he was innocent of any wrongdoing and that he was the
I'm
real
innocent,
victim
you
in all of
guys.
this.
Everybody
He would
loves
claim
me.
that he didn't murder his mother, but he witnessed her murder. According to his story, 2 armed men came into the home and attacked his mother in front of him. He
Yeah, I
claimed
like this
that
story.
These men were motivated by his crimes and wanted to get
They
revenge
were
on
motivated
him.
by the
So instead
greed.
of harming
It's
him or
greed.
shooting them both,
Greed
they violently
is
killed his mother in front
massively
of him.
strong.
Merritt then claimed the 2 gunmen, who never used their guns, if he ever uttered a word about what had happened, they would kill his ex-wife and 2 children. He says that is why he fled to Nashville to start a new life. So let's see how that obviously fictional story goes over. The evidence in this case is beyond damning. No one else's DNA was found in the home. Merritt immediately went on the run and didn't call emergency services for his mother, and he had an incredible stressor to serve as a motive. But he insists that he wasn't responsible. This is an impossible task, but in order to make his version of events seem plausible, he will have to appear completely incapable and incompetent while on the stand. The jury has to believe that he isn't capable of causing harm to his elderly mother, and that his going on the run was a choice made out of fear or a mental break. So let's see how he does.
Next, Your Honor, the defense calls Mr. Richard Merritt to the stand.
I'm sure he'll do great, guys.
You swear. I do.
Alright, and he's already failed. So much of taking the stand in your own defense is based on presentation. You need to seem as defenseless and incapable of the crimes you were accused of as possible. And in this case, because Richard made multiple obvious attempts to get away, he should be attempting to seem timid, afraid, stressed, and a bit mentally incompetent. We want to be able to look at him and see someone who wouldn't think through their actions and would make a stupid decision out of fear. But instead, he seems pompous and arrogant. His lips are pursed, and when swearing in, he raises his eyebrows, which makes his attitude seem smug. In every other portion of his life, his confidence was seen as an asset, but here, it actively works against him.
What's your, state your name, Mr. Merritt?
Richard Vincent Merritt.
And Mr. Merritt, where were you born?
Fort Belvoir,
They're getting a lot of mileage out of the Richard.
Did you grow up in Virginia?
Well, initially, for the first 3 years of my life there, my father was in the Air Force. He was career Air Force. He actually retired as a bird colonel after 24 years of service. But at the time I was born, we were stationed there. I believe it was at the Pentagon. We stayed there for about 3 years. When I was 3 years old, we moved to Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. Stayed there for another 3 years and went back to DC, where we stayed until I was 13 when my father retired. And at that point, he took a job with McDonnell Douglas, which back then was
Entire life story is a base question? What, you never done that?
Manufacturers. We went and lived overseas in Saudi Arabia for 2 years.
Wait a minute, you're telling me we've never done that, Peach, and you never just... This is a DSP response to a question like that.
I came back.
Well, first of all, I gotta tell you about the helicopter company. Hold on, sir.
In DeKalb County. And then my dad was transferred to St. Louis, to company headquarters, where I spent my junior and senior year of high school. So I moved around a lot.
Firstly, the majority of the information he just gave is absolutely useless in regards to his testimony. However, his response is interesting, as it shows how Richard will take a simple question like, "Did you grow up in this area?" and manipulate the question to brag about himself in some way. Secondly, his answer still works against him in what he is attempting to do here. The type of person who becomes so flustered at a crime scene that they go on the run for 8 months to begin leading a new life out of fear is not the kind of person to sit calmly on the stand and recount their life story like this. His voice is steady. His mannerisms indicate that he believes that his life story makes him better than those listening, and when placed next to what he's accused of doing, it makes him appear callous and heartless.
What's your father's name?
He went by Ken, but his full name was Robert Kenneth Merritt.
And when did your father pass?
He passed away in November of 2000.
Obviously, your mother's name was?
Shirley.
Richard has just spoken the name of the woman that he claims was killed in his presence. This was the woman who worked with sick families and children for years, was known to be a delight in the community, and took him in despite his crimes, and he remains emotionally unaffected. Even if he were to try and force an emotional response, or act one out horribly, that would be better than this. Again, his lack of reaction when standing trial for her murder is alarming.
Holy shit, I hate the Blastem emulator.
What's your brother's name?
Robert Kenneth Merritt II.
And is there an age gap between the two of them?
About 9 years.
Who's older, who's younger?
My brother would be the older one.
Now, growing up, what was the dynamics of the family? Was it just the four of them?
It was just the four of us. As I just mentioned, we moved around a lot. That was primarily when my brother had already gone up to college. He was in college by the time I was 3rd or 4th grade. So, but the dynamic when he was still around or came to visit was, we had a very traditional, conservative Southern military household. My father was, as I said, career military. He went on to be a successful businessman. My mother sold real estate, was very good at it with her personality and natural intelligence. She was a star at it. And, my brother and I, we got along. My father definitely ruled the roost. He was the boss, but my mother certainly had her say too. It was definitely a partnership.
Now, when did you guys move to 1590 Clarence Road?
My parents bought that house in the summer of 1993. That would have been the end of my freshman year at the University of Georgia.
Now, is that where you went for undergrad?
Yes, I went to UGA.
And did you graduate from UGA?
I did.
What did you major?
I was a double major in English and political science, basically pre-law.
And did you go to law school?
I did.
And where did you go to law school?
I went to law school at Mississippi College School of Law in Jackson, Mississippi.
Now, while you were in undergrad, did you meet a
Alright, fuck it.
certain lady?
The Blossom emulator is not working. No! So we gotta just fucking go to MediEvil 2. I'll figure it out in the morning.
About a year and a half, maybe a little bit more.
Might have to look into a different emulator. It was working fine for me when I was using it last Christmas, but now it wants to be a little bitch.
And how long did you take before you got married?
Well, early on, we
Like, how does setting up a controller have to be so difficult? And why, when setting up the controller, you save the settings, and then you go back and check on the settings to make sure they saved, and you click save, and then all of a sudden, the settings have changed to like,
we became more
it's like,
serious and decided we
or
wanted
the A
to
button
stay
that
in a
corresponds to a font that I don't even have downloaded? Huh?
We got
Fuck
married
it.
in 1999, about a week after I graduated law school.
And during that time, was she a veterinarian yet?
That's your solution? Can you just bring your entire stream to a halt and stare at us looking for answers?
Either my second or third year of law school.
Yeah, I'll just deal with it in the morning, like a real true adult. Alright, I'll just put on MediEvil 2. I'll do a few levels. I gotta backtrack in some anyway.
Just go around.
Yes, he was.
What year did he pass?
2000, about a year after we got married.
So during this time, did your mom help you out?
Yeah, they both did. At the time, it took me
Scam?
3 attempts past the bar.
You didn't even know what was gonna be played.
I failed the first 2 times.
It's just,
I did thankfully
this
have
saves
a
more content for the
job as a
coming
project
days,
manager with a
surely.
local internet company, so I didn't have the pressure of needing the license, although it certainly would have been nice to get that under my belt right away. But yeah, there were times when my parents helped us here and there while she was still in school, sure.
After your father passed, what was the relationship between you and your mother?
Well, after my dad died, it was, as you can imagine, just my brother and I and our immediate family. We are close to a lot of extended family. Had a lot of
There we
close
go, it's
friends.
Dan the
But in
man!
terms of our family, it was obviously just
I'll just
my
redo
brother,
levels.
Mom and I, and we were close.
So far, there's been no emotion of any kind in his testimony, which does not align with his story.
whoops.
Imagine the person
I always
who
forget
helped you
to
throughout the
reset
years,
things.
who took you in,
There we go.
even when your wife left you. Imagine that person was killed violently in front of you. Now try to recount even one memory where they are present. The amount of grief you would likely feel just talking about them would be immense. But not for Richard. He's direct and forthright with all of his information, only pausing to emphasize how even though it took him 3 chances to pass the bar, he didn't necessarily need to pass immediately because he already had a job. I'll be skipping the next 3 minutes of the testimony as Richard talks about his children, but it should be noted that when talking about his son and daughter, he relays
I
how
missed
good
the
of a father he is
chalice
to his own
in,
accomplishments instead of theirs. He also actively states
Gardens,
that his son
the
was the kind of
Dakenstein
kid
segment.
any parent would want, and that he went to
Oh, I
all of
haven't
his
done this level yet,
activities, while he
period.
didn't do so with his daughter, who has cerebral palsy.
And you mentioned your practice. What type of law?
Yes, time to redo levels.
Well, in 2010, I opened up my own law firm.
I need that
and
fucking
before
chalice, man. I need that
had a
chalice to
large
pay
law
my
firm in
bills.
Buckhead, but I've always been a litigator, primarily civil litigation, mainly personal injury, wrongful death, medical malpractice, and business litigation. When I opened up my own firm, I also did a little bit of criminal defense. I really didn't do felony work. I did a lot of DUIs, things of that nature.
It should be noted that according to financial records, it was technically Shirley who opened Richard's law firm, as she paid for the lion's share of it.
Now, during this time, around 2010, and as the practice grew, what type of lifestyle were you and Janine?
When the firm opened in 2010, Well, we were a very sociable couple. We lived in a very diverse neighborhood in Smyrna, within walking distance to downtown Smyrna, where a lot of the restaurants and whatnot were at. The neighborhood was primarily people like us, two professionals, small kids, so there were a lot of children the same age as our children's ages. We got together for barbecues. We
Already about to
went to
lose a
events
life
together.
bottle.
We had each other over at each other's houses. There were a lot of sleepovers for the kids. Kids played baseball together.
And this game,
in the local
pretty
Smyrna Little
stingy with
League,
getting your
so
health back.
There was always something going on, whether it was a neighborhood event or going to some sort of lawyer event or an event associated with her veterinary practice. We were out and about.
Now, by this time, your father's passing, did anyone else live at 1590 Plainers Road besides your mother?
No.
And up until her death, did anyone else live there besides you?
I remember these targeting pumpkin enemies.
Now,
they don't count towards the
during this
chalice.
time, 2010, 2015, what was your relationship with your kids and your wife?
In 2010?
2010 to 2015. How was the family dynamic?
The only way to describe my family dynamic and my marriage was it was a dream. We were happy. We were fun-loving.
I love my
laughed a
family,
lot.
man.
You know, Janine and I did a fair amount of traveling. We were always doing things with the children. We didn't like to sit around and watch TV. We weren't that type of couple. We weren't sedentary by any means. I was always trying to promote her career, and she was promoting mine. A lot of times we'd
So
find
how much
out
of this is
that we
already
had
a lie?
clients in common and
Probably
didn't even
all
know
of it.
And it was just a very idyllic way to live, to be married and to raise kids, to be in a place that you enjoyed, around people you enjoyed, and to be building something, to be building a future.
Now, during this time, around 2010, and as the practice grew, what type of lifestyle were you and Janine?
When the firm opened in 2010? Well, we were a very sociable couple. We lived in a very diverse neighborhood in Smyrna, within walking distance to downtown Smyrna, where a lot of the restaurants and whatnot were at. The neighborhood was primarily people like us, two professionals, small kids, so there were a lot of children the same age as our children's ages. We got together.
Gotta
for
remember to be careful with this
barbecues.
one if I want that
went to
chalice. I
events
can't let
together.
more
We had
than
each other over at
two
each other's
or three
houses. There
people
were a lot of
die,
sleepovers
or I
for
won't
the
be able to get
kids.
it.
Kids played baseball together in the local Smyrna
Actually, let me
Little
equip that
League,
antidote right now.
There was always something going on, whether it was a neighborhood event or going to some sort of lawyer event or an event associated with her veterinary practice. We were out and about.
Now, by this time, your father's passing, did anyone else live at 1590 Plainers Road besides your mother?
No.
And up until her death, did anyone else live there besides you?
No.
Now,
You'll be fine. Just stop running around and screaming.
2010, 2015. What was your relationship with your kids and your wife?
In 2010?
2010 to 2015. How was the family dynamic?
The only way to describe
Hey,
my
3 souls
family
saved,
dynamic
0
and my
souls
marriage
lost. I'm
was
doing
it
better than
was-
last time.
It was a dream. We were happy. We were fun-loving. We laughed a lot. You know, Janine and I did a fair amount of traveling. We were always doing things with the children. We didn't like to sit around and watch TV. We weren't that type of couple. We weren't sedentary by any means.
Oh, they're the anti-DSP cat then.
Always trying to promote
That's
her
the case.
career, and she was promoting mine. A lot of times we'd find out that we had clients in common and didn't even know it. And it was just a very idyllic way to live, to be married and to raise kids, to be in a place that you enjoyed, around people you enjoyed, and to be building something, to be building a future.
His ex-wife would disagree with this statement, claiming that Richard was incredibly volatile, especially when he drank. On multiple occasions, she would
Oh, what a
barricade
shock.
herself and the children in rooms away from Richard.
He
believing
loved the
that he would
devil's
try to hurt
nectar.
them,
Come on.
but felt uncomfortable talking to law enforcement
Can a man
about it
have a drink,
because he
man?
worked in law.
Now, in 2018, what happened?
I just want to sip, baby.
In 2018, I was arrested in Cobb County for multiple counts of theft, forgery, and there were some counts also of elder exploitation because I did steal money from some elderly folks.
Some elderly. But he makes it sound like nothing happened. All I did was steal money from old people. It's really nothing. A misunderstanding. May as well have been.
Was one of the few lawyers in Smyrna, and Smyrna has grown a lot since I started my practice in 2010, but it was right on the little village square across from the courthouse. I was the only firm there. That was part of why I picked that area, because I saw a need. I wanted to be the local lawyer that people went to first for help. And it was a very successful vision. And so the practice grew. And when things went south quickly and I got arrested several years later in 2018, it was a
Very
shock
jank to get them to
our neighbors,
change
local
back with the
community, and
antidote.
to the Cobb County Bar.
Even when talking about his financial crimes, he cannot make himself seem repentant or remorseful. He was asked plainly if his arrest was shocking to the community, which is a simple yes. All he had to do was say, yes, I had a great reputation, and in an act of selfishness that I truly regret, I squandered that reputation and stole my client's money. But instead of doing anything close to that, he gives himself some kudos for picking the location of his practice that he stole people's money from. Talks about how successful it was, and talks about how pristine his reputation was in the area because he was just that good.
Now, we got arrested. How many times you arrested?
Just a minor mistake there of, and it was a small debacle in which I may or may not have stolen money from actual elderly people.
It was shortly after spring break.
It wasn't really anything, misunderstanding. It happens to the best of us.
A letter from
the funds were just misplaced,
telling me that I needed to appear at a warrant application hearing. And what that basically means is somebody has taken out a warrant for your arrest, and a judge has to determine if there's probable cause.
Maybe don't run when I'm on the tree.
On a Monday morning. And
just a little bit of light fraud, nothing too bad.
It's
not like I stole candy from a baby. I'm not the fucking devil here, guys.
The main arrest in January of 2018,
you're trying to make me into something I'm not.
Taken out a warrant for
watching the fucking troll videos. God damn it, lost life bottle.
$70,000 other settlement money. We had the hearing, and the judge found that there was probable cause. And the judge said, well, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000, and I will give you until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to appear at the Cobb County Jail. I left court. When I saw Janine that night, I told her, as soon as I saw her, after the kids were in bed, I said, I need to tell you something. She said, what? I said, I have a warrant for my arrest. And I explained to her what it was. I said, I don't know the extent of it. I know they're claiming I stole $70,000. Need to figure out more about it.
Do it, you guys.
In the meantime, I need to appear at the Cobb County Jail tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And so the next morning, she went with me early to James Bond Bonding Company, one of the bonding companies up there off the County Services
James
Road.
Bond Bonding Company? Are you for real?
Paperwork. She was the surety on the bond.
Yeah, okay, why not?
And paid the $200 some odd down, which is the 10% of the $2,000. And I turned myself into the Cobb County Jail shortly before 9 o'clock and was out by 2 o'clock that afternoon.
He doesn't realize it, but his statement here fully corroborated his ex's story that he had denied, that being that he lied to her about his charges when the investigation started. As stated previously, he told his ex-wife that the charges were false and that they were being brought by two vindictive ex-clients. And here he outright states that he told his wife about what the women were claiming, not that he had actually stolen their money and the money of 15
Yeah, I gotta look up
clients.
commercials for that place. Gotta see if it's legit.
She bonded you up.
Correct. Janine knew that I had been accused of a felony theft. She knew that I had booked in and out of the Cobb County Jail, and that was the last we ever discussed it until I was arrested along with everybody else. All the other
James
victims, I should
Bond.
say,
Bonding.
in January of 2018.
So the second time, did she providing assistance to get you out of jail.
You have an agent in distress, then come to James Bond.
Would be a vast understatement. I was driving to deliver papers to somebody the morning of January 31st, 2018.
Someone can send that to DSP and he can react to it next Saturday.
Earlier, I had
or Sunday, rather.
surrendered my bar
I
license.
remember when they were on Saturday?
The bar had been investigating this. I knew what was coming. And it was just odd to me that I had never received an invitation from a detective to talk about it or anything like that. They just built their case and then wham, there it was. So that's how they chose to proceed. But I was arrested on January 31st. I was, as I said, going to deliver some papers, Cobb County.
Shit, yeah, they did used to be on Friday.
SUV
We moved them all the way back to the start of the week.
Parking lot.
Slash middle of his week.
Crown Vics appeared as well. I didn't learn until several hours later the scope and extent of what I was being charged with. I reached out to her from the jail. I knew based on my experience as a lawyer that I would not be bonding out in the next few weeks, and sure enough, did not have a formal bond hearing before a Superior Court judge until about 2 weeks later. But Janine was very upset, didn't understand what was going on, which is certainly understandable. I frankly didn't know the extent of what was going on, although I had a pretty good idea. And that was her reaction at the beginning of the whole process.
The fact that Richard is saying this on direct examination, not cross, is astounding, because once more, that makes him look horrible. It's clear, based on Richard's reaction to this question, that he is still incredibly mad at his ex-wife, despite the fact that her wanting to divorce him after finding out he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from his elderly clients is more than rational. He states that she didn't have all the information.
No, it's ridiculous.
She's
wrong and she's a fraud for wanting to leave me.
Divorce 5 days after he was arrested for the second time.
Oh, I keep losing the life bottles. It's over, bros.
And seems incredibly flippant about the whole ordeal, as if it's common sense that she would have stood by him. He is also upset that he hadn't been talked to by the people investigating him. He mentions that the cops simply put the case together and never contacted him for an interview, and implies that by not doing that, they did poor work. The police didn't need to talk to you about your financial crimes, Richard. They didn't need to go over your statements, because they had your court records and your financial records. Mind you, had the police actually spoken to Richard prior to his arrest, it's not as if he would have been honest with them.
So that case, how many victims were there?
No, he's an honest guy. He told us. What are you talking about?
15 victims and 34 felony counts.
And you mentioned all of you sit in jail waiting to go to court.
It's about 2 weeks, maybe a little less.
And did you ever have to hire a lawyer on that case?
I did.
And who's your lawyer?
David Willingham.
Stupid bitch tried to divorce me because she thinks I spent thousands of dollars a year on the WWE game. She believed the loony haters. She deserves to get out of my life.
To make sense of what was going on and take care of the children. So my mother graciously offered to assist.
Yeah, they had like 17 victims. Only the ones who realized they were being defrauded. Who knows how many clients this dude has had?
Upset. She was disappointed. She raised me better than that. And she had every right to be upset with me.
It's been like $500,000 stolen?
And, there's no excuse for my behavior, but she was upset. But at the same time, I was her son. She truly did believe that one should hear out all sides of a situation before making an opinion, and she gave me the benefit of the doubt, and her goal was to help me get out, and then I would get a very stern talking to once out. But her goal at the time was just to support me and try to help me get up the bond money.
How much was your bond?
The bond was $400,000. The down payment for the bond.
Oh, here's the chalice. I didn't find this last time.
10%, so that would have been $40,000.
How was that?
My mother, it took about 2 months, but what she ended up doing was taking out a home equity line of credit, basically a second mortgage on her home, in order to come up with the $40,000.
So ultimately, how much time left between your getting a bond and getting out of jail?
I believe it was about 65 or 66 days.
What were the conditions on the bomb?
Gotta be careful on the descent. I'm so
Conditions
low
were
on
as
HP.
follows. I was to have a curfew of 5 p.m. to
Thing is, I
8
keep getting
a.m., which
clickbait
meant
articles about
obviously I had to
Trump's
be back at
rants
her
in court.
address.
Are
I
these
had to
really
live at her address,
happening?
First of all, that was.
I haven't been paying attention,
first of all,
TBH.
condition. Second condition was I had a curfew of, as I mentioned, 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. So I had to be back by 5 p.m. and I couldn't leave the next morning till, I'm sorry, it's 8 a.m., 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. Obviously, I had
We
to
get a
reside at
health
her
fountain,
home in
man.
1590
What is
Furnace
going
Road
on,
in
man?
Stone Mountain, DeKalb County. I wasn't to drink any alcohol, do any drugs without a prescription, not to break any laws of the state of Georgia, pretty standard stuff. They also had me surrender my passport within the first 24 hours of release, which I did, and I was required to wear an ankle monitor.
Now, once you were released, what was the relationship between you and your wife?
It was very contentious. She felt that I had led a double life. She didn't understand why I took money from these people. She was upset. She
I
was
lost
shocked.
3. I
We
don't know
went
if I'll
from
be able to get the
having
chalice.
an idyllic life to having nothing. Despite my urges to try, it was decided that she didn't want to stay in the home, so we let the house go. It was a very nice house that we loved and had lived in and raised our children in and planned to stay in a long time. So the house was gone.
The house
She
is now
decided
gone.
to move into a rental home in East Cobb and Marietta, where the public schools are quite good. And my son had attended the Levitt School, which is a private school, but he wasn't going to be able to go there anymore. My daughter went to public school because of her disability, so thankfully she could attend school wherever she wanted, based on having a disability. But it was a major upheaval. I mean, overnight it was as if a bomb went off in our lives.
And at some point in time, did she file for divorce?
Very quickly, she filed for divorce 4 days into my arrest.
Dang. I don't think I had enough to do the chalice anyway. I lost too many souls.
Yes, the divorce was finalized, I believe, third week of June 2018, and I didn't fight her on the divorce. I understood her emotions. I understood the reasons for it. I certainly didn't want her to be accused of having any part of my misdeeds because I truly did act alone. She wasn't involved. I think early on some folks may not have believed that.
I lost way too many life bottles anyway. If I did finish it with no life bottles, that'd be pretty rough.
And segregating, my behavior from, obviously her not having an involvement.
I didn't mention this earlier, but one of the reasons that Janine felt as if Richard had lived a double life and couldn't be trusted around the children was the fact that shortly before his second arrest, he had pawned the family's specialized van, used specifically for their daughter's disabilities. So, I don't know, Richard, maybe that's why she felt she needed to get away from you so quickly.
Now, after your release, what was your relationship with your kids?
My son was 14 and a half at the time.
Pretty
and
despicable,
as I said,
if
we were very
true.
Close, and
it is true.
He had me up on a pedestal like a lot of
Why wouldn't it be?
boys do their father.
I didn't realize that these be
And
making a tweet longer about Pandalina's
he
reply to
was
Cat on
upset
Twitter
with
one
me.
day apart. That's
He yelled at me,
insanely
he
coincidental and
ignored
just
me, he
weird.
cried, he
was already on the hunt, man.
There's no relevance to his kids' feelings.
I should have been tossed since the brand dude video about it.
She went into detail about the things that the son felt, things that the son did, and things the son told her during this time period.
But that doesn't make it relevant. So how
One
is it
fucking
relevant?
reply and we're off to the races. Married to Rebound. We were trying to make Panda jealous. Come on.
Correct.
We were lonely and desperate. We wanted to prove to her we moved on quick without even thinking about her.
She wasn't pleased with my behavior. She was embarrassed. But at the same time, she was willing to give me a chance, give me a place
Hello,
to
right,
live,
Drake.
help me
It's a true crime
help me
time
survive.
with
I mean,
medieval
I
Run It Back.
didn't have much other than my personal effects and an old pickup truck, literally. So she opened up her home to me, and it was strange being back under her roof at, I guess I was 43, 44 years old when all this went down. But you know, it
43 with the fam.
Days and weeks, you know, we got into a
Dude, that'll be
routine,
Dave in like 2 years, maybe.
It was fairly normal under the circumstances.
Again, this is a great moment to show emotion. He's been given the chance to go
How many
into
crimes you
detail
solved tonight
about how
so
his
far?
mom
This is
helped
just the
him in a
one.
moment of need.
As
How
the
she stuck her
main
neck
channels
out
that
on the
new
line for
upload.
him by taking out a line of credit
Watching
to bail
some
him out
wacky
and
videos
letting
before
him
this,
stay
like
under her
a
roof. He should
a
feel
Garfield
remorseful,
what
or
if
at the very least,
GBA horror
embarrassed that
video?
she had to do this
Hard to
because of his
describe.
crimes. But he is direct and matter of fact.
And
as if
a
what she
video about
did wasn't a big
Nintendo's
deal.
decision to fuck around and find out with tournaments.
My mother's a very strong-willed person. I believe the term firecracker was used, and that is a very good term. I would throw another one out there. She's a steel magnolia. My mother is a strong Southern woman, and she had no problem telling
She's
me
a
what I
strong
thought,
Southern woman,
what she
baby.
thought, rather down to what I wore, to my
Oh, I
opinions
killed
on
the
certain
guy.
things.
Whoops.
But
I was trying to use the
it
antidote.
was certainly not toxic. We were both opinionated people. We spoke our minds. But we also laughed a lot and spent a lot of time together. So there's nothing abnormal to me or her about it.
Don't go to Ultimate Attorneys anymore, so it's whatever for me. Yeah, it doesn't really affect me either. Dinger over here wasn't winning Smash tourneys.
You mean as we got closer to sentencing? Yes, it was a very odd time.
At least the Muppet wasn't capping for it.
I would say
He said
right
it
around the
was
1st of January
gross.
2019.
And I could have used
My
stronger
sentencing hearing
language,
had
but
been
he is a
set
Muppet.
way back in September of 2018. I actually wanted to plea earlier and get on with it and get on down the road to prison, but the DA at the
Down
time,
the
County
road
Attorney,
to
wasn't
prison.
ready yet. He wanted to make sure
Yeah,
they
he
weren't
wanted to
moving
get
it,
sentenced
which
like yesterday, but they just they wouldn't let him.
it's certainly his prerogative. So there weren't any more victims, and then the plea date was set for September. I'm sorry.
He was the one who wanted to
In
comply.
September,
They
the plea
didn't
date
want to
was set
send him to
for
prison.
January 18th of 2019, a Friday. And right about the 1st of January 2019, my mother's house kind of sits up on a cul-de-sac, and you can see the whole cul-de-sac. And I saw an abnormal amount of cars pulling slowly through, stopping in front of our home. My mother noticed the same thing. I began receiving hang-ups on my cell phone, numbers I didn't recognize. Some said unknown number, but area codes and numbers I didn't know. My mother was receiving the same thing. She showed me
The
her
most
phone.
jank
Well, I
antidote
know
thing
I knew
ever.
who these numbers were, and I didn't. And this seemed to go on with some frequency up until January 14th of 2019.
Now, during this time, were you speaking with your wife?
Yes, of course.
And likewise, does she have concerns?
I believe, if I recall correctly, she did. The victims in this case have been characterized, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, I'm just trying to answer truthfully and honestly. The victims have been characterized as...
Objection, Your Honor.
Be
What
careful.
victims have been characterized as is not correct.
We're gonna shit talk the old people
I don't
now?
know if that's hearsay or where he's coming up with this, but I don't believe that that's relevant.
Yeah, they shut him up before he even got to say anything.
Not
No,
victims in
I
this
don't
case.
think we need to have
One
him.
victim in this case.
I don't think that's necessary, sir.
So how is this testimony relevant? All right, I'll sustain the objection.
So, while we don't know exactly what Richard was going to say, it was clear that he was trying to set up a narrative that the men and women he stole nearly $500,000 from were stalking him and his family. He was trying to insinuate that the elderly clients he had taken on were going out of their way to harass him, as well as his mother and his ex-wife, although his ex-wife denies this happening. This is clearly done to give an alternative version of events, where it would make sense that his mom would be attacked
The
and killed.
fucking
Of
elderly
course, that does
detractors
not make any
stalking him
sense,
in his
because
gated
let's say
community.
that his
How
victims
dare
were stalking
they?
him and his family.
Maybe it's
Let's say they
you,
weren't
the real
satisfied
schizo
that he had been
motherfucker.
sentenced to 15 years in prison and felt like he was getting off easy. Why wouldn't they attack him? According to his own own story, they had guns. They could have shot him in the legs, stabbed him, and beaten him with the weight, but they didn't. Instead, according to him, they brutalized
Instead,
his
they
mother,
let him
then
go, they
allowed
let him
to go and
live,
start
gave him a
new
warning,
life
and then
without
killed
so
his
much as
mom.
laying a hand on him, which doesn't make any sense. Had his victims been willing to kill anyone in their case, they would have obviously killed him.
Where's
but they
my
didn't do
money,
that, mostly
Richard?
because they were
I told you my
elderly men
name's
and
not
women
Richard,
who
man.
wouldn't be able to.
Like, why does everybody gotta fuck with me? Damn, my shit stink. My name's not Sam.
Did you ever feel that maybe somebody was out to get you?
Absolutely. No doubt about it.
Now let's talk about, at some point in time, as we can see, Resident Evil 1, a cartoon rock.
Yes.
And what day is that?
That was January 14th, 2019.
And who received that cartoon?
That cartoon was received at my mother's home at Planters Row.
The cartoon as received from the animated world.
Delivered in her mailbox and discovered by her.
Did you have discussions with her about it?
Right away. I believe, on my way to work. I was working at a warehouse at the time, and I received a call from her informing me of receipt of this cartoon, and she was upset. And literally, as I hung up with her,
Did I see the Tyler debate with King Sly T? I didn't. Was it worth watching?
who you've heard from.
I know the last
And
time
she
I got
was
tricked
upset.
into watching a dead interview, it didn't go
And
too well.
What was concerning to me, because it was directed at me as
It's
well.
kind of funny.
Not
Does
only
Tyler
in
say the
substance
N-word?
of the cartoon,
You know I can't watch
but
it if he
obviously had to
does.
deal with something I was involved in Cobb County. What concerned me was that
No, he doesn't.
these
I thought the
are
Wings
copies of
007
the
thing he
same
did
cartoon
with Tyler was pretty
being
funny.
delivered 40 miles apart, two different counties, with a county or two in between these counties.
He just called him a pussy,
It was a concerted effort. Whoever
a
delivered
pussy
them.
ad nauseum, along with other
Again,
such
this is going towards
slurs.
the narrative that Richard's family is
And then
being
attempted to
unduly
blackmail him.
harassed due to his crimes.
He
In this
larped like he
story,
didn't care,
apparently
but
a
I think he did
cartoon
care.
and a rock, or a cartoon rock, I'm not sure, was left in his mother's and ex-wife's mailbox. I wasn't able to find the contents of the cartoon, but we can assume it was
The
threatening.
remaster of the first one, I did. It was a playthrough that I did back last year, around this time actually.
His ex-wife and his mother.
The second one
live
never got
40
the
miles
treatment,
away
so
from
that's
each
why I'm
other.
playing it
But that being
the
said,
OG
it's
way.
completely possible for this to have been done by
Big
one
ups
person,
Parma
and have
Tech.
that person
I got a
doing it for
vote to
reasons
pick with you.
besides what Richard is alleging. Some
Big ups
records
Parma.
indicate that the police believe
Playing through
that Richard
MediEvil
himself
II,
had left the
while
cartoon
listening
in the
to True Crime.
mailboxes as a way to argue to the court that he and
This
his family
wannabe
were being
lawyer
unfairly penalized. Obviously,
scammed
it's suspicious that
lots
the
of
day before
elderly
Richard is
people,
sentenced,
got
both his
found
mother
out and
his ex
caught,
found harassing images
sent to
in
go
the
live with his
mailbox.
mom
But
at
if
the
that
age
led
of
to Richard having
43
two people
and
in his
then killed
family
his mom.
Speak to the court on his behalf. The
So
judge would
basically
likely
the
be more
worst
than
person
open to
ever.
considering probation. But even if the person who did this wasn't Richard, a person putting a cartoon in a mailbox is not the same as a person killing someone. Is it a kind thing to do? No. But the way Richard is trying to shape this
Oh
action
no, they
as
said a
being
cartoon
precursor
at
for
me.
what
Anything
happened to
but
his
that.
mother is ridiculous.
Now,
Big ups Gondola. Hello, sir.
within a day or so,
Welcome to Dingerween.
Well, actually, it started the night that she received the cartoon.
You played a
I got
spooky,
back,
scary Spyro GBA
and
level.
she was upset.
Attempted a
She
Vinny Prime? Holy
She was
shit, the
busy,
Vinny
having
re-up with the
difficulty
Prime out of
breathing, having
nowhere.
chest pain.
Prime Gaming for 2 months. Well, thank you, Vinny. Hello.
She just was very
How's it
concerned
going?
about the cartoon, about the effect on Janine and the kids.
We appreciate the positivity.
And I should add that
You no
Janine
longer have to deal with bothersome
felt as if,
ads. Ain't that the bee's
she didn't
knees?
feel. She was quite adamant that she was keeping my son Jack
Yeah,
home
big
from
ups
school
to you
the
and
next day,
Gondola.
and She wasn't going to go
You
to
played a
work.
spooky level in Spyro,
had
tried
to have
out
somebody
Monster Force on
at the Cobb
GBA,
County
was
DA's
aggressively
office or
mid,
sheriff's office, and
but
I'm
not that
sure
bad.
which.
But not
Couldn't
really
find the mother,
stand
and my
out
mother
either.
was
Just
concerned
kind of
that they wouldn't do
average all
anything.
around.
In fact, they didn't.
And I wanted to play one more game, but I couldn't get the emulator to
there
work
was
well.
definitely concern
So I'm gonna
on-
look into
on
it. We're
both
gonna run it
sides.
back hopefully
My mother
tomorrow.
had these symptoms. She decided that
MediEvil II, I'm running
needed to
I'm trying to get the chalice in this level. I'm redoing it.
On, and the curfew had been
I like it so far, but the health fountains don't regenerate ever, even if you replay levels. It wasn't like that in the first game.
And
you gotta be very
in
careful
order
with your health.
To make my hours, I had to be able to get the curfew moved back, which my pretrial officer basically.
Yeah, so you got like a finite amount of health that you're able to restore.
So long story short.
And Dan controls all finicky as is. So God forbid if you don't get the chalice on the first time around.
Probably 10:30, 11 that night.
Yes, redo levels with levels that don't have regenerating health fountains.
Able to drive herself.
It's pretty fucked up, Bien.
Admitted her, and I think she was admitted at early morning hours of the 15th, and she was discharged sometimes on the 16th.
And meanwhile, we have a disgraced lawyer on stand here.
After she was discharged, did your mom still have concerns?
It was all we talked about. She got back home that Wednesday.
Time for you to go again, Dinger. Please don't rage quit. I'll try not to. I want to get the chalice here and in the level that was after this with the Dankenstein.
So discussions were had at the kitchen table or around the kitchen counter around the island where the
have the remaster of MediEvil. Yeah, I had it. I played it last year. I liked it. It made some design choices that I didn't agree with visually.
Of the cartoon on my phone and sent it
I just wish they included the second one because they never redid it.
And I'm not mistaken, he received a copy as well as something else.
Better than the PSP version. The PSP version fucking sucked, man. Made it way too goofy.
This is turning into a lot of narrative. So you need to either ask him specific questions or instruct your client to confine his answers to the questions that are asked. So I'll sustain the objection.
So.
And the game's given up with all these pumpkin enemies on screen.
Your response to the cartoon as it relates to the attorney's woman.
She began to drop the letter to Mr. Willingham.
And to your knowledge, was that letter delivered?
Alright, one soul saved, one soul's lost. I don't think I'm gonna have enough to get the chalice.
What day was this? What day? What is January 15, 16, 17? What day are we?
I remember her showing me a draft of the letter quite soon after she got home because my mother was the type of person that handled stuff while it was fresh on her mind. So she showed me a draft of it. I said, do whatever you want, send it. And I have no reason to think that's not what happened. And
recent Spider-Man 2 drama on Twitter with the flag? If it ain't about the flag, I don't know what you're talking about there.
And how did that go?
It was a...
I didn't notice that energy vial earlier.
An event. Court that day was to start.
That'll help me a minuscule amount.
And it lasted all day.
Apparently one of the writers looks exactly like MJ in Spider-Man 2. I mean, that could just be coincidence. It didn't look like her in the first game.
Their opinions regarding the sentiment.
They certainly did.
Any items that you can use to restore your health besides the fountains? I don't know if the energy vials respawn. I just know the fountains do. There are vials, and I just picked one up, and it did what? Maybe 30 HP restore?
The judge assured us that he would not go
in a game where like 2 hits can drain a whole bottle.
So the hope was maybe I would end up getting a little less time than what the state initially recommended. The judge heard testimony from the victims all day. I believe I was the final person to testify. And then the judge
used up the bottle.
His sentence 4:35 in the afternoon.
Based on his phrasing and tone, it's clear to see that Richard is annoyed at the fact that his own victims were allowed to give victim impact statements at his sentencing.
How come
He
the
also
enemies
seems to
can't get
believe
crushed by
that
the
having
giant
his feet
fucking pumpkin?
blasted his
Come on.
trial is somehow unjust, despite stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars.
You said you testified. Was it a trial?
No, it was not a trial. I pled guilty in the first
No friendly fire.
Of the proceeding.
The pumpkin knows no friend nor foe.
Hearing from me and making a decision on what he wanted the sentence to be. There was no question about my guilt at any point.
And what was the sentence?
The sentence was 30
Alright, the chalice isn't full.
Plus,
I'm at 98%.
$526,000 in restitution.
I need one more enemy.
Now, did you go to jail that day?
No, I did
Probably
not.
fucked up.
When we report to the
I
judge.
let too many
Judge
human-style
was gracious
humans
enough to
die.
give me 2 weeks to report,
Maybe I can
which
find
would
one
be
more.
February 1st by 5 p.m. at the Cobb County Jail. And he made it abundantly clear what would happen if I did not show up.
What will happen if you didn't show up?
If I did not show
He
up,
would have
we
my
revoke
gonads,
sentence,
man.
and it would be a serve 30 sentence, which could affect parole and all sorts of other things. So the sentence would be much harsher.
He gets described a non-human style human. The dude I'm playing as right now.
After sentencing,
Did Pumpkin Boost keep the stat changes in modern Pokemon? I think they did.
Well,
I wouldn't be the person to
that
ask
day,
about modern Pokemon.
Just starting off with how it was handled, I mean, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't upset. I accepted my punishment, and my mother and I got in the car and we left.
now turn your attention to
Okay, hold up. I might be good.
Mr. Jeffco.
We might be in the clear.
Mr. Jeffco.
Mike is technically
Yes, the chalice can now be collected. I was almost about ready to restart the stage.
My whole life, and we were close.
And was there understanding for Mike and Take originally taking the jail?
Yes, I believe Tuesday or Wednesday that week, my mother and I decided that it would
So
probably
you can
be
let
best.
3 people die,
at
but if you
that
let
time,
more
we
than
had a
3 die,
discussion
restart the level.
that Mike come and
Hopefully this is the
take
only
my
level with
mother
this
to-
mechanic.
I mean, I'm sorry, take me to.
I want to go ham on my enemies. I don't want to have to space myself so I don't hit a fucking human.
Jail planning to visit me and to go arrange the bond.
So, what caused things to change with that plan? Mr. Jeffco did.
Right. Thursday night, after I got back from seeing the children, my mother and I were talking, and we just felt like it was a private family matter, an intimate family matter. Even though Mike was family, it was something that she and I wanted to share and handle. That was really all there was to it. We didn't want to inconvenience him.
So did you ask your mother to call Mike off?
Miss platformers like this, Nintendo's really the
Decided
last
that
man
It
standing.
wasn't necessary for him to be there.
They kind of are.
Why is that?
Because we didn't want to inconvenience Mike, because we actually.
Whoa, and Leet with the
had a few
fact
things we
check.
wanted to talk
And
about,
Doomer Ziggy.
And we just
When's the
frankly
cooking
didn't
part of this
need anybody
game? I
else's
don't think it
help.
exists.
So here, Richard's lawyer is trying to give an alternate reason for events. Originally, Richard was going to be driven to the prison by his cousin, and this had been set up weeks in advance. This was allegedly done because
All right,
Shirley
level
didn't want to witness her
complete.
son walking
Again.
into prison and felt that that would be too hard on her. However, directly before the murder, and completely coincidentally, Richard and Shirley would reverse their decision and tell Mike that he no longer had to come over to pick Richard up. Now, this could have been completely innocent. Maybe Shirley wanted to see her son off, and she did feel like it was her
See
responsibility.
what we get for doing
but
that
it's
level
also
again.
incredibly convenient, as Richard had been the one to kill his own mother.
Whilst
It would
you've been
mean
away,
that
I've
no one
been
would discover
fiddling
her body
with
for
explosives.
days, and he would get a head
Bombs
start
can
on
be
the police.
thrown or dropped. Experiment with both, but take great care, or it will be you that gets blown apart.
Ooh, around 8:30, I think.
Got the phone
somewhere in
off
there,
and just kind of
8:30.
nodding off, listening. Big ups. I hope you're just as convinced by this lawyer's testimony as I am. All right, we have bombs.
When I left the doctor's appointment and was driving back, it was the last time.
That seems a bit
that I
useless.
saw Mia, before I knew I had to turn myself in later in the day. Mia was my baby girl. She's my princess. Naturally, I was sad.
Not sure if this is the kind of game that
It
needs
was a sad ride
slow,
home. Just like the night before, after saying goodbye to
slow
Jack.
stuff like
When
that.
I
Like,
walked into
the enemies are so
the way that she
mobile,
got
like they're
back into
always
my mother's
moving
house is
and
that
coming after you.
I
You'd
would
really
put
have
my car in the
to
driveway. Her car was in the garage.
really have to run around
If
them
the
to get them to
garage door was
stay
open, I'd open it
in the
wide.
vicinity of a
Through the
bomb
garage
long
door
enough
into
to
the
get
kitchen. So I
caught by,
walked into the
especially with a
kitchen.
bomb
I'm sorry?
that has detonation time that lengthy.
Garage door opener.
Don't know how I feel about that one.
Did you have a separate garage door or was it on a panel on the door?
No, it was in my car.
All right, I need to do Dingenstein again.
I went inside, and it had been obvious that I was upset. I had tears in my eyes, and she just came over and hugged me. She knew why I was sad about saying goodbye to my children.
Richard discussing how upset he was is almost comical, as he is talking about his last interaction with his children, and he has no emotion. And he's been talking about his mother being
Pretty sure I
brutally murdered
don't
in
need to
front
do
of
the
him.
fight
And again,
segment.
he has no emotion. He's shown absolutely no emotion besides annoyance this entire time.
Then what happened later that day?
Well, shortly thereafter, we both...
We can only hope I don't have to. Alright, the chalice is up
saying
there.
that things aren't so good here. And that's exactly what it was about. It was just not a happy day. I mean, I was about to go to prison for possibly 15 years, so it was a private time. There was no yelling or screaming. And I sent him a similar text, and that was that. So after those texts were sent, I started to go through some of my stuff and sort through some of my personal effects. And my mother and I, oddly enough, I had been so busy spending time with the kids and doing other things. She and I hadn't had a discussion about how to organize my clothes or what maybe
The chalice is easy to get. I don't know where to go to pick it up. I think this door would open up and that would allow me easy access to the roof, but that's not how it works.
That's it.
Now, is there a plan for going to have lunch together?
Yes, my mother was a great cook, fantastic cook, and she was going to make spaghetti.
So did she start preparations for lunch?
Yes, she did.
Then what happened?
It was, the plan was...
Guy can't do basic housekeeping either, just like the guy.
Around 1 o'clock.
No wonder they sent him back to live with his mommy.
Court
Court order!
It was, I believe, Super Bowl weekend, Friday afternoon traffic, a bunch of stuff going on in Atlanta. And, obviously we don't want to be late to the jail, given the importance of me being on time. I was walking from the kitchen. I had just left the kitchen from keeping her company while she was making the spaghetti when I heard a very loud knock at the front door. We weren't expecting
A lot of
any
being ordered
visitors.
back to Connecticut. They
So
should
I
have did
went
that
to
with the
front
bankruptcy.
door, And
Even if it
I opened
didn't
it,
make any
and
sense.
there were 2 individuals there.
I
2 men,
literally order
and they
you by the
both
court of
were
law
pointing
to go
pistols at
back to
me,
live with your mommy.
And they told me to let them in.
You're not fit to live on your own. Legally.
This would be traumatic. Recounting an event as terrifying as the one he has just begun to recount would be daunting, but again, he still has no emotion. His tone is almost comical, as if this is funny to him. When you testify in a jury trial, you want to get them on your side. You want them to see you in this hyper-specific way, and make your version of events so real that they can't help but agree with you. But everything that Richard has done is completely contrary to what he is saying. He doesn't seem to care about anything that he's talking about, even though his life hangs in the balance, as if he believes that he can win them over just by being there, and explaining this
What is this
nonsensical
hole
story
here?
to them.
Oh, it's for the... Okay, I think that's for the Dan
They
hand.
were pointing pistols at me, so I let them in. I let them in, they shut the door.
I got that ability now,
About
Goop.
this time, my mother came to the foyer.
chalice can be
where
collected
I was
now.
standing with these 2 individuals, and
I still gotta find it,
they
though.
said, head to the basement and don't say an effing word.
So did you go to the basement?
The taller of the individuals, he was older, probably in his 50s, about 6 feet, athletically built, walked past me, put the gun at my mother's lower back, and she...
Yeah, we're watching Dreading Serial. It has been a minute, hasn't it?
The fact they said head to the basement led me to think they knew we had a basement and cased the house before.
Yeah, the gist of his spiel here is 2 guys came in, they threatened him, and then killed his mom, and then threatened him and said, don't investigate or we'll kill you too. Even though you're the guy we're after, we're gonna kill your mom.
2-step process to get down those stairs. You have
prove a
4 or 5
point
steps that
or
went down,
something.
There's a landing, and then you make the turn.
And he cut off
there's
his
the
ankle
longer
monitor
flat
and
stairs.
ran away. Skipped
They
town.
proceeded first.
Made a new life for himself. Hid for 8 months successfully because he was afraid,
making
scared for his
sounds like
life.
She might
But his argument here is he was too scared. He was threatened for his life. He was afraid. It completely wasn't because he didn't want to serve his jail sentence for defrauding literally elderly people.
Behind me, who had the gun on my back, made it to the landing. He told her to
Oh, he was in
shut the
fear.
F up and pushed her
Two
down the
random
stairs.
max gentlemen who, like,
And look at his face after saying
who
that.
nobody
This
ever
is not the
saw.
face of
You know,
someone
everyone
who
in the
is
neighborhood
recounting
having
a
ring
traumatic
cameras and
event. This is not the
stuff
face
because
of
it's
someone who's telling the
2023.
truth.
Nobody
This is the
saw
face of
anything.
someone who believes that they are getting one over on
Totally
everybody
real.
because they're
It's
just so
actually
clever.
happened, you guys.
It was the worst.
You don't
sound
believe
I've
this
ever heard in my
paragon
life.
of virtue here?
She plunged headlong into the wall.
I don't think it was this year, but you know what I mean. A lot of people
I'm
have.
sitting here, and
Pretty much
I
all
could
your
tell that
neighbors
there was
spy
a
on you with their
dent
doorbells
or a hole in the
now.
wall. She was trying to get up and move around.
The Chandler
but
Halderson
from
click
my
case, that was the
vantage
first thing
point,
they
she
did was
couldn't
scout the
get
neighborhood
about.
for people who had ring cameras. It's free
She
evidence.
certainly appeared to be.
Free real estate.
And as I moved like I was going to try to go down the stairs, the guy dug the pistol into my back and grabbed my shoulder. The gentleman who pushed her down the stairs put his pistol behind his back into the back part of his jeans. He ran down the stairs, turned the corner, and came back with
I gotta redo
35
that.
pounds.
I was thinking, okay, I'd get all the limbs but one, then I collect the chalice, but I should probably do that the other way around.
Where'd the knife come from?
Well, the knife came later.
He just laughed. He laughed while recounting how his mother was viciously killed, but he seems entirely unaware that he's doing a bad job.
laughed,
Richard is very,
and it
very
sounded like
confident in all of his
ack.
bullshit.
This monster took this dumbbell and proceeded to bludgeon my mother right in front of me.
Yeah, the monster was
And
you,
she
Rue.
she stopped moving at this point. He then
Yeah,
told
attacked your mother in front of you, and you were too much of a coward to do anything about it. You just stood there and watched your mother be bludgeoned to death. I totally believe that. You would not be moved by emotion at all. Just completely frozen by fear. The big man, big lawyer man you are. You just sat there and watched.
He came back a few minutes later with the kitchen knife.
Your own mother took you in after you got convicted for defrauding the elderly. Went to go back to live with your mom at age 43.
What?
And you just stood there and watched her die.
Why is any of this happening? It was a complete and utter nightmare.
I am just so moved by the emotion on display, guys.
I had a pistol in my back. I couldn't believe this was happening.
Would this be like, by God, sorry if this is morbid and macabre, but would this be Dave and Linda? Would Dave just stand there? Would Dave not, like, even, would Dave be so hard? I think even Dave would at least make an attempt if this scenario were legitimate. And if it was Dave and Linda?
I didn't realize at the time that the knife was still stuck in my poor mother's face. He put the handle down on the tile across from the dumbbell. He then turned and looked at me, and he pulled out his cell phone. And he proceeded to show me a picture of
Dave would think about tea so he could fake
my
cry.
ex-wife dropping Mia off at her school. A picture of Jack being dropped off or picked up at
Dave
Lubbock.
would distract the attacker with the fish he just
Picture
got.
of them all getting out of her van.
Hey guy, look at this
their
fish I
little
caught.
home in Marietta.
Ain't it neat?
And a picture of her either
The
coming or
attacker would be
going
like, wow, that is
from
pretty
clinic
neat.
and bindings. And he said, and I'll never forget this as long as I live.
Oh
"If
yeah,
you
I
say
meant
a
little
single
Dave.
word, they're next." I had no doubt who they were or what next meant. And then they left.
Let's go
Dave would
over this
gaslight the
stupid
attacker.
story. So in the
Believable.
weeks leading up to
So,
his sentencing
you're
for
going to
stealing
kill
hundreds of
my
thousands
mom,
of dollars,
the
Richard
person
and
who
his
gave
family
birth to
start
me,
receiving
right?
anonymous harassment
You're
from
going to
the
kill my
victims. The
mother
harassment gets so
after
bad
she,
that
out of the
direct
goodness of
threats
her
in the
heart,
form
took
of a
me in
cartoon
and
are
allowed
left
me to
in his
live with her
mother's
again.
and
You're just gonna
ex-wife's
kill her,
mailboxes.
right?
However, the very next
Are you
day,
fucking
he's
dunce?
sentenced to 15 years in prison and to pay restitution to his victims. Then, 2 weeks later, the very day he is supposed to report to prison and begin
His
serving his
sentencing
sentence,
for the
two
elderly
men
people
who are not his
defrauding,
victims
that was
come to his
15
house,
years.
brutally murder his
Potentially
mother
5
in
years
front
with
of
good
him,
behavior,
seemingly because
and he
of his
didn't want to do
crimes,
that.
and then tell him if
So he just
doesn't
killed
keep
his
mouth
mom and
shut,
ran
he will
away,
kill his entire
skipped
family,
town.
which is
What's-
ridiculous.
it's
If
5
someone
years
wanted
at
to
best
enact
if you're a good
revenge on
boy.
Richard, why would they
What?
go through the effort of not killing him? He had seen their faces, they had their guns drawn on him, and they had come there with the express purpose of killing him. But when push came to shove, they decided to kill his mother, threaten him a little bit, then leave him there completely unharmed. That doesn't make any sense, but we've seen defenses like this before, most notably in the case of Diane Downs.
And then Did you call the police?
No, I did not call the police.
Why not?
Because I just witnessed an unimaginable.
I was afraid they would attack
act
the
of
body.
violence. Two
Oh, hey.
unimaginable
I need
acts
one of these.
violence. And then a man coldly looked at me after he's standing over the body.
I gotta be afraid of the rats now?
And bludgeoned, and shows me pictures of my family. So no, I did not call the police.
How much longer did you stay there?
Yeah, that makes sense. I was scared, you guys.
I stood there numb. And
You're certainly not numb
incapable
now.
of moving for it would seem like minutes.
So back in
These
2010,
guys
my
have
mother
left.
was at a helicopter company.
I went upstairs. All I could think about
was food.
Was Janine and the kids. And what these monsters could do. And I went and got a small backpack out of my room. I put a few clothes. I didn't pack much. Some basic toiletries.
Oh, is this how you get back there?
He was smiling during the first
Yeah,
half of that statement.
check it out.
I don't want to definitively state that was a duping delight smile, but he is extremely pleased with himself. The majority of the testimony has been laying the groundwork for his defense, and he seems to believe now he is bringing everything home and really convincing everyone of his stupid-ass story.
Now, why did you take your mother's car?
I took my mother's car because it had more gas in it than my car. It had a bigger tank. And
I think your
had
story
no
has the
idea
most hot air out of anybody
where
right
I was
now,
going,
sir.
Where I was going to end up. And it seemed to me in that state of mind that at least her car would be easier to sleep. And that's why I took her car.
This statement alone is damning. He didn't state that he was in a mental crisis. He didn't claim to be going through a
Hey,
psychological
3 minutes to
break
finish, but
as
I
a
have all
result of
the.
seeing
I
his
got the
mother being
chalice.
brutally killed. Instead, he says he chose to take her car because it had more gas in the tank, as well as better gas mileage, and it was easier to sleep in. His thinking was incredibly logical, and the fact that it was
Very,
after witnessing his
self-centered, you
mother's
might
death
say.
would make him look even worse in the eyes of the jury.
So where'd you go?
When I left her house, I went out of the neighborhood. I don't even know what time of day it was when I left, but I went out of the neighborhood. I made a right.
Why are there just random monsters in this underground lab that have body parts anyway?
I was 5-4 stricken more right. I did a cab counting when I
I don't think that was ever elaborated upon. Okay, I need one leg
I
monster.
made a left.
2 minutes.
I'm not sure if it was Arcata or Killian Hill, but up by the Kroger there. And just
One of these
started
two
heading
guys.
Towards 85.
Now, how much time did it take you to get to Nashville? Is that where you go? You go straight to Nashville?
No, I didn't go all the way to Nashville in one shot. No, I ended up going to the QT station at Indian Trail.
Big ups,
and
QT.
85. I stopped to get a couple bottles of water, some snacks. I only had $18 cash on me. I topped off the tank, I believe, put some gas in it.
There we go.
And then I proceeded towards Cobb County, towards 285, and then ultimately to 75.
Why cut your monitor off?
Well, the reason I cut my monitor off is I was concerned by the time I
Only
got
QT here is Dinger. Well, thank you, Parma. You know I
north of
try,
Cobb
right?
County. You know, I was within, I believe, an hour or so of when I was supposed to report. I had no idea if just by routine the monitoring people were watching me or not. So that's why I headed towards Cobb County. I didn't want to do anything.
I was told by Riku I had to do this twice. Please no.
Involved with the police because
Okay,
I
it
didn't
just
want
takes me back
come
to the lab. Never
her,
mind.
My family, if these guys found out and thought I had said something.
Now, why did you take both phones?
For that very reason. I had every reason to believe, based on this horrific event, that these individuals had a lot of hate for me.
Whoa! Whoa!
have been following
We have
me and
acquired
my ex-wife
the
and kids.
broadsword.
And perhaps they
Try
had
this
our
out.
numbers. Perhaps they were the ones who had been calling and hanging up. I didn't know. I wanted to have the phones in case they had demands. If they went back to the house, I had to know what was going on. And if Janine called either myself
Now we're really
or
playing
my
with Power
mother,
Pimp.
I wanted to know what was going on with her, that she was okay, that the kids were okay.
And
So that's
completely
why I took
replaced
both
the
phones.
small sword.
He's now directly claiming his mother's murder had to do with his crime, but that doesn't make sense. Again, if most people wanted to take revenge on a person, they wouldn't attack someone tangentially related to the person. They would simply attack the person they want revenge on. Moreover, most murderers would not go through the effort to kill a stranger as violently as Shirley was murdered. According to Richard's own story, they had guns. They had the means to kill her without hurting themselves or exerting that much energy, and yet, for seemingly no other reason than they wanted to get their steps in, they repeatedly walked up and down the basement stairs in order to retrieve new weapons to use on her, and left Richard completely unharmed, which again makes no sense.
So how long did it take you to get to Nashville?
Ultimately, I probably got to Nashville. I mean, I think they're an hour behind, but I ended up in Nashville
yes,
after
the
dark.
wolf
Of
from
course,
Hall.
It was wintertime, so
Yes, is it infested with
it started
werewolves?
early everywhere, but it was probably
What a strange adversary.
7, 8 o'clock Central Time
Persistent, I'll give him that.
by the time I actually got
Certainly
there.
has the beating of you two. He also defeated Iron Smoke.
Nashville is a big city. I had no more money to buy gas, and it seemed like a safe place to pull off and park and try to figure out what in the world was going on.
Earlier than expected.
And Jackson, did you get a job in Nashville?
Yes, I got a job at a bar called Betty's Bar and Grill on the west side of Nashville.
Actually didn't watch the show. Big ups Pim Pam on the positive lure.
I met Kelly online.
Take it easy, Goob.
You started living with Kelly?
Fairly quickly, yes.
Were the two of you in a relationship?
Yes.
Did she know who you were?
No, she did not.
Why did you tell her?
I did not tell her because, again, in my mind, with how horrific the events of my mother's murder,
You could just use the inventory.
how graphic that people were capable of such insane violence.
Or just use
I had to
Ellen
believe
Triangle.
That they would keep their word and take it out on my ex-wife and my children if anything was said. So I adopted a new identity, and I made a vow to myself that I would never reveal who I was. And there were many, many times I wanted to Kelly, but I wanted to tell her that I was accused of a murder I did not commit. But I didn't because I didn't want to endanger her. and I didn't
Whoa,
want to endanger
enchant the sword for
Janine and the
100G.
kids.
Now, Kelly, did you and Kelly ever have any problems? Anything violent between you two?
No, absolutely not.
She was telling us
Oh,
that
I definitely can't spam the sword. Oh god. It uses up its power as long as I have it equipped.
Stay somewhere else. What's going on?
Kelly, at the time, was a PhD student in chemistry, and she had a lot of work to do, and she needed her space. It wasn't relationship space. It was, hey, just go find somewhere else to be for a day or two so I can get my project done. That's all it was.
Now, by that time, what happened to the car?
I want to say it was on a Wednesday or Thursday before I got arrested. I got arrested Monday, September 30th, 2019 in Nashville by the marshals. I want to say Thursday the 26th, I woke up. I believe Kelly was already in class or at her lab, and the car was gone. Kelly
Whoa,
lived
whoa,
in
whoa,
an
whoa, whoa, whoa,
apartment
I'm
in an
frozen
old
in
house
place.
on 18th Avenue, near the university, and I didn't know it, but apparently there were a lot of break-ins, and learned after the fact that the car had been broken into, and during investigation of it by the Vanderbilt police, the car got towed, and that's what ultimately led to my capture. So I woke up, walked out, the car was gone.
Yeah, this is Duck Station. Dude, it's like the
Not right
easiest
about that, no.
emulator to utilize.
Tell us how you ended up getting arrested.
Yeah, on that Monday, I was, the weather
I
was
gotta make
starting
it
to
out.
change in Nashville. It was getting cool at night. I was walking in West
How did he
Nashville
see
in an area
me?
called Sylvan Park where Betty's
He
was.
saw me
and a few
across
other
the
places that I
room.
knew. And there was the old Southern thrift shop, which I had bought good cheap clothes before, and I was just looking for a light jacket because I didn't have one. And as I was done browsing through the store, I didn't see one. I started to walk out, and next thing I knew, I was surrounded by 5 or 6 marshals, and my
Run
face
away.
was in the floor, looking up at them. And they told me I was under arrest.
So, Richard, getting back to February 1st.
Yes.
Did you kill your mother?
Absolutely not. I loved my mother. She stood by me. I'm not a violent person. Never laid a finger on anybody.
Imagine you're in Richard's position.
Yeah,
You
I
killed
love
your
my mother,
you
but
think
you know,
can
I
get
didn't
away
do
with the
anything
murder
while
if you convince
she
the
was
people
murdered
around you
and
that
got
it
got.
wasn't really you. It was actually these 2 identified people that there's no direct evidence of. You work on your story, so it fits all the evidence that was found at the scene, and you meticulously plan for your day in court. Besides, you're a lawyer. You know this. You can get away with this. And then, when you get in court, you try and assert your innocence. This is the best you can do. Richard has shown zero emotion when talking about his mother. When going over the horrific details of her death, he smiled and seemed pleased with himself. I personally gave a lot of shit to Nancy Brophy and Tony Todd when they took the stand in their own defense, but at the very least, they both pretended to cry. Personally, I think it's kind of funny how his narrative presents the fact that his mother's murder had the unintended consequence that he just had to skip town and not go to prison. It's almost as if he's saying, hey guys, I really wanted to go serve 15 years in prison, but I can't, which is a total bummer. That was it in terms of his direct examination. Richard had accomplished literally nothing he had set out to do, but he seems pretty satisfied with himself, so that's really all that matters. So now
I just
let's
cannot
watch the
make it out with this
cross-examination.
fucking key.
Mr. Merritt, what you said happened in front of your eyes on February 1st, 2019 must have been horrifying for you.
Yeah, it was so scary,
You said that
guys.
it shook you
I was
up.
so terrified. I didn't know what I
You
would
were
do.
afraid for your own life?
I was so traumatized by what happened to my mother, I really wasn't worried about myself at that point.
Okay, but you were concerned for your wife and your daughter and your son,
Yes.
and you were so scared that you got out of there as fast as you could. Right?
I did.
Okay. Made the decision not to turn yourself into the Cobb County Jail, right?
Correct.
And instead, you cut your ankle monitor off. But before you even did that,
Yeah, it's completely
you made
normal.
some stops along the way. You stopped at a Kroger on. You stopped at a Kroger first, correct?
No, I didn't actually stop there.
Okay, but you stopped in the parking lot and you drove around the parking lot in Kroger, right?
Correct, I did.
Okay, because you didn't need gas at that point because your mom's car was full enough to get you out of there. That's what you testified to, correct?
To get me most of the way there, yes.
Okay, and then you stopped at a QT in Norcross, and we saw the video of that. Do you recall? Okay.
Ain't
And
nothing
you were
but a
there for
Kroger
how
run,
long?
guys.
Do you remember?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Did you feel that you were being chased at that point?
At that point, no, I did not.
Okay. Did you feel like your life was in danger at that point?
Careful.
No.
Okay. Okay. So you bought waters and a candy bar. Okay, and then you drove around 285
We need
west.
to hydrate, come
and you
on.
took the 75 north exit, right?
Correct.
Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but your wife's practice is over in Vinings, kind of on West Paces Ferry and Paces Mill. Is that correct? Okay, and so you passed that exit when you got onto 75 north,
Correct.
and you did not stop to tell your wife that you had just watched your mother being killed and her life was in danger.
Oh, she's not
Correct?
important in the grand scheme.
Okay, and your son's
He's not really a
school,
character
love it.
in this
It's just down the
story,
street from
lady.
that. It's on West Paces Ferry, is that right?
Yes.
And you did not make any efforts to take that exit, which is
This is
the
bug-eyed
exit
anime
before
girl.
the exit to your wife's veterinarian clinic.
I wanna interact
to
with
pick
her.
up your son from school or
Hey,
alert anyone
Chalice.
that his life was in danger.
My son, I believe, was with his grandfather that day. He wasn't at school.
Okay, but you never made any phone calls to your wife? Correct?
No, I did not.
You never called Jack's school? Right?
No, I did not.
You never called
No, I didn't do that. And I'm damn proud of it, man.
No, I did not.
And so Jack was with Sal. That's your previous father-in-law. Did you ever call Sal Mokosi to let him know that you had seen this horrible event and that he and your entire family were in danger?
I didn't call any of them because the killers told me don't say a word to anyone, so I took them at their word based on what they did.
Okay, but they weren't following you, right?
I don't know if they were following me or not.
Okay. All right. So they could have very well been
Very
behind
convenient
you.
for them.
It's entirely possible. I have no idea what vehicle they were in.
Okay, and a safe place to go would have been the Cobb County Jail, which you drove right past on 75 North. Is that correct?
The instructions were, and I took them at their word based on what they did to my mother. Don't say a word to anyone. The last place to go would be to somewhere like the Cobb County Jail.
Well, apparently Richard thinks this is still hilarious. The prosecution is pointing out all the narrative flaws in Richard's thinking. How if he believed everyone in his life was in danger, he would have stopped along the way and called someone to give them a warning. She points out all the times he could have, all the stops he made along the way, but he never did. And when responding, Richard begins to smile, as if this back and forth is funny, as if what she is saying is so comical because it's outlandish, despite the fact that everything he said for the past hour is clearly false.
And why is that?
Well, you have law enforcement there. If they have people in Cobb County and they know a report, I'm more likely to say something because I'm in the safety of the jail.
Oh, you can't kill the little runt.
Okay, so you didn't make any calls to anybody to warn them that their lives were in danger, right?
They didn't want you killing little kids in this game. Understandable.
These gentlemen, very sarcastically, these monsters told me, don't say a word to anyone. After what they did to my mother, I didn't say a word to anyone, without qualification.
Okay, so these monsters, do you think that they were
This ain't no child, it's a demon.
Seeing your house starting at the beginning of January?
Well, they sure knew we had a basement right off the
Yeah,
road.
multiple children. Multiple children that all look alike.
Around the cul-de-sac, or driven around the cul-de-sac, as you testified earlier.
Suspiciously, at least 20 or 30 times by my count.
20 or 30 times? Did you ever get any of their tag numbers?
Likely story.
They're
obviously demons imitating the form and shape of human-style children.
Following me. Did you ever do that?
My mother and I did discuss it.
You discussed it, but you never called the police, and you never made a report of people casing your house or running around the cul-de-sac in their cars, right?
No, we didn't.
Did you ever talk to any of the neighbors about what was going on?
I didn't. I can't say if my mother did or not.
Okay. So you weren't concerned at this point about these people riding around in the cul-de-sac because you obviously didn't do anything to prevent it from happening in the future.
Quite the opposite, ma'am.
I never said
my
that.
lawyer immediately when it happened who did absolutely nothing.
Okay.
All right, we got Nick Cage over here with the decimating responses, but there's a huge issue with what he's saying. He stated that his mother's home was being obviously cased, so much so that his elderly mother noticed as much. However, no one else in the neighborhood noticed any unusual cars in the neighborhood. No one else saw any suspicious activity, and the only person
The ring
besides
camera
the
didn't pick
decedent
up
that
anything.
knows about this alleged harassment is Richard's former lawyer, who did not report and cannot testify. It's basically the perfect excuse. It's like in middle school, when you lie and say you have a girlfriend who goes to another school, but no one else knows her. They don't have social media, but they totally are a model and they exist. But
They're
Richard's
real, guys,
entirely
I swear!
delusional about how poorly his story is coming across. He is absurdly confident, cocking his eyebrow up and trying to be snarky to the prosecution, as if what she's saying is ridiculous.
All right. And you knew he did absolutely nothing.
He told me he was actually going to reach out to his contacts at the DA's office where he used to work alongside the person who prosecuted me, as well as his contacts with law enforcement in Cobb. They all did absolutely nothing.
Okay. But did you ever
Hey,
call
life
the
bottle.
Cobb County Police?
It would be
Because
cool
that's
if
where
those
your mother's
refilled
house is
the
located.
rest of my HP when I find
didn't
them.
call, and neither did my mother, to my knowledge.
Okay, and you understand that DeKalb County Police would have jurisdiction over your mother's house.
Of course they would, ma'am, but the root of the activity was all indications sourced out of Cobb County.
All right. So these two, you called them monsters, right?
Yes.
You've never seen these guys in your life.
Never.
And they were both kind of big. You said one was pudgy. What about the other one?
He was athletic and thin.
Okay, and could you describe what they were wearing?
Yes, I can.
What was that?
The athletic thin one was wearing sort of a black thermal long sleeve top and what looked like dicky khaki pants.
Okay, and what kind of gun was
Sounds like something he might wear.
I'm
No,
not
wait a
gun
minute.
guy, but it was a semi-automatic, sort of like the police have. It was
All right.
not a revolver.
What color was it?
It was black.
All right, and what about the other guy? What did he look like? You said he was pudgy, but how else did he look?
He's pudgy, had shoulder-length brown hair, brown eyes.
It was
5'8",
BBB and
5'9",
Worski.
He was wearing camouflage hoodie.
Okay, well, did he have the hoodie up?
No.
Okay, so you got a knock on the door after being followed or having people suspiciously drive around your neighborhood for several weeks, right?
Yes.
And this was the day that you were supposed to turn yourself into the jail.
Yes, it was.
And
That was irrelevant.
you looked out the window, right?
I did.
And you saw that there was a guy all in black, right?
I didn't say it was all in black.
A black shirt and dicky pants.
He was wearing a black top, that was it.
And a guy wearing a camouflage hoodie, right?
And blue jeans. Yeah.
And you had never seen these guys before, but you decided to answer the door.
I opened the door. We did not have a peephole in the door. It was not uncommon to just open the door. Could have been a neighbor, could have been anybody. I certainly didn't expect that in the middle of the day.
Okay, and they held you up at gunpoint?
Yes, they said, let us in now.
They didn't shoot you?
No, they didn't shoot.
They didn't shoot your mom?
No, they did not.
In fact, is it fair to
Interesting
say that they
vampire
killed her
killing
with
mechanic
a
here.
knife from her own knife block?
I believe they did, yes.
Okay. And
Trying to
you
immolate you
wrote
as a
letters
last-minute defense
while
there.
you were in custody for this offense. Is that correct?
Yes.
You wrote many
Forced
letters to your
tutorial to
friends
kill
and family
vampires?
members, correct?
Mainly family members, yes.
Okay, specifically you wrote letters to Janine.
Yes.
And you wrote letters to your brother Rob.
Yes.
Okay, and you told them that it wouldn't be unlikely that your fingerprints would be on that knife, correct?
From the standpoint that we all used the knives in the kitchen, I lived in the house, it very well could be on there. I don't know.
Did you tell him any fingerprints that may exist are easily explained as the dumbbells were mine? Did you tell him that?
Yes, I did.
And I regularly use the knife in question to prepare food, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you said you worked out 3 to 4 times per month, and you were living there for 10 months, so it would not
Oh, I fucked up the
be hard
puzzle.
to explain that evidence away if it were to appear.
Correct, because I knew what the murder weapons were, because I saw the gentleman use them, absolutely.
Okay, but you never told him anything about the 2 guys who came into the house with guns and bludgeoned your mother to death.
See, this is important. You would think that while in police custody for his mother's murder, a murder he claims he didn't commit because 2 strangers just so happened to kill her the day he was supposed to report to prison, you would think that he would tell his friends and family what actually happened. He would want to unburden himself of their
How the fuck
distrust
now? 'Cause I
and show
can't
that he
move
didn't
it. I need to
actually
move
do
it
the
left.
crime he's being accused of. You would also think he would now want to warn them of the danger they are supposedly in. But instead of doing that, he tried to justify why his DNA would be present at the scene of the crime and why his fingerprints would be on the weapons.
You really don't have that
Did it not
kind of
account for you getting it
capacity
stuck
to
like
write
this?
from
I can't
being
reset it.
incarcerated. I told him the key facts.
Oh, okay. You told him the key facts that 2 guys broke into your mother's house?
Can I
I
pull
don't
it?
recall if I told him that or not.
Okay, and in fact, what you actually told him is the timing and substance of this disclosure will all make sense.
Yes, because I knew that I didn't do it, and I would have to sit here in my defense one day, absolutely.
But you never said anything to Janine about these 2 guys who were supposedly out and knew her whereabouts in any of these letters, right?
Janine wasn't reading anything I sent her.
Okay, and what about your brother? You never said, listen, these 2 guys are out, they've got photographs of our family on the phone, and you
I didn't think it was important or relevant.
to keep everyone safe.
I had absolutely no confidence that law enforcement would do anything at that point because they took out the warrant for the murder of my mother the same day they found the body.
You're a
and
lawyer.
investigated nobody else.
but there was no need to investigate anyone else based on the crime scene and the circumstances. All the DNA that was found at the scene of the crime belonged to Richard and his mother. No neighbors stated they saw anyone suspicious or out of place when the murders took place, and no one person besides Richard had ever claimed that two men dressed suspiciously had been anywhere near the home at the time of the murder. Not only that, but he failed to call law enforcement and went on the run, spending 8 months living under a different identity. He's trying to state that the suspicion being placed on him by law enforcement is unjustified, when in reality, it would be ridiculous to ignore him.
Time
as
to
a
waste these
suspect.
bottles in
He had
what,
means,
5
motive,
minutes?
and opportunity,
Couldn't
but he
even
wants
fill
us to
all of them.
ignore all of that because he, the criminal who stole $500,000 from the elderly, swears he wouldn't have done this.
Okay, and
I'm a nice guy, you guys. I would never do something like this.
You did take, so you said you took your mother's car, right?
Yes.
And you took your mother's phone as well, right?
Yes, I did.
And that doesn't make really a lot of sense. Can you explain why you took your mother's phone?
I took my phone, of course, and I took her phone.
I didn't think she
because
needed
all
it
the
anymore.
calls we had been getting on both my phone and her phone, I assumed that these were the same folks who had been calling us that had killed her. They might have some sort of demands. Janine might call my phone or my mother's phone if these guys made a move on her or the kids, and I wanted to know exactly what was going on. That's why I took both phones.
You've seen the phone records that the state admitted into evidence, didn't you?
Of course.
Okay, both you, and you've had the opportunity to review those phone records, right?
Yes.
And there were phone calls made to both your phone and your mother's phone while you were on the run, right?
I don't recall anybody calling me while I was on my phone anyway. She may have received
I
some
killed one
text, a lot of those
inadvertently.
were SMS, not
Works for
necessarily
me.
phone calls.
You never picked up any phone calls to your mother's phone on February 1st, 2019, did you?
This one fell back
but
asleep.
If I recall correctly, the calls that came in were people in her contacts, so I had no worries that they were the ones who killed her.
Okay. And you got rid of those phones?
Yes.
You got rid of them before you even cut the ankle monitor off, or around the time that you cut the ankle monitor
Yes,
off?
I don't dispute the data or your expert.
So there was never any intent to turn them over to the police so that they could see whether
hello?
anyone was
Hello, Dracula?
demands, as you mentioned.
You all right there, buddy?
Because I took them at their word. Say nothing or this will
He
happen
really
to you
doesn't want to
family.
step into the light. I really don't think he's a fan of the light.
Responding to the prosecution like this, as if what she's saying is ridiculous, is lunacy, especially when he's blatantly telling the jury, in this case,
I was
that he
supposed to
had
trick
evidence
him
that everything he
into
was
running
saying is
into it
true,
while
but
awake.
He destroyed all the evidence while on the run. Sure, there's no proof that anything I'm saying happened, and no one can corroborate my story, but trust me, would I, a man who's going to prison for fraud and elder abuse, really do this?
So whose idea was it to turn Mike Jeffcoat down that morning?
It was actually my mother's suggestion. She says, I don't really need Mike to come today. And I said, okay, as long as you're able to drive and get yourself
Can you head back to sleep already?
That was the extent of the conversation.
All right.
What is he doing?
And, but both you and she texted Mike. Are you aware of that?
Of course.
Okay. You
Ran back
went
down
to
there.
Nashville. Is that the first place you went, or did you stop anywhere else along the way?
I believe I stopped in Chattanooga to use the bathroom at a Walmart.
Okay. And you spent those entire 8 months in Nashville, right?
Yes.
All right.
I'm getting attacked, but not really?
The name you used was Nick Malvo.
He just does not want to run it. These are the buggiest enemies in the game.
Alias that I
They're so
used
fucking
was from
buggy,
New
man.
Orleans. It was a Cajun sounding name. That's why I picked it.
All right.
So how did I kill that
You
first
made this
one? Was it
driver's
just
license
happenstance?
to Exhibit 82 yourself, right?
Yeah, I got the template online, yes.
Okay.
Oh,
and You
okay.
actually had the sleeves that you put driver's licenses in, or at least the kind that you put this in your car when it was collected, right?
I printed it off and believe the
So they're too
business
smart
card,
to run
plastic
into it
laminates, that's
themselves,
what I
which is
got.
why you gotta
And
push
even
them into the
birth
light.
date on this is incorrect.
Yes.
All right, because it says here that you were born on February 25th of 1980, right?
Correct.
When actually your birthday is February 23rd, 1974.
That's right.
Not even right about his
So you
birthday?
subtracted 6 years on your age because you didn't want to get caught.
I did not want to get found and have my family hurt as a result. I was trying to disappear to protect them.
Hey guys, come on, please. I really wanted to go to prison for 15 years, but the day I was supposed to report in to begin my sentence, I was forced to go on the run. Not because I wanted to avoid prison time, but because 2 unknown men were going to murder my whole family if I were to get justice for the crimes I committed. Makes a lot of sense, and it's pretty noble when you really think about it.
I agree.
But you did go on to a dating app and meet women on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have any concern about putting your
A lot of rooms to check,
information
I
out
think.
on a dating app, did you?
What information specifically?
Any of it?
Well, I wasn't putting information out there as Richard Merritt.
Oh yeah, did I not make that clear when I gave the summary earlier? Yeah, while he was hiding out and about, he used dating apps to meet new people.
All right. And you were never a marketing executive, right?
No, I was not.
That was just something you made up to create this new persona of Mick Malvo.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and you did not go to
Yes,
LSU.
that's true.
No.
You were a Georgia fan,
I went to Georgia, yes.
and you weren't an LSU fan,
No.
and you were not a Saints fan.
Actually, I have been a Saints fan my whole life.
Okay, but you put those stickers on your mother's car.
All right, cross-examination, you've been felted. You're obviously compromised.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that was part of the deception, is that right?
I would call it protection.
All right, and you also put a stolen license plate on your mom's car.
This is true, I did.
All right, so that was part of the
I was
lie
trying to
as
protect
well,
my
as you
Bob
didn't want to be
guys.
found by these monsters
Absolutely right.
or the cops.
That would lead to the monsters, absolutely right.
Okay, and you said
Yes,
that
that's
you
true.
were staying
Good
with
segue.
cousins in Nashville, correct?
I believe that is something I said, yes.
But that's not true either, is it?
No.
What is true with this
True.
guy?
You didn't have any cousins or family in Nashville.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, and so you didn't really have a place to stay in Nashville.
Not at first, no.
Okay, until you met Kelly.
Correct.
So you were using her for a place to live. Is that right?
I wouldn't go that far, no.
Okay. You told Kelly that you did not have any kids, correct?
That's true.
That was a
And you said
lie.
you had a niece, though, with cerebral palsy.
I did.
And you never said anything about any kind of nephew.
Pizza day,
right?
Hey, thank you for the pizza day, Biddy.
No, I did not.
You said that your mom
wish it was
had
pizza
died
day.
of leukemia. Is that a lie that you told me?
That's what I told
Hey,
you.
that one's free.
And
What about this one?
You grew your hair and beard out while you were there?
Yes.
And again, that was part of the persona of Mick Malvo because you didn't want to get caught by these alleged
It is Friday, that is
monsters,
true.
right?
Yes, that's
And
true.
you didn't
You won't
want to
hear
get
Noel talk
arrested
about pizza
either.
today.
Well, that would definitely lead to compromise.
It's not even technically, it's literally Friday. Unless you live in JC land.
When you originally stole money,
Wait, where's the
from
light
your
getting
clients,
revealed?
You stole what, about $500,000, more or less, right? And most of these clients were elderly.
Noel streams on Rumble and Kick now.
Okay.
Let me see if I can link
The
this.
average age of the clients who are listed as
Yes,
your
you can
victims in
find
indictment
Mad
is
at the
61.2
internet.
years old.
I use the Rumble link because Rumble has, you can set different speeds for it and you can't do it on Kick. Like 2 times speed, 1.5 speed.
Again, he's incredibly smug in his
He's
replies back to her,
banned
and it's
off
not
of
making him look good.
YouTube,
He tries to
goob.
one-up her and claim he didn't actually target the elderly, even though he absolutely did. Previously stated his practice worked mostly with the elderly in the direct examination, and when she points out that the majority of his victims were over 61,
he never
tries to
stopped
fight
or took
back with
breaks.
technicalities. This entire
The show
time
just
he's
got
been on the
difficult to
stand,
find
he's
with
supposed
each
to come off as
successive week.
extremely timid and incapable
Even
of
during the
hurting people
whole
around him, but he's
Drop
failed
KF
so
thing, he was still doing
spectacularly
shows.
that I can't even put it into words.
Okay, most of your victims were in their 60s and 70s. Is that right?
I would hesitate on calling them
Injured in
victims.
car accidents and other kind of insurance claims. That's kind of the meat of the folks that you were representing and that you stole from. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you would tell them you would settle their claims with the insurance company and not tell the clients that you had settled. right?
That's what I did.
And so you would take their money from the insurance company and keep it as
I
your
get some
own.
pizza with shellfish and mayonnaise and other traditional Japan-style toppings. That was good, man.
Yes.
Okay.
Man, the internet's a good way for me to keep up with the clowns of this circus of clowns who I don't keep more of a close eye on.
And again, you didn't put any of that money in an escrow account.
Pled to all of this in January of 2000.
What do I do with these vampires?
Okay. And you did this because the firm was in trouble.
Did to trick them up here?
Yes.
Okay.
In trouble.
So, is it fair to say, Mr. Merritt,
Farmer bragging about his
that
sushi pizza.
when you're in
Probably pretty good.
trouble, you lie to try to get out of it?
I don't believe that's fair to say at all.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is it fair to say
Sometimes
that
I get
when
tired
your
looking at
firm was in
clowns.
trouble,
Yeah, I get like that
you
too.
deceived
That's why often
many of your clients, at
I
least
won't
the
restream
17
the
listed in
guy
the
or
paper?
not even really pay attention to what he's doing. Sometimes I'll skip whole pre-streams. It pays to not pay attention, especially when so much of the day-to-day is just the same fucking shit you've seen over and over and over again. The writers need a new script, Mayan.
At Betty's Grill as to your name and where you were from and who you were. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and is it fair to say that you made up an entire story and told a lie to Kelly
You
Richardson?
lied.
Because
Why?
that would be a convenient way for you to get what you needed at that time.
Hey, there we go.
I genuinely cared for Kelly. I didn't need her for a place to stay.
Okay, and yet, your entire relationship with her
I get
was a
what they
lie.
were going for, but the puzzles here with the vampires can be a little bit janky.
So is it
But
fair
I
to
get
say that
what
you
the
have
intent
lied
was.
and deceived to get out of trouble in the past?
Oh, I didn't need to. No,
I
not
don't
back
think that's fair
here.
to say.
Hold up. This way. Here's a script idea. Derek tells us he's gonna stream on Kick and keep chilling his Kick in DSP's chat. That would be new.
February 1st, 2019.
Not even the Dutch brothers did that, despite advertising that they were gonna start streaming. Nothing came of that arc.
Right?
Yes, in my ways.
And they didn't steal anything from the house.
All right, Derek, I get it. Good night.
know if they did or
Yes,
not.
you don't need to say it all the time.
And,
Thank you, Derek.
They didn't break in. You said that
It's
you
not
let them
necessary,
in
Derek, but
yourself.
thank you.
No, I'm not aware that
Yes,
they tried
Derek,
to
I love you
break in.
too.
Okay, and they had never tried to break in prior to that.
I can't say.
No, Derek, I'm
who
not saying
tried to
goodbye
break
to
in.
Willow.
Why?
Okay.
I don't know.
They're
Because
bad.
nobody, as far as you know, had tried to break into your house prior to that.
I'm not aware of anybody trying to break in. No.
Okay, but they did not leave.
Oh, sorry,
a
they're
scratch
rich. Sorry.
On you.
Oh, sometimes I forget.
They roughed me up a little bit going down the stairs, but no, they did.
Okay. And you.
No,
were the
guys, I
person
can't
who
say
made it
goodbye to all of you.
Right.
I'm quite certain.
Oh, you guys are you're like warring for attention, and I know you're all from the same Discord.
I believe when my mother started to get loud.
The animated world
That's when the
Discord.
gentleman pushed her, and then you
Ah,
finished
yes,
her off.
another
So
health
she wouldn't make any
fountain.
noise. That's what I personally think, and they didn't realize what they got into, and they took off. I don't know what. their
Still
real
3
intentions
bottles
were. They never
short.
got that far.
Okay. They never pulled the triggers of either of those guns.
It's a puzzle?
No, they did not.
Okay.
Interesting.
And there was no struggle that caused any furniture to tip over, right?
I don't.
Derek Chat has 100% gotten
Where did
worse.
they get that knife
Actually, that
from?
will reach a breaking point with
I
Dave.
believe they got it from the butcher block in the
He's
kitchen.
Okay.
It'll be a minute before you get a situation where Derek really gets snapped at. But we are seeing more and more situations in which he does kind of,
Cross-examination, the defense rested their case.
you know,
And closing
kind of
arguments
go
were
back,
set
go
the
at
following
Derek a
day.
bit.
Richard had believed that he put on a stellar performance. Sure, he didn't cry or seem like he really cared about his mom that much, but he told the jury what to believe, and he felt that that was enough. He expected to be fully exonerated for all of his crimes and to walk out a free man. However, less than an hour later, the jury had reached their verdict, guilty on all counts.
In the Superior Court of DeKalb County, State of Georgia versus Richard Vincent Merritt, defendant. Indictment number 19CR2141-4. Judge Courtney L. Johnson. Verdict form. As of count 1, malice murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As of count 2, felony murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As of count 3, felony murder.
Oh, there goes one of the bottles. Just because I fell a little bit.
As of count 4, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
Hey, push them all over here.
As of count 5, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As of count 6, possession of knife during commission of a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
Before receiving his sentence, Richard addressed the court.
You shall give in the case now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Mr. Merritt, before you say anything, I want to make sure that you understand that you do have the right to appeal your conviction in this case. I am going to give you some more instructions about your appeal rights once we've concluded with the sentencing hearing. But I'm sure that Mr. Queen has discussed this with you, but I do want to make sure that I reiterate that to you for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I realize
What final words we got? I'm a good guy, guys.
What has occurred throughout the past week?
Is this all a conspiracy against me? You guys know I would never do something like this.
Raised right by two very good people. Beautiful people, my mother and father. I had a beautiful family that I've lost. I've long since lost them. I've lost them in the Cobb County case. Things were never the same after the arrest. I had, as I said, a beautiful family, beautiful children, a beautiful wife, inside and out, all of them. The world was truly our oyster, and I blew it. I just fell victim to the ultimate drug there is, and that's the green drug money. And it led to
the green drug?
Just bad behavior and bad
money, yeah.
And my life spiraled out of control, and I couldn't get it back. I am immensely sorry for the pain that this entire process has caused.
Yeah, this has certainly been painful, but not for the reasons you think.
It's been very uncomfortable for my family, those who used to be my friends, extended family, everybody who ever.
Yeah. Out with the verdict already. Throw that book at them.
Maybe they'll come back in my life one day. I don't know. I have to earn that back somehow. I accept the court's sentence, whatever it may be. I respect, despite how poorly I treated the profession I was so lucky to be a part of.
So 10 years ago, I was at the helicopter company,
The system,
and I was a lawyer.
The jury's verdict. I certainly understand my rights of appeal. And
let me backtrack for the chalice, because I don't know how much we got till the end of the level.
We all wish things could be different, but I can't go back and change anything. As I said, I just, it's a very surreal experience to be sitting here, and words aren't gonna do any good, and I just want my family to know, as I sit here now, that
I didn't do it, you guys.
And endure the pain of this entire ordeal. And I hope that one day, when they're ready, if they're ready, that I'd be blessed to have them in some form in my life.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
A single interaction with either one of
You
my
said you were abusive. It's done, buddy.
since being arrested in Nashville. I have no idea what their lives are like.
Yep, that was the end of the level. Shit. If I went forward, that would have been it. Boss battle.
Life is like. And I know it's hard for a lot of people to believe this, but I do love them more than anything, and I miss them terribly.
Where's this bib at? He needs to enchant my sword.
I'm not trying to interfere in their lives, and certainly that being a part of it is a little bit difficult in prison. I've been in prison now 2.5 years.
So, again, why does the cursor default to no when you do a whole fucking level? You really think I don't want to save, game? And you don't get the chance to save again if you say no.
I realize that life is a blessing, whatever form it may take, even very difficult situations such as what I'm facing right now. I appreciate the court's time.
Following his self-serving semi-apology, Richard was sentenced to life in prison. Again, this case is an example of misplaced confidence, and how someone can truly delude themselves into believing their own idiotic ideas. If you liked this video and would like to see more of our content, consider subscribing. If you're interested in supporting the channel, our Patreon will be linked below. But as always, I hope you have a great day, and remember to stay safe.
Oh, that was good. We had a happy ending there. That was a good video. A little bit more subtle, and it was a bit more, you know, more about the interrogation and the court and the trial than the investigation leading up to that point, like most of his videos are. But I liked it. It's been a while since we've seen a good dreading too. Oh, this is the Dreading channel, Crime and Psychology. They're my go-to, since Jim can't swim, JCS doesn't seem to upload anymore. Let's see, I like how his handle is Dreading Cap. It's no fucking cap, man. Alright, time to lose. He kind of blew up over the past year, and he's got a ton of videos. Boss? Hello? Boss battle encounter?
What manner of creature are you to disturb the couch sleep? Why, before me I see nothing more than a reanimated bag of armor and bone.
Wow, rude.
To get this far, but the Count has walked this earth for 1,000 years, defeating hundreds stronger than you, and for 1,000 more I shall... Interrupt me! For your insolence, you shall suffer beyond all imagining, my ugly little friend.
500? Dude, he's shooting projectiles at where I'm gonna be versus where I'm at. Wait, is it reflect the light at him? It's like the mugshot fight in the first Sly game. Obviously, as a vampire, he's invulnerable to my attacks. What did that do? It went upward, but... Oh, I had it at the wrong position. Yeah, I had that wrong. Alright, do your projectiles again. I got a good mirror over here. Flame bats? This is a bit played out. Yeah, Yeah, he did a video on a TCAP guy. Blooper covered that dude on his last Twitch stream. Wait, no, he didn't. It was some other guy. But it was just as good. Deploy the lasagna. It probably has garlic in it. Ah, yes, the garlic lasagna. I don't have it equipped, Juzzy. I must have skipped that side quest. Got him.
You have fought well, my bony friend, but all resistance is futile. You cannot defeat the Count.
Even detractor from seeing Blooper's TCAP stuff. Well, dude, that's news to me. Big ups. You know, friends come from the unlikeliest of places. All you wanted to see was TCAP stuff, and you get pulled into the vortex, just like that. Is he vulnerable now to anything? No, he's not. Oh, okay. I gotta do something new. You know what this reminds me of? Final Boss of SpongeBob, the movie game. It had the same idea, flipping tables. Yeah, doesn't it even does that same thing where it pans over all the things you flipped over? I must have been a big MediEvil II fan, because this predates that. Shit. Oh, I got 2 life bottles left. It's got a bit more thought into this boss battle than the elephant machine you gotta, whose head you gotta squash. Rula 2s? Ah, dominated. Thumbs up. You just yawned. That guy fucking sucked. Alright, where's my Egyptian princess at? I want to get all wrapped up, if you know what I mean. Now, Dan's just giving the signal. We're like almost 5 hours in. I said it couldn't go over 6 hours. I gotta keep to my word. What do you got? What do you got?
Look what I've made with all that vampire juice.
What is that? Oh, the lightning weapon. Oh, no. This is insanely powerful. But if this works like the first game, once you're out of ammunition, that's it. You can't recharge it. There's no, the merchant shouldn't sell any more ammo for it. Can't recall if it worked like that in the remake.
Hello, Dan. You destroyed the Count. Excellent, excellent.
What's the matter?
Unfortunately, I'm afraid we've lost all contact with Kira. She went to Whitechapel, and we haven't heard from her since.
Rip.
Well, I think you can go.
I know, it's all my fault. If anything's happened to her...
She wanted to be strong and independent. Come on.
Forgive me, will you? We should probably go after Palethorn, but why don't you go and see if you can find her?
Gotta send a skeleton in to do
skeleton's job.
Lifestyles of the pharaohs, courtships and consorts. Although viewed as goddess and goddesses, a pharaoh's life was often a short and arduous affair. Many, such as Ramses II, would take a number of mistresses as well as a wife. Keeping all of the women happy could prove such an arduous task that many were driven to an early grave. A royal mistress could be plucked from any level of Egyptian society. If a slave girl caught a pharaoh's eye, she could quickly be elevated to the royal court. This was a fate not without complications, however. Due to the pharaoh's intense interest in mummification, many on their deathbeds took their mistresses with them to ease their existence in the afterlife. You want to have sex after death? Many examples of consort tombs exist, the greatest of which has been rebuilt brick by brick in the Great Museum. This is the tomb of Abu Simbel. The tomb of Abu Simbel contains the mortal remains of Princess Kaya, Ramses II's last mistress. The parchments of the time reveal that the king died before the relationship was consummated. That was gonna be my first question, Carl. Like, is this bitch used goods? Like, I don't want to be that guy. Like, cartoony, Halloween, spooky skeleton game. Like, but it explicitly states that she's a consort. Like, I need to know, was the relationship consummated? And apparently, the developers asked the same question. Apparently, they did not consummate the relationship before his death. One can only imagine her feelings as the joy of being plucked from abject poverty was replaced by the misery of playing nursemaid to a randy 8-year-old. Oh, 80. I didn't see the why. It's too late. Well, Randy 80-year-old, and how the joy of his death must have been replaced with the misery of following him to the grave. No, I missed the why. I would totally believe that. 8-year-old pharaoh already having mistresses. Does that sound does it sound out of the question to you? It doesn't to me. But it seems like he was already old as dirt by the time this lady came into his life. I just like that they have to make a point that she's not used goods. It's kind of silly. Like, come on, it's a silly PlayStation cartoon skeleton kids game. Who cares? They didn't want people to complain on the forums and whatnot.
We last heard from Kia here. See if you can find her. My scans show something powerful has been collecting magic energy, so watch your back.
I'll try. And we've come so far on our little London adventure. All right, but I'm keeping to my word. We're gonna stop it here for now and continue Dingerween with a Splatoween special collab of the century tomorrow evening, featuring the Ann Leet, Revy, and many other such people and the like. I'm debating on the Saturday boot. It could happen. It could not happen. We'll see. But for sure, I'll do something Sunday. And then isn't Halloween? Is Halloween Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday, okay, yeah, then Dingerween will continue Sunday, Monday, and obviously Tuesday. But we're gonna go Noit and find someone to raid. We'll see if we do a Saturday boot. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Well, obviously we gotta get the save state into, even though we already got the in-game save state. I gotta look into that Genesis emulator too. What the fuck? Why wasn't it working? Why? I'm gonna have to download a new one. Big ups, Goki. You came here at the end. You hate to see it. You hate to see him go. And you know what? The little thing where I had Chrome closed and the music playing on the phone, that actually worked out. It does obviously require the phone to be on and to drain the battery there. But I didn't get many encoding overloaded errors. So I'll see if I can keep this up going forward. The less things I gotta keep open, the better. Right. Alright, Pablo, you know what to do. No, that's a good thing, Goki. That's a good thing. We don't have to have Chrome open on the laptop anymore. We just have it open on the phone. You have it open on Stream Elements on the phone, you start playing the music, and by God, by the power of magic, beyond your own beliefs, it's able to play the music like that. It's like science. Science is so amazing. It's able to do so many things. It's like magic. It just works. And like it's like Todd Howard. It just works. Try out the browser Vivaldi Dinger. Vivaldi. I'll take a look at it. I was trying Brave. People say, "Oh my God, Brave is so great," and it is great. We played the Garfield game on Brave, but it doesn't seem to use that much less resources compared to Chrome, at least from what I saw. Then again, I did have Chrome and Brave open at the same time for that, so maybe it's not the best experiment there. All right, whatever. Big ups to Swollen__ones who made it to the very end. Talk about Carl, D-Scythe, Goki, Mike Carl, Moitus, Parmatech, Vinny, Golem, Juzzy51, JC, Seru, Rye_Drake_331, Ann Leet, Doomer Ziggy, where's Lurkers, Alpha Leet, Ghost MC, Peaches, and Keem, Mr_Punch, Shroom Dukeem, Algernaut, Arcadius, Bomber, Phoenix Tiger Zord, Heavy Metal Gamer, Hot Pockets, Ivan Zypher, J-Bomb, Krafen, Kian Goon, Pim Pam, Pray for Rock, Spanky Joe, Sweet Bean 96, Deadgy Air Bear, Uber Joe, Wigglebottom, and Zitra Zella C. Can't wait for the Splatfest collab of the century. Yeah, it's sure to be good. It's been ages since the last Splatoon stream. You know what happens. You do your 5 grinding streams in a row, Carl. You get to level 100. It's like, okay, I'm good for this. I'm good for the season. Next season starts the day after. It runs like 3 months. Okay, let's take a 2-month Splatoon break. You come back for the last month. You restart the grind all over again. Just how Splatoon is. Obviously, this is me implying that there's going to be a lot of last-minute Splatoon grinding next month. And actually, that grind is going to start tomorrow with the matches that we do. But Splatoon tomorrow, it'll be me, Anleet, Revi, and whoever else we can pick up. Big ups to Mr_Pun, tier 1 for 17 months. Shroom Dukeem, 100 bits. Shroom Dukeem, another 100 bits. Mr_Pun, a gifted tier 1 to Parker Saint for their 2nd month. Shroom Dukeem, the re-up tier 1 for 13 months in a row. Kinda Sav, the re-up tier 1 for 15 months. Unit W1, the unfun one, rate with a party of 3. And Vinny Kills, re-up with their Prime for 2 months. They could have used it anywhere else. By God, for some reason, they thought it was a good idea to use it here. Turns out, they were right. Speaking of Sweet Bean, there's a Sweet Bean live right now. She's trying to be suspicious. I think we're gonna pay her a visit because we rarely have the opportunity to do so. We're gonna go to Sweet Bean's place to pay her back for all the positivity she spreads over here and other such streams. But as a buyer's market of streams to fall asleep to, Tevin is on BRB mode, watching VODs? Meerkat VODs? I think that's Meerkat. Broken Mailman, you got Nova, you got Lalo, and Lumpy. But I think we're gonna go to Sweet Bean's place. But bye-bye, adios, and Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, then hopefully we'll see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Then hopefully I too can inspire people and viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. The raid message is... It's what I'm typing right now. So prepare yourselves. Alright, she's playing Overwatch 2. You guys like that game, right? Alright, be nice to her. Her audience, she knows about DSP, but her audience doesn't. So don't be weird. 5 seconds. Now, bye-bye, adios to Mimi time. We'll see you on the next one. 4 hours and 55 minutes! Yes! I kept my word. Take it easy.